Cricket coming up for you from here in Cyprus. We got 5 exciting matches coming up, and this looks to be a fantastic slate of T10 cricket. The big news is, of course, we're at the end of Group B, so every match now holds enormous significance. These sides will be vying to get as many points as they can so they can pick up one of those crucial spots to advance to the knockout stages. Cyprus so far has been a batter's paradise. We've seen sides consistently score over 140 or 150 runs, and we've seen 13 individual centuries so far. The question is, which batter is going to step up today and guide his side to victory? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our first match of the day is between the Cyprus Knight Riders and the Nicosia Tigers. This promises to be a very exciting encounter. The Nicosia Tigers, they started off this tournament on fire with 3 consecutive wins. But yesterday, they had back-to-back losses, and they're in a little bit of trouble right now. The key to getting them back to winning ways are going to be Zishan Mahmood, a terrific batter who's yet to score a century in his ECS career, and I'm sure he's been watching everyone else scoring tons of runs. Meanwhile, Roman Mazumdar, another very important player for this Nicosia Tigers side, has gotten off to plenty of good starts throughout this series, but he hasn't been able to go on and play a big knock just yet. Meanwhile, for the Knight Riders, the key players to look out for are the likes of Kumara, a very experienced ECS campaigner, and he's going to hold an important key for his side to pick up the victory. Last, but most certainly not least, we have to look at Iftikhar Jaman for the Knight Riders. He's playing against his old Nicosia Tigers side. He enjoyed so much success playing for this team for so many years. I'm looking forward to him having a big day against his old club. Temperatures are expected to go up to 32 degrees Celsius today. It promises to be another hot day, but the cricket is going to be even hotter. The news from out in the middle is the Knight Riders have won the toss, and they're going to have a bat first. Let's head over to the commentary box, and I'll take you over yesterday's games. So we're going to have a look at what occurred yesterday before we, of course, progress with our cricket today. We've got a big few matches coming up today, but let's relive some of the action from yesterday. So we started off with a big match between Sher Punjab and Nicosia Tigers. A lot was on the line for Sher Punjab here. They probably had to win this game if they wanted a chance to make it straight to the quarterfinals, and boy, they did. A terrific first innings where Taranjit Singh hit an outstanding 100, and the Nicosia Tigers gave it a good shot in the second innings, but ultimately they fell short by 26 runs. Al Fatah will then take on the Nicosia Tigers in our second match of the day. Al Fatah posted 182 runs on the board thanks to Abu Bakr Siddiqui's 100, the largest ever century in a European cricket series in Cyprus, and the 5th highest century overall in the history of the European cricket series. Nicosia Tigers would ultimately succumb to another defeat. Sher Punjab will then take on Limassol Zalmi in the next match of the day, and Sher Punjab went out there backed by another 100 by Pavandeep, managed to get to 145, and the Limassol Zalmi would put on a very sorry performance with the bat, making just 68 runs, and this would be their 3rd consecutive loss to start out the European Cricket Series. Al Fatah would then play Encore in an absolute thriller. Al Fatah would post 156 runs on the board. Encore would then respond by putting on a great show in the second innings, but they would fall just short, trying to chase down 15 runs in that final over. And you've got to say, the main man, Abu Bakr Siddiqui, held on to some crucial catches right at the end to help his side get over the finishing line. Our final match today is between the Limassol Zalmi and Encore, and the Zalmi finally picked up a victory thanks to an incredible performance of Salman Khan, who scored all but 19 runs for his side. And then Encore, in response, could only muster 127. They would lose by 30 runs. let's have a look at the standings for Group B. As we can see, the Nicosia Tigers starting off in this match versus the Knight Riders. The Knight Riders have only played 2 matches so far, so it's a couple of busy days for them to round out this group. They'll be involved in 5 matches over the next 2 days. Meanwhile, for the Nicosia Tigers, today's the last time we'll see them play in the group stages at least, and they'll be looking to advance to the knockout stages, or maybe even get that elimination round by grabbing one of the top 2 spots. We're about to get underway with our first match of the day, match number 47. The Cyprus Knight Riders taking on the Nicosia Tigers. Both these sides have plenty of Bangladeshi expats, so it's a bit of an internal rivalry, this match, and we'll see how it proceeds. Of course, Iftikhar Jaman, we know all the success he enjoyed with the Nicosia Tigers over the years, played with their club, played in over 4 ECS with the Nicosia Tigers, and now he's going to be donning the bright green of the Knight Riders and going up against his old club. So he'll be eager to get a few runs and maybe even pick up some wickets in the second innings against the side he knows so well. The players are making their way onto the field, and we're set for another great day of cricket here in Cyprus. 5 matches coming up for you. And we're in the business end of the series now, the last 2 days of this ECS. Every match now is very high stakes, including this one. The umpires out in the middle are Munibur Rahman, Abdul Rahman. Third umpire, Sajith Tenakun, and match referee is Tyrone Peters. That looks like Tomal Aminul is going to bowl this first over for the Nicosia Tigers. Tigers, of course, possess a great amount of fast bowling talent. They're spoilt with the amount of depth they have, and at times it's quite hard for the captain to actually go ahead and pick 5 bowlers to bowl. Here we go, first ball of this wonderful day of cricket. And it's going to be struck away for 4, so a fast start here for the Knight Riders. A really good shot. Heads away to the boundary. Yeah, nicely played there by Tomal Aminul. Beg your pardon. Hussein. The instant pressure here on the bowler. Not the start he would have wanted. Let's see if he can come back well in the second delivery. And he's targeting that offside boundary again here, the batter. This time he'll fail to connect. Yeah, it's very important that both these sides look to get a good start here. The Knight Riders, we've only seen them a couple of times, so I think this match will also be a good gauge for us of just how strong this side really is. That's played out towards backwards point. The fielder will give it a good chase, but he'll fail to get there. And it's the second boundary of the innings. So nicely played. And it goes away for 4. A couple of new names here for the Nicosia Tigers we haven't seen featured much this series. Amadur Mehtab playing, and the fielder you just saw give that ball a chase was Tahidul Islam. So both of those players making their first appearance of this European Cricket Series. Yeah, this Knight Riders side a little bit inexperienced at the ECS level, so they really rely on the likes of Chami Kumara and Iftikhar Jaman to provide that leadership in these big games.
Oh, nice shot there by Hussein, but there's a fielder out in the deep, so it's only going to be a single. Oh, he's cleaned him up. Jaman is out on the first ball against his old team. Well, this is a real shocker. Iftikhar Jaman, well, you know how many years he played for this Nicosia Tigers side, and he's out on the very first ball against his old team. You can bet he was up all last night thinking about this match, what he's going to do against his old side, his plans for each bowler, and he's not even going to last more than a ball. Oh, what a start here. Incredible delivery by Tomo Lamino. Fantastic Yorker. Watch, it just straightens a little bit at the end as well. Lovely movement. And Jaman gone for a golden duck against the side who we know so well. And the Knight Riders are 9 for 1. There you go, Tamiru Rahman. He's going to come into bowl the second over. He's a very exciting bowler so far this series. I think the way he's impacted the game at times for the Nicosia Tigers has been very entertaining to watch. Fairly new to the ECS level. Hasn't played too much on the European Cricket Network. This is his first European Cricket Series. He's been terrific so far. Picked up 5 wickets. Economy rate of 12.7, which looks kind of expensive, but you do have to consider what these games have been like here in Cyprus so far. We've seen sides regularly score above 140 runs. The main thing with him is he's been able to come in difficult situations and bowl those impact overs for his side, those match-changing overs. I think that's why he's such an important player for the Nicosia Tigers. Oh, this is a very wild shot. Looks to clear the front leg and go for the big heave towards mid-wicket, but he's nowhere near the line of the ball. Straight down the ground. That one has enough distance to go for a 6. Really well hit here by Hussein. And he moves on to 15 of 8. There we go. How's the bowler going to respond? And oh, well, decides to intimidate the batter a little bit there, Rahman, trying to strike the stumps. It's a good chance to just dive into the chat and say a very good morning to Dave and Rob Thompson, who are joining us on this fine Monday morning here in Cyprus. And he just dances down the wicket, meets it on the half volley. One bounce over the rope, goes for 6. Nicely played there by Hussain. It's been intelligent batting by him early in his innings. He's played risk-free cricket, and he's managed to make runs at a very good rate for his side. Obviously losing Iftikhar Jaman is a bit of a disaster for this Cyprus Knight Riders side because they've been so dependent on him early in this European cricket series, and all that pressure falls on him and also Sarkar. Keep in mind, Sarkar, he's had some good performances in these first couple of games for the Knight Riders. The dot ball, so a nice battle in that over, so a good back and forth. And a good battle between bat and ball as the Knight Riders are 20 for 1 at the end of the second over. Here's a look at the standings for Group B. The Nicosia Tigers are 3-2 in their first 5 games. They started off with 3 wins on the bounce, but lost a couple of matches yesterday, which has just put them in a bit of a tight spot. They'll be looking over their shoulder at the likes of Encore and even this Knight Riders side and wondering if they'll catch up with them. Of course, Nicosia Tigers themselves want to get into one of those top 2 spots. They've certainly got a good chance of displacing Sher-e Punjab. So it's going to be a very, very important game. Every match from here on out is going to be crucial. We're at the end of the group stages, and then after that, we'll be heading straight into the knockout rounds. It was down the leg side, and that's so wide. Dave asking if Vinny hasn't woken up here, or is he not in Cyprus? I don't believe he's in Cyprus just yet, or he might be landing just now, I believe. So he will be making his way to the ground later today once he's obviously able to land and, of course, get to the airport.
Oh.
Oh, beautifully played behind point. And Sarkar gets off the mark with a gorgeous-looking shot. Oh, this could be close. This could be really close. The umpire shakes his head. Gonna have to have another look at that one. Where is the impact over here? That's a big question. Where does that ball impact? Oh dear, yep. The umpire might have a point that could have been sliding down the leg side. Ball's moving in a fair bit, so the umpire in the end decides that it's probably going to go on to miss the leg stump. Oh, beautifully played. Very, very nicely played there by Hussain Aminul. Just leaves a full toss hanging down the leg side, and he helps it away. It was served on a silver platter for the batter. Yeah, nicely played. Really, really gorgeous looking shot. It's not too much you have to do as a batter when these full tosses are bowled down the leg side. We've seen a lot of bowlers struggle with that. There's typically no protection in that part of the field, so all they have to do is get a little bit of bat on it, and then it's usually going to race away for at least a 4. Good fielding here by the captain of the Tigers, Jahid Hassan, to prevent a boundary. So interesting power play so far. The Knight Riders obviously lost a very key player in Iftikhar Jaman. And they've probably been a touch slow to start this power play. I think going in under 12 and over is usually not enough from what we've seen in Cyprus. Has this one been launched over the rope? It looks like it's got the distance, and it has got the distance. The umpire signals it a 6. It clears the front leg. Goes for the big shot. Over square leg. Down the leg side, that's a wide, so still waiting for the final ball of the power play. Nicely played, really nicely played. You could see what the batter was doing. He was initially looking to go down the leg side, just made the adjustment, pushed it towards cover, gets a single. Knight Riders are 39 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. Good over there at the end for the Cyprus Knight Riders. They desperately needed that. It's been a slightly slow start by them, in all honesty, going at 13 and over. I think the Nicosia Tigers won't be too displeased with that power play. That final Tomalaminal over just slightly spoils things for them. They have gotten rid of the danger man, Iftikhar Juman. And the opposition is going at 13 and over, so not the worst outcome from either side's point of view. Now this is interesting. So they're going to continue with Tahmidur Rahman. Not a bad idea. Didn't bowl too badly in his first over. And I think in T10 cricket, it's a good idea to bowl out your best bowlers early. Hope they can make some early inroads. Try to get some more wickets. But I'd have been tempted to go with Bilal right now. I know he had a difficult day yesterday. It was a touch expensive, but we saw on Saturday what a quality bowler he is. Bowls with electric pace. And if he could just hit his lines and lengths today the way he did day before yesterday, it's going to be so hard to get away for this Knight Riders side. And certainly pick up a lot of wickets as he did on Saturday. It's wide there to start off for Rahman. They've also got the likes of Zishan Mahmood in their attack. Of course, Zishan triggered that collapse for Al Fatah, big part of the Limassol Zalmi, a few days ago. As we know, they were 55 for no loss, 3.2 overs in. Then Bilal and Zishan Mahmood came in and bowled one of the finest spells we're going to see in T10 cricket. They managed to pick up 7 wickets in 4 overs and gave up just 15 runs, turned the game on its head, and ended up getting their side a bonus point in a match where they would have felt they'd be in for a very tight finish. It's another very wide delivery here. Just struggling to find his radar to start things off. Up in the air. I think this is going to land safely, though. The fielder's going to cover quite a bit of ground very quickly, but lands in no man's land. And it's a single here for the Knight Riders. Gets that one right. You can see that he was just spraying it too wide, far too often to start off the over, Rahman. But that's a better ball. That's a better line. You want to get that just inside the tram line. It's hard to do. Well, if you can execute it, just makes it so much harder to get you away. This is another chance for a catch, and it will be taken. The second wicket falls for the Knight Riders. Well held on to by Tomalaminal. The 2 fast bowlers combined on that wicket. Rahman presenting a chance to Tomalaminal, and Aminul holds on to it. So another wicket falls here for the Knight Riders. And this is the settled batter who has departed, Hossein. Beautifully played there by Prarthana off his pads. It's a nice stroke behind square leg, gets off the mark. Sarkar gets back on strike. Rehan Sarkar scored a 68 in the Knight Riders opening match against Encore. Takes some pace off that ball, an off-pace delivery by Rahman. And it is struck straight to the field and recover, so a good shot. That's not going to get him any runs. You can see that big wind-up. Looking to smack it past that fielder and get 4 runs. But he's picked out the man at cover. And a good performance in the second match as well. Scoring another half-century. And the Knight Riders, a sole win so far this series. This one has gone for a 6. And that is a great hit there by Sarkar. Smacks this one over mid-wicket. Clears the front leg and launches it over mid-wicket. And he's been in electric form to start out this series. 250s on the bounce in his first couple of games. And we're looking to make it 3 and 3, like Scott Burdikin did right at the start of the series when he got 3 consecutive 50s to open up his ECS. And of course, we often talk about the likes of Kumara and Juman because of their experience at the ECS level. Sarkar is quietly becoming the most important batter for this Knight Riders side. Goes short, and the bowler will be punished for this. Really good shot here by Sarkar. He picks up the length so quickly, and he's on it in a flash. He just pulls this one towards mid-wicket. The key there is just how quickly he picked up the length as the 4th over comes to an end, an expensive one for the Nicosia Tigers. 17 runs come off, but the Knight Riders are 56 for 2. Okay, so we're going to see an interesting bowling change here. Looks like a young man, Tawhidul Islam, will bowl for the first time this European Cricket Series. And the first time in his ECN career. Beats the fielder behind point, and a good bit of fielding, but still going to go away for 4. You got to appreciate the dive he's put in there, particularly on a playing field like this, which isn't the most lush. And Islam's ECS career starts off with a boundary. They do have a lot of other bowling options. As we mentioned, Mohammad Bilal still hasn't bowled. The captain himself, Jahid Hassan, is a pretty accomplished bowler. He used to bowl very regularly in the past for the Nicosia Tigers, but he hasn't really taken the ball much throughout this series, nor has he batted too much either. I think he's focusing on his captaincy and not really trying to play much of a part with a bat or ball in hand throughout this ECS. Of course, they've still got Zishan Mahmood, who hasn't bowled, so lots and lots of options here for the Nicosia Tigers. Now the danger man Sarkar back on strike. He's got to bowl well here. It's going to be a big challenge for the new bowler. Oh, he draws the edge, but it goes away for a 4. He threw everything at that one, Sarkar. Threw the kitchen sink at it. Gets the top edge between the keeper and the fielder at short third. How many boundaries have we seen through that region? 4 more runs. This is why we often call to have a fielder just located deep third, standing very fine in that sort of long stop position. You see so many runs go through that region. It's really surprising you don't see enough fielders stationed out there. Oh, this is a 6. It's also been given a no ball by the umpire. So free hits coming up here. What's this been signaled a no ball for? Is this because there were too many men outside the ring Good shot there behind square leg. I'm just watching the umpire right now. It's been given a no ball. Square leg umpire was the one who signaled it a no ball first, so my guess is that somebody stepped outside the inner circle. Free hit coming up. Played behind square leg. They're not able to take advantage of the free hit. They'll just get one run off it. Expensive over so far for the new bowler. His first ever over on the European Cricket Network. Looks to go for the big shot there, Prarthana. Trying to target that mid-wicket boundary, but it'll be a swing and a miss. Let's see, can he close out his first ever ECS over strong here? And he ends the over with a couple of dot balls, so a nice way to round out the over. Halfway through the innings, the Knight Riders are 73 for 2. Let's have a look at the daily run rate here in Cyprus. As you can see, a par score is about 134 for this ECS. Yesterday was a day for the run scores, wasn't it? We saw so many runs flowing throughout the day. We're at 13 centuries now for this European Cricket Series. And we saw 4 of them yesterday. It's really become a series where if one batter can stay there and go on to play that big innings, your side is probably going to go on to win the match. Now we're going to see Zishan Mahmood coming in to bowl the 6th over. Good move here. He's taken a lot of wickets early in this series. Still very surprised that Bilal hasn't bowled just yet. Obviously had a rough day yesterday, but I don't think he can lose faith in a bowler of his quality just because of one bad match. He's also the leading wicket taker for his side, along with Zishan Mahmood. The two of them have 6 wickets for this ECS. Of course, Zishan with the better strike rate as he has bowled fewer overs. Fielders outside the circle are stationed at long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and deep cover. Starts off with an off-pace delivery here, Zishan Mahmood, and it's going to be a single. They're required now, you can see, it's just gone up to above 14 after a couple of good overs for the Knight Riders. Oh, he's going to go big here. Has he launched this over the rope? He has. Very good shot by Prarthana, and they need him to accelerate at the other end as well. Oh, well struck. Gets down on one knee. It's an overpitch delivery. Gets his bat underneath it. Gets that elevation over the rope. 6 more runs. Now full toss. And he's missed out on one there. He's missed out on one, the batter. Oh, they're going to get some runs off overthrows here. That's poor. That's very casual by Zishan Mahmood. It's really, really casual. He should have held on to it. And in the end, it's going to harm his own numbers. "62 runs of these last 3.3 overs. It's really helped this Knight Riders side after what was a slow start make that 66 runs of the last 3.4 overs. Great shot over there. Zishan Mahmood provides a little too much width. The batter waits for it nicely and just runs it down behind point. 404. Played that one nice and late, Prarthana. Advances down the crease. It's going to be stopped well by Tom Alamin. It was a good ball by Zishan Mahmoud, and in the end, Prathana has done quite well to reach out to it as well. Last ball of the 6th over. This one just goes over the stumps. He'll end the over with a dot ball. 14 runs come off that over. And yeah, credit to the Knight Riders. They've just picked this run rate up the last 4 overs, going along at a nice rate. And they've now got themselves in a position to post a good total. Here's a look at the scorecard for the Knight Riders. Iftikhar Jaman, well, that was a shock getting out on his very first ball. He would have been so excited to play against his old team, was probably thinking about that all night. And then he got dismissed on a brilliant Yorker by Tom Olaminul. Anwar Hussain, the captain, made 24 of 14. And Sarkar and Parthana have put together a nice little partnership here to get their side into a good position at 87 for 2 at the end of the 6th over. 44-run partnership so far. Well, another new player here featuring. So we said that there were 2 new additions to this Nicosia Tigers team for this match. Amadur Mahtab and Tahirul Islam. And now we get to see how Mahtab fares with the ball in hand. This one's going to go over the rope for a 6. A good shot there by Prarthana. And he started off rather slowly in his innings, but he's just picked up the pace these past 7 or 8 balls. Moves on to 25 of 11. Took him a bit of time to settle into the innings, but certainly settled in well now. They look to pinch a single over here, and they certainly will. Mahtab bowled of 5 overs back in the European Cricket Series in January. Is the first time he's bowling in this ECS. Managed to pick up 1 wicket, I should say, during those 5 overs against the British forces of Cyprus, and was a touch expensive throughout the series, going with an economy rate of 14.8. That's up in the air. This could be a catching chance. Tom Olaminul was underneath it, and he normally takes those. Well, that was a difficult chance. We've seen him take a few catches running backwards, and he certainly had a chance to take one there. Just going for the big shot once more. Doesn't quite get a hold of it. It's a miscue, and it pops up. There was a chance for the fielder to snaffle one. Oh, well. What was that? What was that? How do you describe a shot like that? Great bit of innovation. He's looking to scoop one around the corner. I usually see batters getting a lot lower when they're playing that shot. In the end, he's managed to strike a boundary through a very unorthodox shot. Goes for 6 this time around. That's a classic T10 shot. We're used to seeing that. Batter charging down the wicket and middling one over cow corner for a 6. It's another good over. That last ball really just spoils the over for Mahtab. 6 off it, 17 off that over. They're going really well here, you have to say. They're just steadily scoring runs, the Cyprus Knight Riders. Look at these last few overs, 19, 17, 17, 14, 18. A couple of boundaries of every over just to keep things interesting. You gotta credit their batting, and if they can get 1 or 2 really, really big overs, I'm talking 20/25 runs or more, they could set themselves up very nicely for the second innings. Interesting enough, no Bilal. So Bilal still hasn't bowled. And it doesn't look like he's going to bowl this over either, because Zishan Mahmoud's coming out, so maybe he gets 1 over at the end. I don't know. Yeah, very interesting. We're into the death overs now. The Knight Riders have set themselves up a good platform to accelerate in their final stage of the innings. Struck firmly towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. It's worth keeping an eye on that clock as well. They should be fine, the Nicosia Tigers, but if they have an over where they bowl a few too many extras, they could be in a bit of trouble. Of course, if they get a wicket, an extra minute will be added to that clock, and that will certainly aid them. Nice ball there by Zishan Mahmood. Dot balls always help when you're in a tight squeeze against the clock. You can just see that timer's been updated now, so with that updated timer, should be fine. The Nicosia Tigers shouldn't have any problem getting through these remaining 10 balls to get into that final over. Hasn't been able to middle. That's been good bowling to start off the over for Zishan Mahmood. They'll come back for a second run. Good running between the wickets by these two batters. It's been splendid batting by them. They've obviously struck boundaries when they've needed to, but their running between the wickets has been top-notch. Took advantage of overthrows as well at one point. Running the first one hard. The communication has been clear and loud. This is hit straight towards point. Well fielded by Tomalaminal, and a very good over so far. This is the best over the Nicosia Tigers have had in quite a while. Only 5 runs off these first 4 deliveries. He's going to launch this one. I don't think he's quite got the distance on this. Well, what has the fielder done there? Zishan Mahmood is absolutely livid at the fielder. He's still screaming at him. He doesn't even make an attempt at that, just stops on the spot. Up in the air. And Hassan will get across for that. So a good over despite that boundary on the second last delivery. Just 9 runs come off, and Zishan Mahmood is helping stem the run flow. Two overs left in this innings, and Knight Riders on 114 for 2. And now then, let's see who the captain's going to bowl these last 2 overs. So he could go with Mehtab and Islam here. Obviously the two more inexperienced bowlers in this side. They've not been involved in a lot of European cricket. Just 6 career overs for Mehtab. Islam bowling for the first time today. That's just going to be a single here. Mehtab wasn't doing too badly until that final ball in which he was struck for a 6. I think he just spoiled his over in those last 2 deliveries when he got struck for 4 and then 6 off the final ball. Nice fielding again. Tomalaminal has been really good at that point position. How many runs does he save for the Nicosia Tigers? And that crucial part of the field. And they just put the clamps on the scoring here. These last 8 deliveries of the Nicosia Tigers. Boundaries have dried up for the Knight Riders, who have been really looking to push on in these last 3 overs. But all they're getting is singles. Just 12 runs off these last 9 balls. A full toss. Is this going to be punished? Yes, it will. Great shot there by Prarthana. And they needed that boundary. They desperately needed a 6. The first 6 they've had in 10 deliveries. Prarthana now 5 runs away from a half century. I got that one wrong there, Mehtab. Presented him a full toss on a silver platter. And that's been bashed towards long on for a 6. Oh, this is a full toss again. This will be battered away too. And he brings up his half century in style, Prarthana. His first ECS 50. And he's made it in a very important match here against the Nicosia Tigers. I'm not sure he's realized he's reached the half century because no one's applauded him from that dugout. And I wonder if the message is just going to get over to them that Prarthana struck a half century. Or maybe he's just so focused on the task at hand that he doesn't care about the individual accolade. Oh, beautiful shot. This is not the first time he's attempted something like that. And he plays one round the corner, bringing out the unorthodox strokes today. And now he celebrates the 50. So I think they're a little bit unaware of where he's actually at. So according to him, he's brought up his 50 with that shot. And those three boundaries at the end just salvaged the over for the Knight Riders. 19 coming off it at the end. Mehtab just struggling to close out overs so far this series. He's starting off these first 3 or 4 deliveries really well, but then he's just losing his way, bowling a few too many full tosses. And now we're going to see a bowling change here. So they're not going to give the final over to Tawhidul Islam. Instead, it's going to be Rasidul Hassan. So Bilal is not going to bowl at all this match. Very interesting move. They turn to Rasidul Hassan, experienced campaigner for this Tigers side. He's been there for many, many years, and he's going to get hit for a 6. Sarkar brings up his half century as well, his 3rd consecutive 50 in as many matches. Very underrated player, Sarkar. We've not been talking about him as much as some other batters in this series, but that's his 3rd consecutive 50. A big congratulations to him. What a start to his first ever ECS. And he's going to get cleaned up on the very next ball, so he had to go for it. He had to go for the big shot. And credit to Rasidul for keeping it nice and straight and on the stumps. Sarkar misses, and Rasidul hits. The 3rd wicket falls for the Knight Riders. A terrific partnership between these two batters. This partnership was worth 96 runs, so they failed to get the 100 partnership. But it really helped drag their side out of a tough spot when they were in a bit of trouble after the power play, going along at a very slow rate. These two have been scoring consistently at a terrific rate, and they'll get 96 runs in just 36 deliveries. So a very, very good strike rate for the two batters. Now goes big, but he doesn't quite get the distance. He was certainly looking to smash it over mid-wicket there, Kumara. Just a 1 run for him, not too bad an outcome. Prarthana comes back on strike. Of course, the Knight Riders are mostly a side of Bangladeshi expats, but both Kumara and Prarthana have Sri Lankan heritage, so let's see how these two batters get on. That's a wide. Yeah, Rasidul, it's a good idea. You can see what he's trying to do. He sees the batter advancing down the crease. He's looking to push that wide. And he's just bowled it a bit too wide there, hasn't he? Oh, it's gone over the fielder's head. He's not covered himself in glory out there today, has he? That's Parvez Musharraf. Haven't seen him feature much throughout this European cricket series. We saw him not even attempt a catch earlier. And this time around, he's so far in front of the rope. If he was all the way back, he maybe has a chance of that ball. And it's going to be another 6 over here. So yeah, I can just sense some of the bowlers are a little bit frustrated with his fielding. A nice ball there by Rasidul. Saw him advancing, pushed it wide. And in the end, the batters ended up yorking himself. He'll end with 60 as we're going to come up to the last ball. So a nice innings by Prarthana, 60 at 23. Kumara facing the last delivery of this innings. You can expect one full and straight out his pads with this field setting. And that's exactly what he got, but he's going to deposit it well clear of the boundary rope. So he ends the innings in style. A slightly expensive over in the end for the Nicosia Tigers. 19 runs come off it. And what an incredible innings. I mean, they've just been scoring consistently in every over. They've had just 2 overs in single digits. Both of them had 9 runs produced off them, but there's no big 20-plus run over for a side to get to 152. It's just consistently getting 19, 17 run overs, 14 run overs. It was a great display of batting. I think they just kept hitting boundaries at the right time, so they'll end up with 152 runs. Good innings here for the Cyprus Knight Riders. Let's take a look at the highlights of what was a very interesting innings. Of course, you just saw Iftikhar Jaman getting dismissed. He was out for a golden duck against his old side. You can just imagine he was probably up all night thinking about this match, thinking about playing against his former team, a side who he played against for so many years. He probably had plans for every bowler because he knows them so well, and it took him just 1 ball to get dismissed. That was quite a story. But they did get some good runs from the rest of the order. The captain Hossein made 24 of 14. He batted along well until Tamin Rahman dismissed him. A good catch by Tomal Aminul. But the real story was Sarkar and Prarthana. The two of them had a 96-run partnership that came up just 36 deliveries. Both of them scoring 50s. Sarkar making his 3rd consecutive 50 of this series. It's his first ECS and he's bashed a 50 in every match he's been involved in so far. He would eventually be dismissed by a good ball by Russell in that final over when he was going to go hit a big 6. They're just watching a replay of that wicket. And this was the last ball. Kumara bashing it over mid-wicket. He knew what was coming. He could just sense that straighter one at the pad was coming because he would have seen all the fielders that were placed out on the leg side. And the Knight Riders end up with 152 runs. Let's have a look at the scorecard of this first innings. Top score was Prarthana with 60 of 23, batted with a strike rate of 261, and Sarkar made his 3rd consecutive 50 to start off this ECS. A terrific start to his ECS. One of the less talked about batters so far this series. A very underrated cricketer. Okay, let's see if he can go on to help his side win this match in the second innings, because he'll certainly play a big part with the ball in hand as well. Here's a look at the bowling figures for the Tigers. They did use Bilal, which was a big surprise. The exciting left-arm quick bowler. We know he's one of the fastest bowlers in this ECS. And looking at those figures, everyone went for a few runs, didn't they? I think it was a very interesting inning. We didn't see one massive over, but they consistently got overs of 17 to 19 runs, and they put themselves in a good position here. The Cyprus Knight Riders to maybe go on and win this game and pick up their 2nd victory. Join us again in 5 minutes when we'll bring you the 2nd innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our second innings of the opening match of the day. We witnessed a very entertaining first innings where the Cyprus Knight Riders posted 152 runs on the board. So this is going to be a big challenge here for the Nicosia Tigers in the second innings, and we'll see how they fare. I like this move, though. They brought Zishan Mahmood to open the batting. I've been a little bit puzzled why he's been batting at number 3. He's the best batter so far for the Nicosia Tigers, and in T10 cricket, you want your best batters to face as many balls as possible. So it's good to see him right up there opening the batting alongside Roman Mazumdar. We have talked at length about these two batters right at the start of this match during our introduction. Zishan Mahmood, terrific player, but he's never scored an ECS 100, and he's seen 13 players get centuries so far this series, and I'm sure he'll be keen to get one himself. It's certainly been a batting paradise so far here in Cyprus. The conditions have helped make it easier for batters as well. Captain opening up this first over. This is played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single, and Mazumdar gets off the mark. He just sticks his foot out there to do a bit of foot fielding. That's MD Russell, who has come across to stop that one going away for a boundary. Mazumdar does this so often, doesn't he? Always takes a lot of paces outside his crease. You can see him there batting well outside that crease. Now then, Zishan Mahmood, he's been in terrific form throughout this ECS. And he's going to continue. This is a huge 6 just to the left of our commentary position. He's so strong on the offside, so I'm not sure I'd be going like this around the wicket to him. Any kind of width, and he's going to punish it. He's particularly strong when you're bowling on that 4th or 5th wicket channel. Just try something different. I mean, he's a quality batter. He's probably still going to whack you away for a boundary, but you can't keep serving it to him just where he loves it. Goes wide. So far this calendar year, so this includes the European Cricket Series we had back in January, he's had a strike rate of 215, and he's averaging 40.5 runs, but he's only scored 250s. I mean, he often bats too low down the order, or he's not been able to convert his 30s and 40s into truly big innings. A big appeal here, but that's certainly not LBW. He's pitching outside the leg stump, so easy decision there for the umpire. Yeah, never, ever, ever going to be an LBW. Nothing really going for that. Struck firmly out towards long off, and Iftikhar Jaman is there to cut that one out. Almost would be very disappointed he couldn't make any runs with the bat in hand, so he'll be looking to send his old team a message with his bowling and his fielding. He's been the top scorer so far, Zishan Mahmood, for his side. If you include this inning so far, he's made 162 runs so far this this series, I should say, averaging 39 for this ECS. He's batting with a strike rate of 287. And he's often come sort of in the middle overs and just help this side get that acceleration they need, but now he's opening the batting in this match. And he'll be looking to go on and play a massive innings to get his side back on winning ways. Of course, the Tigers started off this ECS with 3 straight wins, and then they lost a couple of matches yesterday. One of them, of course, being a bonus point defeat, which really shook them to the core. Here's a look at how many matches it's been since we last had a golden ball. There are plenty of close matches recently in Cyprus because these sides are so evenly matched. But we haven't been able to get the golden ball just yet. Had one last weekend, the weekend before the one that just concluded, when I had the great pleasure of commentating that one alongside Rico Full. Jules Udebridge joining us in the chat. Great to have you here. Very good morning to you. Jaman coming in to bowl his first over. And now this is obviously a big story. Iftikhar Jaman enjoyed so much success playing for the Nicosia Tigers over the years. Terrific all-rounder. Made almost 800 runs for the Nicosia Tigers and also picked up 29 wickets as a member of their team in just ECS cricket alone. It's not including all the success he had playing in some of the local matches that go on over here. He was an integral part of their team, but he's made the move over to the Knight Riders. And he had a disappointing first innings, getting out for a golden duck. But this is his moment to make an impact against his old side. He knows these players so well. It's probably just doing too much. Big appeal over there. That ball moving quite a lot. It's probably going down the leg side. Nice decision here by the umpire. Yeah, you can see it's probably doing too much. That one's staying a bit low. Wonder if it was just an off-pace delivery there by Jaman Mazumdar. Slow start for him, just one run of 5 deliveries. He's had a mixed bag of a series so far. He's managed to get some good starts, but in other matches, he's been a bit too slow out of the gates. Oh, and where's the impact over here? It's in line with the off stop, and he's gone. Jaman gets a wicket against his old team, and look how much it means to him. Well, Mazumdar and Jaman, how often did they torment the opposition together as members of the Nicosia Tigers? But this time they're going at it against each other, and Jaman wins this battle. He gets the wicket. The first one falls for the Nicosia Tigers. Let's take a look at this. Once again, moving back in. And yep, he's gone. That's a good call by the umpire. He survived the scare earlier, Roman Mazumdar, but not this time. He was dominated in that battle. He really couldn't play Jaman whatsoever. Jaman was getting far too much movement back in. And the first wicket falls for the Nicosia Tigers. Tomalaminal gets a promotion up the order. He's batting all the way up at number 3. This is a bit surprising. Would have expected to see Rasidul Hassan batting at 3. He's been in the top 3 throughout this European cricket series. A terrific ball there. No real foot movement by Aminul, just pushing his bat out at it, fishing outside the off stump. Needs to get those feet moving here, Tomalaminul. Now it's up in the air, and it's going to go for 4. Just throws the kitchen sink at that ball, and it goes for a boundary. I was going to give it 6 runs there, so it just carries over the rope. And the Nicosia Tigers 17 for 1 at the end of the second over. Let's have a look at the standings for Group B. As we can see, the Nicosia Tigers, they started off with 3 consecutive wins, and then they lost 2 matches yesterday. And they're currently sitting on 13 points. Meanwhile, the Knight Riders split their opening 2 games. They lost a thriller to Encore, and then they rebounded in their second match by picking up an important win. That win, of course, coming against Shere Punjab. So the big thing for the Knight Riders is they still have 2 matches against the Telugu 11 and the keeper of Tigers of Limassol. 2 sides that we look at as probably the big underdogs in this group. So they're still in a very good position to go on and maybe grab one of those top 2 spots. Off-pace delivery there by Hassan. Obviously, Knight Riders came into this group probably not as fancy as some of the other teams, but we've seen a few upsets to start off this ECS. Of course, the Limassol Zalmi off to a very difficult start. They picked up their first win yesterday. So they're 1-3. And then you have a number of other teams who haven't looked overly convincing. Encore lost a couple of times yesterday as well. This one is a very wide delivery. So the Knight Riders certainly have a good opportunity to go on and make a good run in this group stage and try to get as far up the standings as they can. That's another wide. So Cow Lover with a comment in the chat saying Zishan Mahmoud is a game changer. Completely agree. I think if Zishan Mahmoud has faced 30 balls in this innings, he's probably going to guide his side to a victory. He's just that kind of a player. He's just that good a player, so they have to get rid of him early. If he's still batting, heading into the second half of the innings, then you just think that Knight Riders might just be out of this game. There we go. Hassan finally gets it right after a couple of wayward deliveries. Shrabon 11 joining us in the chat as well. A very good morning to you, Shrabon. Taking middle stump guard over here, Zishan. He's bowling well here, you got to say. He's bowling to a plan, Hassan. He's managed to get 2 dot balls here against one of the better hitters in the country. Oh, this one's a miscue, and the fielder out of fine leg is going to be interested, but it's going to beat him. Bit unlucky there, the bowler. He did draw the miscue from Zishan Mahmoud. But when you've got fine leg inside the ring, especially on a very small ground like this one, little top edge can always carry away for a 4. So Zishan Mahmoud just bailed out there. Oh, he's just going to bring Long on into the ring here, the bowler. And who has he sent out? He's going to send Long off out. Well, let's see. Does he go Fuller outside the off stump here? That's exactly what he does, but it's a touch too full. It's actually a full toss. And Mahmoud will only get that away for a single. Yeah, I think low full tosses can often be quite hard to play. I think we often mention this on the European Cricket Network, but if you're going to miss a Yorker, you're better off missing it a bit too full, because full tosses are typically harder to get away than over-pitch deliveries, certainly at this level. End of the 3rd over, and the Nicosia Tigers are 24 for 1. Yeah, so good start here for the Knight Riders. I think the Tigers, oh, this is a very slow start for them. We obviously saw Mazumdar struggling a lot early in his innings, and eventually he was dismissed by Jaman. You take a look at that. Well, it's not going in the right direction, is it, for the Nicosia Tigers? I think they would have been hoping that the likes of Zishan and Mazumdar would get them off to an explosive start, and they'd put the pressure early on this Knight Riders side, but instead we've seen quite the opposite. It's been a very slow start. And they're required a shot up to just under 18.5. Danuwan Prarthana, the top run getter from the first innings, is coming on to bowl. First over of the power play coming up. Here we go. Has cleaned him up. He has cleaned him up. And that is a Yorker. Beg your pardon, that is a... He's been clean pulled him there. Apologies. Zishan Mahmood is going to have to depart. A great ball pitching on a good length. Goes on to crash on the middle stump. And that is the end for Zishan Mahmood. And this is not the sort of innings we're accustomed to seeing from him. And the second wicket falls here for the Nicosia Tigers. That is a huge one. That is a massive wicket. Could potentially be game-changing. They lost both of their key batters in Roman Mazumdar and Zishan Mahmood very, very cheaply. Yeah, beg your pardon, that was certainly not a Yorker. That was pitching on a good length. This one is going to be a big swing and a miss here by Rasidul, who I expected him to come out and bat at number 3. And he's in at 4 instead. Huge responsibility on him. He's top scored with 49 during this series. Struck out towards mid-wicket. Oh, that's going to be a single, so... SF Shohag and Di Maria joining us in the chat as well. Very good morning to the two of you. In the middle of a very exciting match here between the Tigers and the Knight Riders. Now take some pace off that ball. Prarthana, good variation. And they've just got to credit these Knight Riders bowlers. They've bowled good variations. They've kept their lines and lengths pretty consistent. They've also bowled to their plans. They've bowled well to their field. They made it very hard for the Nicosia Tigers. This one is a wide. Just hear someone out from the field saying, only dot balls, only dot balls. Dot balls create pressure, boys. Oh, this one is just too hot to handle for the keeper. And he lets that one slip away from him. And they're going to get some runs off buys here. Hidoy Hussain will feel he could have done better there. He really should have. Pushed towards cover for a single. Now, this has been terrific. It's been top bowling. We've seen just 3 boundaries struck so far this innings. And they're getting about 1 boundary and over right now. They haven't had one yet so far this over. Maybe they'll get one off the final ball. But for a side who need maybe 2 to 3 boundaries per over, just not been able to find the rope, as this one's going to be another wide. This has probably been the only issue for the Knight Riders. They're bowling way too many wides. This one is the 7th wide they've bowled already so far this innings. It's played out towards long on. It's just going to be a single, so another quiet over here. And the Nicosia Tigers, well, they need to pick this run rate up. It's all a bit too slow for them. Yeah, it's very puzzling. I mean, we know they have the power. Both these batters out in the middle as well. They certainly got the ability to clear the boundary rope. As we could just see, look at that run rate. It's going in the wrong direction. They're well below what they need to even get the single point here. It's going to be Rakib Hassan continuing. I think it's a good move by the captain. He bowled very well in his first over. And just it'd be a good idea to keep him on here and see if he can make another inroad, get rid of one of these two key batters. The Tigers don't have the batting depth they usually have for this match. A few important players missing for them, such as Vansham. So really, looking at this lineup here for the Tigers, it's really only Jahid Hassan left now, and then you have someone like Bilal who can certainly find the rope, but he's not somebody you can look at to play a big innings. He's just a powerful lower order batter. And then after that, there's a lot of new inexperienced players. Oh, is there an edge there? Is there something there? Yes, there is. And another wicket falls for the Tigers. You have to say Hassan really deserves that wicket. He's bowled superbly in this match. And Toma Laminal will depart. Just 7 runs for him. Take a look at this. Yeah, outside edge. Good grab there by the wicketkeeper. And Hridoy Hussain will depart. Oh, I got to say, this has been top bowling by this Knight Riders side. Bowled good lines and lengths. This one is back of a length delivery. He's looking to block that one out. And he's found the edge of his bat, gone through to the keeper. And now the captain has come in when his side are in a spot of bother. Played out towards cover. That's going to be a single. I think spot of bother is probably not truly describing the severity of the situation. They're in dire straits. I think that would be a better explanation of what we're witnessing right now. The required. It's already shot up to above 21, and we're not even halfway through the 5th over. It's just bowling it on the money, but I think that the Tigers as well, there's just not that urgency from them. I think for a side who are trying to chase down 153, you'd expect them to bat a little bit faster than this. Got to take a few risks here, the Nicosia Tigers. I was going for the big one there. Hassan. They could just see his head's falling away. He's not watching the ball closely either. It's a wild swing. It's a rash swing. Oh, it's a wide, very hopeful appeal there by Hassan. That ball was nowhere near the bat. A good decision by the umpire. I think it was very clear when we saw it real time as well. That was a wide. Now, this is an incredible shot. This is very, very well struck. He goes short, Hassan, and Rasidul will smack him over mid-wicket for a 6. Great pull shot. Wonderful horizontal bat stroke. And it's gone the distance. A pull towards mid-wicket. Beautiful sound off the bat there. Need a lot more of that than Nicosia Tigers. Ends the over with a dot ball, so a good spell of bowling there by Hassan. Gives up just 16 runs, and he picks up a wicket. Nicosia Tigers in all sorts of trouble at 40 for 3, halfway through the innings. Let's have a look at the ECC we got coming up. Of course, ECC starts off on the 23rd of September, and the big bit of news this year is that it's been split into 2 divisions, so there'll be a Challenger division and a Premier division. Just gives sides a chance to play against other teams in their own weight class. And, well, in the past, we've maybe seen a few sides go to the ECC and get outmatched by some of the bigger teams. But I think this is a lovely way to organize this. As you can see, the host nation, Cyprus, the host nation of this ECS, I should say, are going to be in Group 2. Of course, England, by virtue of winning the ECC last year, have booked their place into the Premier Divisions playoffs. So Russell is bowling the first over after the power play. It's a very concerning situation here for the Nicosia Tigers because not only is the win looking exceedingly difficult for them, this is an inside edge. It's only going to be a single, but they've also got to start thinking about the point here because keep in mind they have to get to 107 to avoid a bonus point defeat. And at this rate, they're not even going to get there. So they really need to start accelerating in the second half of the innings and bat a lot better than what we saw in the first innings. Another very rash stroke by Russidul. I think his head just falling away a little bit over there. Needs to keep his head nice and still. Watch the ball closely. That was a wild swing of the bat. Oh, Spun's been skied, and there's a chance to take it. And oh, the fielder has dropped it. Oh, and there was a chance for a direct hit as well. This could go away for overthrows, but oh, the Tigers, they should have been aware of that. They had a chance to pick up some runs of overthrows. They've got to take risks here, the Nicosia Tigers. I don't know why they haven't set off for the second run. But let's have a look at this here. The catch should be taken. The technique to take this, though, is really poor. I mean, he should be taking that nicely close to his chest, underneath his eyes. And instead he reaches out to take it, goes at it with hard hands as well. And he's put down the catch. They also had chances of overthrows at the end, and the wicket falls. Russell cleans up Hassan. And the captain will depart having scored just 2 runs. And this innings is turning into a bit of a calamity for the Nicosia Tigers. They find themselves 42 for 4. And all of a sudden, that single point is looking like a big challenge as well. I think we're at the point where we can rule out the win for the Nicosia Tigers. Can they even get to the point where they need to get that single point? Yeah, a bonus point defeat here would be really embarrassing for this Nicosia Tigers side. Oh, this one's just done. Amir Mehtab coming into bat. Not a player who we've seen feature with a bat too much throughout this European cricket series. End of the 6th over. The Nicosia Tigers are 43 for 4. So yeah, someone's going to have to step up here for the Tigers. They're going to have to find an unlikely hero. He's only batted once in his ECS career, actually twice, I should say. Mehtab, and he's made 7 runs in one of them and a duck in the other performance. So, yeah, he's going to have to really bat out of his skin here and put on batting performance of his life. The other end, though, Russidul, you feel the burden falls squarely on his shoulders. It's a good thing we brought up that graphic of a single point. So they need to go at 16 and over to even pick up 1 point from this match. Down the leg side, that's a wide. This is struck out towards mid-wicket, and it's gone for a single, so big partner 4 as Mehtab plays this one very nicely. It's an over-pitch delivery, attacks the ball, just closes the face of the bat right at the end, and it goes away for a boundary. 4 runs for Mehtab. That's his first 4 of his ECS career as well, so He hit 1-6 in that innings where he got 7 runs. And is this going to be the second ECS 6 for Mehtab? It certainly will be. Very good shot. And he's already gone past his career best here, Mehtab. Over pitch delivery, frees his arms, and he goes for the big shot. Nicely struck. Yeah, wild shot there by Mehtab. Just needs to keep his balance here. It's good change of pace by Jaman as well, just to throw off the batter. Took a little bit of pace off that delivery. That's an on-pace delivery that's going to crash onto the stumps. And Mehtab, he struck a couple of boundaries, but eventually he will be dismissed. And Jaman, we know how gutted he was after that batting performance. Was out for a golden duck, but he certainly made the impact with the ball in hand. He picks up his second wicket. He cleans up Mehtab. And the Nicosia Tigers lose another. Half the team has been sent back to the shed. Bilal comes into bat over here. Yeah, obviously Bilal, we were all a little bit surprised that he didn't bowl whatsoever during that first innings. We know he's capable of hitting a few. He's got that fast bowler's power where if he connects on something, you know it's going to travel a long way. And there we go. That's a good shot to start off and get off the mark. It's going to be a single. Oh, it goes past the fielder at fine leg, and it's going to go away for a 4. Lucky boundary there for Rasidul, but they won't care how they come. The Nicosia Tigers actually played quite well to give him some credit on that. Isn't as fortuitous as I initially thought. He's closed the face of the bat well, just turned the bat in his hand, and he's managed to get a boundary. So here's the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between the Nicosia Tigers and Encore, and it looks like the Tigers are going to be 3-3 heading into that game. It's hard to see them pulling this one out. They need 94 runs of the last 3 overs if they want to win it. Both these sides are going to be going in pretty similar circumstances. They both got off to great starts. 3-0 for the Tigers, 2-0 for Encore. And they're both on a slide right now. Of course, Encore with 2 consecutive losses. The Tigers will probably suffer their 3rd consecutive loss at the end of this match. And now the concern of the Tigers is, can they even get a point out of this? It's been a pitiful batting performance so far. They're on 59 for 5 at the end of the 7th over. It's been a real lack of urgency. They've been off color. I don't know if they're just tired after all the matches they played the last few days, but they're going to have to put on a special batting performance here at the end to at least get to 107. Very nice bowling here by Russell. Really, really good bowling. Get some lovely movement back inside as well, shaping it into the batter. Got a breeze going from the offside towards the leg side this morning, so that's why you're seeing this lovely shape back inside to the batters. Some good in-swing into these right-handers. Just a single here, and Rasidul disappointed with himself there. It was a good ball, though, by Russell. What an impressive win this would be for the Knight Riders if they can take the bonus point victory here as well. Oh, dear. Oh, it's a terrific bit of fielding. Top work. And you love to see this by the Knight Riders, even at the end of the match. but it looks like they're going to go on to win it. They're still putting their body on the line. Top work there by Prarthana, the top scorer from the first innings. And he's doing an outstanding job in the field as well. You love to see this from the Knight Riders. You really do. The effort out in the field has been exceptional. And this is a good shot there in response. Recital gets this one away for a 4. Nicely struck. Very nicely struck. One bounce inside the rope. It goes away for 4. He's been a touch too slow, to be honest with you, Recital. We're not used to him usually batting on 18 of 13. Usually if he's faced 13 deliveries, he's at least on 26 or 27. Can he get his side the single point? He's not been too convincing with the bat so far, and a slight misfield that won't cost his side, though. It's just going to be a single. I think that's not too bad an outcome. They'd rather have Recital on strike getting into the penultimate over here than the Nicosia Tigers. The Tigers probably can't win this game from here, but they're going to have an equally difficult task trying to get this single point. 40 runs needed off 2 overs. You're just having a look at the run rate here. They've been losing wickets at regular intervals. Plenty of little red dots scattered all over that graph. And there have been no big overs really for the Tigers. Just a 1 over that went for 16 runs. The Iftikhar Juman one. It's been far too quiet. Every over's been in single digits outside the 7th over. You're not going to win T10 matches that way. You simply won't. Oh, he goes for the underarm throw here. We know Jaman. He's a player who often throws it underarm. And they don't take the single over there. I think Recital's just trying to hog the strike so he can maybe bash these remaining 39 runs they need to get to that single point. Can he do it, Recital? Can he string together consecutive boundaries? Oh, he's not middle of this. It just comes off the toe end of the bat. You could hear the sound off the bat. Didn't sound nice. Bilal just lost his bat while running to the other end. And they do take the single in the end. The Tigers now 38 of 10 to just pick up the single point here for the Nicosia Tigers. .38 needed of 9 now just to pick up the single point. And the implications of this bonus point defeat, if they are actually defeated by a bonus point, would be massive for the Nicosia Tigers. They're currently sitting at 13 points, so they'd have just 1 match left after this game. And it would be almost mathematically impossible for them to make it to the group stages. This is struck away for 4 for Bilal. There would still be one possibility, which is if Al Fatah lose both their games and the Nicosia Tigers pick up a bonus point in the next match and somehow, well, manage to make up an enormous difference in their net run rate. I mean, not that I can do the calculation right here in my head looking at this chart, but it would probably involve something like bowling out the opposition for 10 and chasing it in 2 balls. So I think with this defeat over here, especially if it is a bonus point defeat, as it's looking to be, Nicosia Tigers would not even be able to make it into the top 2 spots. This is a nice bit of running here between the wickets, and the first time we've actually seen good running between the wickets by these Nicosia Tigers. You know, they've not only has their boundary hitting been subpar, but their running between the wickets has been disappointing as well. What I really loved about the Knight Riders was, you know, they just hit a boundary or 2 every over, sometimes even 3 if it was a particularly good over, but they ran between the wickets so well. Oh, rare misfield. rare misfield out in the deep for the Knight Riders. They've been almost perfect in the field so far. Yeah, you could just see the fielder. He takes his eye off the ball at the end, and that's why it's gone away for a 4. So the Tigers need 28 runs off this last over if they want to avoid a bonus point. Defeat is probably going to be bowled by the captain, Anwar Hussain, who bowled superbly right at the start of the innings, gave up just 9 runs, really set the tone for the rest of this innings. And he's been very pleased watching his side these last 8 overs from long off. It's been an impressive performance by the fighters, a well-deserved victory for them. And now let's see if they can cap this off by picking up the bonus point as well. As we said, this could be if they lose by a bonus point here, the Tigers, you can pretty much rule out their chances of making the top 2. But for the Knight Riders, well, they would just leapfrog over Encore if they can pick up this bonus point win. They would put them in 4th place, and then they'd still have 4 more games to go. So they could really get on a roll here and maybe even push aside like Shere Punjab out of the top 2. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. .27 now needed off the last 6 balls if the Tigers want to avoid the bonus point defeat. They're worth keeping in mind here. So the Knight Riders will play the Kipro Tigers in our lunchtime match. No, it's beautifully played away by Rasidul, but it's straight to the fielder, and he's not going to take the single here because it's gone straight at the fielder, who's thrown it back really well. Good fielding by Hassan at fine leg. So the Knight Riders play twice today and 3 times tomorrow. So obviously, if they can get into those top 2 spots, not only do they bypass the elimination round on Wednesday, but they will also get that extra day of rest heading into the quarterfinals. So yeah, these 2 days are very, very important for the Knight Riders. Let's not underestimate the importance of these matches, and particularly picking up this bonus point win here. A very good morning to Ivan B, who's joining us right now in the chat. So yeah, we'll just have a look at these upcoming fixtures for the Knight Riders. They play the Keeper Tigers, as I mentioned, in the lunchtime match. There's certainly a game where they'll fancy themselves to go on and pick up some bonus points. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. The Tigers will come back in a game against Markhor. Both these sides will be heading into that game with a big losing streak, so something has to give that match. Somebody will have to turn around their fortunes. Now, continuing this tale about the Knight Riders, then tomorrow morning they play the Telugu 11. So they got back-to-back matches here against 2 sides who are huge underdogs in this group. Oh, it's a chance to take it. Oh, and he's put that down. That was a very regulation bit of fielding for Shafi. Well, he should have had a wicket there, shouldn't he? I think he'll be really disappointed with himself. He's just completely misjudged that ball. And it's not the best attempt by him. He's bowled quite well so far this over, Shafi. Faizan Shafi, not a player who's had a chance to bowl much in the European Cricket Series. This is the first time he's bowling in his ECS career, and he was so close to his first ever ECS wicket there. And a real shame for him that he couldn't get it. Goes down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Doesn't look like it's going to be a stumping, but we'll have a look to confirm. Rasidul batting so far outside his crease. Does he get back in time? Seems he has. Seems he has. Just 1 run here for the Tigers, so there's no way they'll even get the point over here. And just continuing the point we're talking about, the Knight Riders. So they got back-to-back matches against the Keeper Tigers and Telugu 11. So that's at least 6 to 8 points for them you'd think, from those games. So they'll want to get at least 7, you'd think. At least one of those 2 wins would need to be a bonus point. This is thrashed away. Offers a full toss to Bilal, and he will deposit that for 6. Umpire does not signal a no ball, but we will have a look at this just to see if it's a legal delivery or not. Yeah, it's dipping down, should be perfectly fine. Of course, if they can pick up 7 points from their next 2 matches, the Knight Riders, that would move them to 15. That would mean they would only need another 2 points. Oh, there's a chance for a run out there. Catastrophic bit of running. They were at 6s and 7s there, the 2 batters. Really, really chaotic. And it really sums up what this Nicosia Tigers batting performance has been like. Nothing has gone right for them. It's been a fairly sorry performance with a bat in hand. And well, he's not even going to run here, Rasido. What's he done there? Yeah, I don't get it. He's just so angry with himself. He strikes it out towards mid-wicket, doesn't even run the single, just hits that shot. And watch this, watch this. He's not even running. He might as well get a single. He just walks away in disgust. And yeah, that is a very sorry performance of the Nicosia Tigers. I think that is not the way you want to start off your Monday. Nicosia Tigers get it all wrong with the bat in hand, but they'll have to find a way to turn it around here against Encore. Both these sides going into this game coming off a losing streak, a 3-game losing streak for the Tigers and a 2-game losing streak for Encore. And as we can see, the Tigers have won the toss in that match and elected to bat first, left to do a lot better than what we saw from them in this game. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. It's a low light reel if you're a Nicosia Tigers fan. But for the Cyprus Knight Riders, what an impressive win against one of the big boys in this ECS. They defeat them by bonus points. Iftikhar Jaman made some early inroads by getting rid of Roman Mazumdar. He departed, having made just 1 run, 6 deliveries. Jaman playing against his old side, he would be very keen to make a big impact. Couldn't quite make the impact with the bat in hand, but he certainly did with the ball. That was the end of Zishan Mahmood. You can see Dinu Prasna cleaning him up. Rasido Hassan tried to give this a good go, but he was far, far too slow, making 22 runs of the 20 deliveries he faced. This was another one. MD Russell getting rid of Jahid Hassan. 2 runs of 4 deliveries for him. Jaman, well, would pick himself another wicket right at the end. Great bit of bowling. That would be the end of Mahtab. 2 wickets for him against his old side. He will be a mighty, mighty pleased with his performance in this second innings. What an effort there by Prasna to stop that 4. At that point, it was pretty clear that his side would go on to pick up the win, but he was still putting his body on the line, trying to save every run, and that was the big difference in attitude between these 2 teams. You saw the fight. You saw the Knight Riders fighting for every single run. Meanwhile, the Tigers extremely careless with the bat in hand. They just looked disinterested for much of the innings, and they deserve to be defeated by 59 runs and suffer this bonus point defeat. Let's have a look at the scorecard for this inning. The top scorer is Rasido at 22 of 20. Far too slow in innings, not what his side needed. Bilal came in at the end. He struck a few good-looking shots. I think he's the only batter who can leave this match with his head held high. The Knight Riders, well, we'll have a look at their bowling card. A superb all-round bowling performance by them. Everybody can be very proud of the way they bowled in this crucial match against the Nicosia Tigers. MD Russell, 1 for 11. Big congratulations to him. That is a terrific economy rate. And Jaman picked up 2 wickets against his old side. Did bowl the most expensive over of the innings. That over is worth just 12 runs, which isn't too bad in T10 cricket. In the end, the Knight Riders beat the Nicosia Tigers by 59 runs, and they pick up the bonus point in match 47. They put themselves in a very good position to make some serious inroads in this group and maybe go on to pick up one of the top 2 spots. Join us again in 15 minutes when we'll bring you match 48, which should be a real thriller between the Tigers and Encore.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for our second match of the day. It's great to be back live here in Ipsen. We witnessed a great upset in our opening match of the day between the Knight Riders and the Nicosia Tigers. The Tigers now will look to turn things around against Encore. Let's head over to the coin toss.
Michael, it's a call.
Head.
Head is a call. And it's a tails.
Who's going to bat first?
They're going to have a bet.
Well, thank you very much for that update to match referee Tyrone Peters. And as we can see, the Tigers are going to bat first. Obviously, they need to do a lot better than what they did last time around when they posted just 93 runs on the board. I think everything went wrong for them that innings, wasn't it? I mean, a pretty pitiful performance with the bat in hand, if we're being honest with ourselves. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. As you can see, Zishan Mahmood and Roman Mazumdar, the two of them, need to play a lot better in this innings. We obviously have had great expectations from them in this ECS. Mazumdar hasn't quite clicked just yet. He's got a couple of starts, but he hasn't been able to go on to play that big innings. Zishan Mahmood, he's batted well at times throughout this series, but can he go on and play that truly big innings? As we've said, we've seen 13 centuries so far this ECS, and Zishan Mahmood will be looking to make the 14th. Here's a look at the win predictor. As we can see, this game is a 50-50. It's pretty much a coin flip. Encore and the Tigers, two sides were very evenly matched, and this should be a really close one. Both these sides, of course, coming into this game with big losing streaks. Encore have lost 2 consecutive matches, and the Tigers 3 consecutive. So a lot is on the line in this match. It's the second last day of Group B action. So both these teams will be keen to get back to winning ways, because if they continue this slide, well, there's always a chance they might just slide out of the knockout stages altogether and they'll lose out on a spot to play on Wednesday. There we go. First ball coming up. A lovely bit of movement there away by Bhatti to start off. Yeah, this is going to be a very good battle between Rahman and Zishan Mahmood. Two quality players. We've seen Rahman pick up a lot of wickets to start off this series. He's going up against one of the quality batters in this country. Oh, he just strays down the leg side there. That's not a good ball. I think you can see what he's trying to do. He sees Mahmood advancing, and he's looking to follow the batter. And what he's done is he's provided him a nice and easy one on his pads. He gets played away behind square leg, 404. Mahmood gets off the mark with a boundary. Good shot by him. Very good morning to Shrabon joining us in the chat, saying Roman will be on fire, I think. Well, they certainly need him to be. They need a big innings out of him. It's not been the kind of start you expect from a player of his quality. There's a wide, but Rahman just overcompensating after going too far down the leg side in the previous delivery. Oh, nicely played away, but there's a fielder out in the deep, and it's going to be caught. So Mahmood, well, it looked to go destined to the boundary, but he's picked out the fielder in the deep, and it's another disappointing performance for Zishan Mahmood. He's going to be out for just 5 runs over here. Well, you expect a lot better from him, don't you? Bat just turning slightly in his hands, doesn't quite get it where he wants it to. And a good catch in the deep by the fielder. Well taken by Wasim Abbas. And it's back-to-back disappointing innings from a batter who we had big expectations for heading into this day. And the Tigers off to a difficult start, 5 for 1. And that is Hassan Rashidul coming out to bat. We just saw him batting about 20 minutes ago. And boy, did he have a terrible time in that innings. Went at a strike rate of 110. I think his attitude was pretty disappointing as well. Not taking singles, really careless, running between the wickets. You're going to need something a lot better from him here. Starts off with a wide Yorker. Good ball there by Rahman. And we know Hassan Rashidul is an explosive hitter when he can get going, but I think his batting performance was just emblematic of how this Nicosia Tigers side have played so far today. Oh, that's another wide. That's another wide. And he's got a clear plan here, Remont. You don't mind, it's a good idea, just needs to execute it. Better ball there by Remont. So just to emphasize how strange that innings by Remont was, his strike rate these last couple of years has been 198 and 180, respectively, over the 2 years of 2023 and 2024. And then he comes down the last match, faces 20 balls, makes just 22 runs. Goes for the big heave over there, fails to connect again. And that is going to be the over. The Nicosia Tigers are 6 for 1 at the end of the first. Good start here for Encore, keen to get back to winning ways. We'll have a look at the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we got the great privilege of joining you from here in Cyprus through to the 19th of June. After that, we'll be heading over to a budding cricketing powerhouse in Czechia. That one kicks off on the 14th of June, and then we're going to go further eastwards and visit some beautiful countries in Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria before coming back down south in August to play some cricket in Croatia and Italy. So a wonderful, wonderful summer coming up here on the European Cricket Network. A great summer of cricket, and you won't want to miss a bit of it. Wasim Abbas, the player who took the catch to pick up the first wicket, is going to bowl this second over for Encore. Haven't seen him feature too much throughout the series. He hasn't always been available for his side, but they'll be glad they have him back. Yeah, just 3 overs he's bowled in this European cricket series at a decent economy rate of 10. And he, of course, picked up 1 wicket against Sher Punjab. Starts off with a dot ball, so right on the money from the get-go. Yeah, Mazumdar, though, need a big performance from him. We've talked at length about him and his career in general over this past week. And we're expecting big things from him this ECS, but it hasn't quite clicked from him just yet. This is a terrific shot by Mazumdar. Pulls that one away for a 6. Terrific hit. Looks to go short. And it's pulled away by the Nicosia Tiger. Just picked up the length so quickly there, Mazumdar. That's what made it so easy for him to play. He's a top batter, very classy batter. Always hits it with the full face of the bat. So if he can get going, it'll be such a joy to watch. He's going to pick up a single here. A nice ball there by Abbas to come back. It was very good line and length, good pace as well. And Rusidal gets back on strike. He has to get off the mark. Played out 3 dot balls to start off his innings. Just needs to watch the ball closely. He's playing too many dot balls. Got a very open batting stance right now. Have a look at this. Oh, inside edge, goes away for a 4. He's very lucky over there, Rusidal. That one could easily have chopped onto his stumps. But he gets 4 runs. And that's really cruel for the bowler. I think Abbas has bowled terrifically. That was a good ball as well. Didn't deserve to go for 4. And that's just the nature of cricket sometimes. Oh, there was a chance. Just wonder if the keeper had struck the stumps. Could he have been out? Let's just take a look at this. How close was this? Would he have been gone if it strikes the stumps? Nope, he would have been back in time. So, yeah, it does well to get his back inside the crease. This one is just pitched around the pads. It's a very dangerous line and length if he's bowling there. I think Mazumdar will punish him if he does that again. And as the over comes to an end, the Tigers 19 for 1 at the end of 2. Let's have a look at the standings for Group B. As you can see, the Tigers on a 3-game losing streak here. This is their last group stage match. The most they can get are 17 points over here. So you really don't feel they're going to pick up one of those top 2 spots to make it to the quarterfinals. At this stage, it's just about trying to get as high up this group as possible to maybe get a favorable seeding for the quarterfinals. You at least will want to play the 6th ranked side from the other group during the elimination round, I should say. Beg your pardon, not quarterfinals. This one is struck towards long off. It's going to be a single. This inning's going a lot like the previous one for the Tigers. They're very slow out of the gates. Keep in mind they were 20 for 1 at the end of the second over during their opening match. And they've started off in very similar fashion here. That one goes down the leg side for a wide. And I like this by the captain, the fact that he's kept Breman on. He got him a wicket early. Let's see if he can make a few more inroads and really put the pressure on the Tigers. Struck out towards mid-wicket. And it's just going to be a single, so Rusidal, very slow start for him. He's on 5 of 6, and keep in mind that 4 of those runs came off an inside edge, so he's not batting much better than what we saw from him in the opening match against the Knight Riders. Straighten down the leg side a little bit here, Rahman. Needs to be careful with that line. And it's going to be leg buys. So if they get a few more early wickets here, Encore, the Tigers could be in dire straits. Keep in mind, they don't have their usual batting depth today. They're missing players like Vansham, who are normally integral parts of their middle order. Another single, so boundaries are just not coming here for the Nicosia Tigers. They're not able to capitalize on the power play so far. Look at that run rate, it's at 9. Can't afford to have it there. Another single. This is top bowling as well by Rahman. You've got to give him so much credit for the consistency he's bowling with. Now then, last ball of the power play coming up. Can the Tigers get one away to the boundary rope? Straight down the ground, and that's gone for a 6. So they desperately needed that one, the Nicosia Tigers. They do manage to get a 6 right at the end. This is a very good shot by Rusidal Hassan. He just misses the Yorker there, the bowler, and he gets underneath it really, really well. And off it goes for 6. So Nicosia Tigers 31 for 1 at the end of the power play. And it's a bit of a slow start for this Tigers side, but we'll have a quick look at this graph over here. As we can see, the Tigers, well, going at just about 10.3 and over. But well, I've got a big bit of news for all of our European cricket fans. I've got the great pleasure of being joined by the voice of European cricket, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu in the commentary box. It's great to have you on. I really look forward to commentating these remaining games with you.
Yeah, good morning, Kalispera. Nish, great to be here. Yeah, just arrived and doing a little bit of a cameo with Rico off for a bit. And I'm going to say great job by you over the last few days. Not just the last few days, ever since day one. We're great to have you back. And yeah, I know all the viewers appreciate that as well. You have come from Portugal, essentially. You had the night series final over there. Anyway, here we go with over number 4.
This is struck out towards mid-wicket. And Mazumdar will pick up a single, so it moves on to 11 of 8. Now, we've commented a bit about his slow strike rates throughout the series. And these first 8 balls, it's been much of the same story.
Yeah, just can't get that boundary away at the moment, can they? Finding it pretty tough going. But I want to say hello to everyone in the chat as well, of course.
That's another single there. And Zaman has come in to bowl this first over after the power play. Starts off well with a couple of deliveries right on the money. This is played out towards point and good fielding by the fielder out at point. Great work by Mohamed Nabil. Saves his side a few runs there.
But I've got to say, I think I got a little bit lucky with the weather, only 30 degrees. I think you've been dealing with 40 plus quite a few times.
This one is slogged away. There's a fielder out at mid-wicket, and he'll take the catch. The second wicket falls here for the Nicosia Tigers. Muzumder is completely off color today. He's been far too slow while he's been out in the middle. He tried to accelerate, tried to look for the boundary, but he's picked out the fielder in the deep. And it's another good catch for Wasim Abbas, his second one of this innings. And the Tigers are 33 for 2.
Yeah, he's just had a real tough run this morning, hasn't he? No timing in the ball. Now, of course, you've got the 5 outfielders, not just the 2 outfielders from the power play. So, in the end, we'll have to go, but it gives someone else an opportunity. 33 for 2. It was interesting also, a couple of, I suppose, half chances. Catches not really attempted. I thought maybe that's the case. They felt, well, these guys aren't really hurting us. Let's not go crazy trying to keep him in, because then someone else might come out and smack a boundary. That's exactly what happens. It's Maximo Aminul. We know that he can hit a long ball. He has the perfect start with 6 runs.
Yeah, Aminul is blessed with a bit of power, and they're going to need him to just help his side accelerate, shift up the gears a little bit. Does Aminul hold the key for this Nicosia Tigers side? Can he just spark them back to life? But yeah, going back to the weather, indeed. I think certainly out here in Limassol, we've had high 30s for much of this series. But if you go further inland, particularly towards Nicosia, yeah, they've been experiencing low and mid 40s out there. The humidity as well. It's been up to 40% at times throughout this ECS. This is played out towards mid-wicket, a good bit of fielding. And that's going to be a single. Just you've got to give so much credit to the players for coping with this heat, the officials as well. And there's so much the ground staff who have done a terrific job throughout this ECS and just help it run as smoothly as it has, despite the difficult conditions.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's been a huge effort from everyone. You can just tell with the players obviously need some extra drink breaks, and even then, we've seen some players struggling with the heat. I mean, it is a summer sport, so that's true. And I suppose this is the shortest form of the game, really, that you can imagine. But still, it takes its toll. It's a very intense form of the game as well. I want to say a quick hello to Rob Thompson, who is in the chat watching from New Zealand. Hello to Mohammed Hussain, welcoming me to Cyprus. Same with Raj in there. Hello to Kroom. I saw a bit of Kroom batting, actually, on the socials this morning on my way to the airport. I'll say hello to Shohag. Hopefully you're well. But a little bit unders at the moment, 10 and over. Seems quite modest. They need somebody to have a heater. Is it Aminul? He's gone 6 and 1 to start, and he's facing up. This is going to be Zishan Ahmed to bowl over number 5.
Zishan Ahmed, he was bowled superbly yesterday for Encore, but just couldn't get his side the result they needed. And gets a beautiful leg spinner. And he's cleaned up. Tomal Aminul gets a wicket off his first ball. And look at that little move he's doing inside the wicketkeeper. Those two love each other, and they'll love this wicket even more. The third one falls for the Nicosia Tigers.
Well, might be Monday morning, but it's time to party, isn't it? For Zishan, it comes in. Just really does him lack of pace here. Doesn't know whether to come forward or back. Does neither. Ends up just playing down the wrong line, and it crashes into the top and middle stump. So change of pace doing the trick. Encore, they're playing like a team. That has their tournament kind of in the balance. And, a little bit of the jiggy there from Zishan as he cleans up Aminul for just that 7. It's 40 for 3.
Here's Bilal. He was the lone bright spot with the bat in hand for the Tigers in that previous match they were involved in. Let's see if he can get them to accelerate a little bit here. He's been pushed up the order, getting so much turn here, Zishan Ahmed.
It's 2 balls, though, that have been played with the batters not getting across. You can see there just keeping the feet outside leg stump, swiping. Now he actually moves across to start.
And he's cleaned up again. It's a second wicket, and he's going to do the jig again. This is incredible by Zishan Ahmed. He's in a terrific mood, and rightfully so. He's picked up his second wicket. He's cleaned up another batter, and he's running through this Tigers batting lineup.
Oh, I mean, it's a fairly simple plan. Again, it's the lack of pace. See how he sneaks across a bit, but he still steps a long way outside leg. It's just a wild cross-bat heave, and it's giddy-up horsey time again for Zishan. Well, don't tell him that he doesn't like Mondays, because he's having a great time so far. I've got to say, I love the theatrics as well, as it's going to be 2 and 3. And let's put it this way, the number on the back of Bilal is fitting. And the score's 40 for 4.
Oh, another huge turner here. He's getting so much spin on this ball. And they're really struggling to play him. The Nicosia Tigers, 2 wickets so far this over, and we're yet to see a run.
Yeah, it's almost like the pressure built and built and built, and now it's Ishan that's coming in and bursting the dam wall, so to speak. Mahtab trying to be the one to turn things around, but what an over so far. It's gone wicket dot, wicket dot. Well, that's what we used to call a wow over, because it starts with wicket, 0 wicket, W0W. Now, Mahtab just taking a bit of time. Lucky he didn't do this before his first ball. Probably would have given up 5 runs. It's here comes Zishan again.
I think it's caught some pad along the way. I don't think there was much bat involved. That will wait for the umpire signal. Signaled leg buys. And they'll get some runs over here. The Nicosia Tigers won't be credited against Ahmed.
Yeah, so badly needed, to say the least. Let's just look at the average scores in this series. It's kind of up in the 130s, isn't it? It's been really high scoring. Cyprus has come to the party with the hundreds in this series. And I'm sure now this will be the season where we have our first ever 100 season. Now we're up 76, I think, last count.
Yeah, this is going to be played away, and it's going to be caught. No, it hasn't.
I think it's got him on the foot, and it's gone. I'm with you. I thought that he might have taken it, but let's have a closer look. Gets down on him, whacks him in the foot, and then the ball sneaks off behind him, so it'll be 4 runs. But that could have easily been a triple wicket maiden, because the 4 runs were actually leg bites. Anyway, it will go down. Just couldn't quite get off his feet. And that's the end of the over. So the score is 48 for 4. So it's certainly been a bit of an attritional start. Now Ralph Zaman is coming back. He took a wicket in his first over as well. Second half of the innings, Tigers need a turnaround. This one is turned around straight to the fielder. See, he's struggling with a bit of an injury as well. Yeah, I think that's Mohammed Kamar. But even that could have easily gone for 4, but it went straight to the fielder.
Yeah, he's presented an opportunity here to the fielder at mid-wicket, and Wasim Abbas, well, he's taken 2 catches so far today. The 3rd time of asking, he's not able to take one, so they've dropped a couple of catches here in the space of 3 deliveries. Encore. And is this just going to open the window of opportunity here for the Tigers to maybe take advantage of these extra lives? This one is slogged cleanly, and it's going to go over the boundary rope. It's going to go all the way for a 6. Terrific hit.
Yeah, this one does hurt them straight away, doesn't it? It was a bit of a goober, to be honest. So a couple going down. Just kind of need to get something fighting on the board at the moment. Markor will have the right of reply, but we know that they've been a bit hit-miss with the bat as well. Yeah, Markor have hit at least 100 every time. They've gone 144, 114 in a chase, 151, 127 in their 4 matches so far.
And this one sails over the boundary rope as well. Mahtab hits another 6. We saw him hit a couple of big shots in the opening match against the Knight Riders. We know he's capable of clearing the boundary rope. Can he do this with consistency? Can he keep going for another 10, 15 deliveries and get his side to something respectable?
Yeah, that's what they'll be hoping for. Last ball of Zaman's over.
And this one has just been snuck inside the tram line according to the umpire. And the over is going to come to an end, so goes for, attempts the wide Yorker here. Doesn't quite get the length right, but, well, let's see. Yeah, I think that's umpire's call, that one.
Yeah, remember the new regulation as well with the line belonging to the bowler, so it gives them a little bit more outside the off stump. The drawback is that line won't move if the batter does. It's been applied pretty well so far. I still think the umpire's been a bit harsh in some places, but that's a good call for me. And that's the end of the 6th over, 61 for 4.
Here we go. The man who so nearly had a triple wicket maiden and was denied by a drop catch is going to come on to bowl his 2nd over. He starts off with a dot ball here, so he's bowling terrifically so far. Zishan Ahmed has been so hard to get away for these Tigers batters.
He's been accurate, and he hasn't been too short. That's been the key. He's kind of lured batters forward. They haven't always been able to get forward. They've been a bit flat-footed the way they've played him so far.
Up in the air, and this is a catching opportunity. Is his third wicket coming? Here it is. And is it time to do the jig again? Is it time to do the jig again?
Well, I tell you what, he had to deal with the teammate there, and I know we probably didn't get this, but it's the 7 and the 0-7 that come together, and it's all smiles now. But Umar Raja, he calls this, and he says, that's mine. But it is true, it is kind of, it's getting away from him, and the bowler wasn't taking any chances, essentially outmarks him NFL style, and then just kind of rolls it away casually. But the keeper there, Umar, gave one of the greatest teapots I've ever seen. It was hands on hips. He said, hey, that was my catch. Bowler said, hey, no, it's not. And I've got a theory. That's normally the keeper's ball. If there's one player that can overrule him, it's the bowler because it's their wicket. And he doesn't miss out. So 61 for 5. Again, it's a good length that led to that false shot. Russell goes for 14.
A little bit of width on offer here, and it's the first runs that have come, well, you'd say properly off the bat. The first proper shot that's been played against Ahmed so far this inning. The skipper gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, and that's the first one really that has been short enough to pull, even though it's a straight pull. So just a slight error in length. But still 3 for 8, very good figures. I'd say if the centuries have gone up this year, but the hat-tricks and the 5-wicket hauls have been struggling a bit. He could potentially take a 5 for here.
Very nicely struck away by Hassan. Just carves that one away towards point. Goes into the scorer's table.
Andy has just misfielded that, and he's put all the fielders in danger. The next thing I heard was the ball crashing into the table. Don't know if we've got this on the replay. Andy's normally, is that Andy down there? Andy's normally very reliable. But this one's just blasted through. Keep an eye on him here. Then, yeah, straight through him. Hopefully no shins were harmed in that. Of course, it is a place you can rock out the shorts here at the Ipsonas Cricket Ground.
Meets this one on the half volley. And in the end, shot caller has done quite well to prevent that from going for a boundary. We've seen some nasty bounces on this pitch, the Tortuga bounce, but none over there.
And I think that would have been an easy one to just try and take on the full. Even if you drop it, it's probably the best way to stop a boundary as well, but he didn't go for the catch.
Short of a length, a good length this ball, and it's played by Mahtab out towards mid-wicket. Gets a single, and the Tigers are 71 for 5 at the end of 7 overs.
Hovering around that 10 and over every single time at the moment. Beautiful blue skies here. ECCW really excited about this with the ECCW Euros of Women's Cricket expanding to 10 teams this year. Now, there's also hope that we can eventually get that up, maybe get a 3rd division in there, maybe an emerging division, and then you might see teams like Cyprus in there. You might see teams like Estonia in there as well, who are going to be here just next week, or this weekend now, I suppose. So it's going to be great to have that international cricket here as well. So we have the men's and women's internationals, T10 internationals, but then also men's and women's T20 internationals next Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So there'll be a bit of an overlap, won't there? Because I'll be off to Prague on Thursday. I'll be here Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. But then we'll have T20 cricket there on the weekend with the Central European Cup, which this year is a 3-way tournament between Croatia, Czechia, and Gibraltar. So yeah, it's always good to have a mixture of formats and internationals on the network. Anyway, it's going to be the start of a new over, and Mahtab's going to get a bit of a filthy full toss. How high is this? I felt like probably wasn't. Oh, it's actually higher than you think. Maybe it's worth a look. It swung away for 4 runs. But again, I think they want to have a look at this. May not have got it. To me, again, maybe we can have the original replay. Maybe they've said that's okay. So, to be honest, I think that Mark will get away with one there. Anyway.
Nice, cleans him up there. Terrific ball. The batter comes forward and he just yorks himself. I think Mahtab, he's been the best batter so far for the Nicosia Tigers. And this is a big wicket for them. I think he could have potentially got them to a respectable score if he just managed to carry on till the end. But just gets this one to swing in very nicely, doesn't he, Arslan Ahmed? And he gets another wicket. So they're losing wickets at regular intervals here, the Tigers.
But just nothing going their way. I mean, there's a borderline call the ball before that they've decided not to call. This is a nice shot of what happens, but yeah, just going wandering. I mean, it would have been a free hit if that one was called the ball before, but Tigers just can't take a trick at the moment. 75 for 6 in the 8th. Wasn't quite as dangerous as the ball that Kroom got yesterday in that clip that he's put on here, where he got a proper beamer. Well, speaking of it, that will be a no ball, and it's going to cost 4 extras as well. So that'll be 5. And that one might have been debatable. This one wasn't, Nish. This was a head, high, full toss. The batter has to just basically weave for his life.
Yeah, he just has to get out of the way of that one. It's a racing straight for his helmet. And Ahmed's done quite well to get away from it. And a little bit of a concern here because the keeper is down and someone's gone over to tend him.
I didn't think it hit him at all, so maybe it's just that he's twisted an ankle or something. That's what it looks like here at the moment. Ahmed looks in terrible shape, doesn't he? He's walking it off. I don't know if I've got another replay of this at all, but he basically got chewed up by the delivery as well. It kind of yorked him, but he's putting the gloves back on, so that's a sign he will continue. But he's joining the list of the walking wounded. Free hit to come, don't forget.
And he's not able to capitalize on the free hit here. Ahmed just getting some great movement back into the batter. And he just didn't have the room to free his arms and play the stroke he desired.
Yeah, that's right. That's the one time you think he would go leg side there. But kind of backed away, tried to hit inside out, didn't work. So Ahmed gets away with the beamer.
A lovely ball, and he's gone over here as well. You can just see that bail has come off, so another wicket falls for the Nicosia Tigers. Wickets continue to tumble, and at this stage, well, can they even get to triple digits? It's going to be a huge challenge for them.
Yeah, look at him. Again, he's got a habit, backs away. He literally plays the latest of late cuts. It's so late, it almost misses the stumps on the inside. But, yeah, check it out here on the replay. Just literally cuts it into the bottom of the stumps. Does enough to dislodge the bail. So Faisal Ahmed becomes next to go. And Arslan Ahmed will take his wicket. That's a second wicket for Arslan. And the Tigers still staggering, aren't they? 80 for 7 now.
And the left-hander coming out to bat. We're just going to have a long on in place, a deep mid-wicket. Got a deep backward square leg and also a very traditional fine leg. You can see there's a fielder at fly slip. This is played out towards long off. It's get off the mark with a single here. So that's the first runs for Musharraf in the European Cricket Series. So big congratulations to him. Playing in his first match for these Nicosia Tigers.
That's a good, confident little shot there. Look, can still get his team to something competitive here with a good finish.
So he just looks to pitch one around that Yorker length, and Hassan has failed to connect. He's going to have to feel that the captain here, he's going to have to face as many of these balls as possible. I think Musharraf, the plan will be try to get a single. And this first ball of the over, then just let Jahid Hassan play out the remaining balls. Obviously, he's the only established batter left in this lineup.
They've been very kind of stable at that 10 and over, which is, computer's predicting 100. Doesn't seem like enough. Seems about 30 short, doesn't it? But, I mean, we've also seen innings where no one really steps up and teams don't get to 100. So that's what Nicosia Tigers will be hoping in the second half of this game. Here's the 9th over. This Wasim Abbas coming back. So he's still got an over. You've also got Arslan Ahmed to bowl another over. He just took 2 for 6, so it's not going to get too much easier for the batters out there.
Yeah, Musharraf should be looking to get a single over there. He has to get Jahid Hassan back on strike. He's trying to play an inside-out drive. I think for a low-order batter, it's always going to be a difficult shot. And once again, just looking to make room by getting leg side of the ball and play it through the offside. Just get bat on ball, get Hassan on strike. I think that has to be the key for him.
Yeah, if you can get a cross and knock it to the leg side, there's absolutely no infielders at all. So you be able to walk one. He's that habit of backing away.
That's another dot ball. I mean, this is perfect for Encore. Just keep the ball on a nice wide line, and Mashur probably won't get near too many.
Yeah, Musharraf needs to find a way to get off strike. He's trying, thinks he's getting out of his crease. He's snuck across a bit as well. Just wants to drop it and run. He keeps swinging, and it's not really working for him. That's the old fork, 4 prongs, 4 dots so far in the 9th over. We say it normally all happens in the 9th, but absolutely nothing happening in the 9th at the moment for the Tigers.
Certainly nothing happening for them right now, but he got to credit Marquardt. It's good lines and lengths to the tail ender. They just want to keep him on strike so he can chew as many dot balls as possible. And, I think that's a harsh one. I think that's a harsh call.
Yeah, but this is my point. This is one I think, I don't think misses the line completely. I think it gets some. See, look. So, yeah, for me, it's over the line. It's hard to tell when it passes the line. I suppose they need something to happen. Next one he makes look wide and misses. So that's another swing and a miss. And the scoring's come to an abrupt halt here.
Yeah, look how he's just backing away and trying to hit it through the offside. As you mentioned, they've got plenty of room on that leg side.
His best shot was his first one, Musharraf.
He's going to go big over here, but he's going to present a catch. And it's going to be the end of Musharraf's innings. You know, this is one of those moments where you just consider maybe a tactical drop to just keep Musharraf on strike for the final over. But he's done no damage to Marquardt. He's done a lot more damage to his side.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, but Jahid Hassan was not running there. Even if Musharraf wanted to, he said, look, if this is dropped, I don't think we want the single. But yeah, just that's not easy coming in first game at the level as well. So, I mean, obviously he's batting down the order. Started with a pretty nice looking drive down the ground, but again, by looking at the videotape, he'll be able to work on a couple of things, I'm sure, with his batting to deal with a little bit better next time. 82 for 8 then as we hit the last over. Tawhidul Islam at the non-strikers end, but Hassan on strike.
And Hassan, the captain, will send this one deep. It goes all the way for 6. Terrific hit here by the skipper, and this is why I wanted to see him back on strike.
Exactly right. He knew that he had to be facing. In that last over, interesting, there's that borderline wide that was called. Actually kind of cost him a maiden, but in the end it got him a wicket because of the extra ball. So if you ask the bowler, they'd say they'd probably prefer the wicket. You don't really go to bed at night closing your eyes dreaming of the maidens. Not quite as dramatic as the thrill of taking a wicket, but still very valuable, obviously, in this form of the game.
He could very easily have had 2 maidens in this innings. That's it's quite alarming, of course, because this one's called a wide. A good decision there by umpire Tracy Pasquille. Yeah, obviously, there was one with Zishan Ahmed where he had a chance to get a triple wicket maiden and the catch was dropped. And then
True.
Now you have Wasim Abbas coming close to a maiden as well. Got to credit these Marquardt bowlers. They've bowled really well, bowled with great consistency. And they've also been helped by some rather ordinary batting at times by the Tigers. He won't take a single over there. Jahid Hassan, I think, is going to face all the remaining balls.
Yeah, it's probably the right call. If you can't get 2, then you just stay at home and try and hit boundaries. But yeah, even that 100 is looking a long way away at the moment.
Yeah, Tawhidul Islam, he's never batted in the European Cricket Series, so I don't think Jahid Hassan's going to have too much faith in him. Smart bowling there by Ahmed.
Yeah, I think that the bowling, for the most part in this innings, has been a bit of a game changer. So, yeah, the batting hasn't been particularly good either, but it starts with putting the ball in the right spot. And we haven't had too many extras in the innings. Okay, we've got 5 wides and no ball in the whole innings, which I think this level is pretty decent. Now, I've been considering running here and trying to run 2. See, that for me is poor cricket. Now he's going to work out how to come back, but if he'd run straight away, probably would have gotten 2 there. So anyway, Islam is going to get 1 chance to be a hero. Might even get 2, actually. 2 left in the over. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, even if he hadn't got the second run, he would certainly managed to get back on strike, and then it would have been Islam running to the danger end. So yeah, I think it just signifies the way that the Tigers have batted in both their games so far today. Just not been very smart cricket. But can Islam get a 6 of his very first European Cricket Series ball? Yes, he can. What a moment for him. facing a delivery for the first time on the network, and he bashed it away for 6. Maybe Hassan should have been at the other end.
Yeah, I was going to say, turned out to be a good single, didn't it? Because, yeah, just perfect timing there from Tawhidul Islam. And so they do get up to 96 and a boundary here. We'll get them to the 3 figures. Here's the last ball.
Yeah, and he's going to look to pick up a single here of the last ball. And can they come back for a second run? Islam certainly doesn't want it, but what's Jahid Hassan doing?
Yeah, I mean,
he was totally uninterested.
Would have been run out anyway, but it's the last ball. It's just poor game management there. I don't know what there. He might have been. I'll tell you what's happened. Camera 3 will show this. He was already run out, I think, at the keeper's end. So the ball flicked to the stump. So that's why he doesn't run again. See there? Oh, let's have a look. Maybe look at that one more time. Does that hit the stumps? Well, it does hit the stump. So is this out or not? That's the question. So we'll have to roll this one back. I don't think he's out there. I think the bail falls after. So then the second one definitely will be out. So I think he's even in before the ball hits the stumps. But then so he doesn't try. And the square leg umpire, in the end, he goes upstairs. He says, no, that's not out. So that's going to be 1 plus run out. Bit of a messy end to the innings, but they're going to finish at 97 for 9 off the 10. But yeah, bit of a strange finish. And in the end, they will almost get that score up to the 3 figures. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights of this first innings, where the Tigers had kind of lethargic early. A couple of catches were held. That was a good one out there by Abbas. Yeah, but I just think that the bowling and for the fielding, for the most part, at least, holding their catches. And I think that this was a really important over as well, with Zishan Ahmed able to do a bit of a dancey dance as well as get the ball in some good areas. And it looked like he could even get 3 in the over there.
They could easily have had a triple wicket maiden. It was a terrific bit of bowling by Zishan Ahmed, and after that over, it just really settled them in this game. They really managed to establish their dominance in this match. We'll have a look at some of these nice strokes that were played by Emadur Mahtab. He managed to strike 4 boundaries, one of the better batters for the Nicosia Tigers in this match, making 21 of 10 until, of course, he was dismissed by Arsalan Ahmed. And we got to credit their catching as well. They took their catch as well. This was the one where we just saw Ahmed taking one off the wicketkeeper, saying, nope, that's mine. I'm not going to risk you trying to make a meal of that one. Tomal Aminul gave it a good bash, but then eventually he'd be dismissed as well. Good bowling by Zishan Ahmed. And right at the end, we're just wondering if Jahid Hassan could strike a few boundaries, just trying to get them to that 100 mark. We saw a few batters try a big shot. That was, of course, Parvez Musharraf. He played out 6 straight dot balls, and eventually hung one up and managed to get just 1 run off the 7 deliveries he faced. Big moment, of course, for Tawhidul Islam. He managed to strike a 6 off his very first ECS delivery, and in the end, the Nicosia Tigers will end up with just 97 runs in the 10 overs they faced. I'll have a look at the scorecard. I believe that there might be a few issues bringing it up.
Yeah, that last ball, I think, maybe caused a few issues with the scorecard while they sort that out. But yeah, it was a pretty good effort, I think, from the bowling and fielding team. Mahtab gets to 21, but he's the top scorer. Residul with 14. And Jahid Hassan, the captain, ends up on 16 not out as they reach 97. Bowling-wise, 3 wickets for Zishan Ahmed, 2 for Hassan Ahmed, and singles, Junaid Rahman and Wasim Abbas. We'll take a break, but we'll be back pretty shortly. We'll see you then for the second half, as this chase, I'm sure, will be 98 for Encore. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butts, and back soon in Cyprus with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Ipslaners Cricket Ground here in Cyprus as we continue with this Day 10 action just today and tomorrow before we start the knockout stages with Elimination Day on Wednesday, then Quarterfinals Day Thursday and Finals Friday to determine who will be the winner of this European Cricket Series. Winnie Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, having landed in Cyprus this morning. 97 confirmed as that score in the first innings, and that means that obviously, as always, the 7-over chase of 98, that's 14 and over, will get you the 4 points, and I think that's what Encore are coming out planning to do. Having said that, if it goes horrendously wrong and they make 67 or less, then they won't get a single point. That's the beauty of the ECN point system here in 2024. Nicosia Tigers have some making up to, don't they? Just couldn't get anything going. They were restricted early. Their gun's not firing. They have got a score on the board that we have seen defended before, although probably less and less the way things are going in ECN cricket these days. Tomo Aminul will be bowling the first ball. 98 to win from Encore. And make that 92, because that's straight down the ground. Maximo! And what a brilliant start that is. Confident getting on the front foot. I mean, that wasn't a half volley, but he got every piece of that. Shazad Ahmed off to the races off the very first ball. Now goes up and over the offside, accesses it and gets it. Maximo, and almost takes off one of the Cyprus Knight Riders out there. That's the one over the shoulder off the boundary. And, how about that? And that's probably a shot we didn't see too much of in the first innings. We saw a lot of leg side play and attempted leg side play. Speed in, speed out at the moment for Aminul. Now uses the pace, but guides it straight to the field. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN on a Monday morning in this island nation. Joining me once again is Nish Butt. Nish, what a start from Encore. Bang, bang.
Great start. And keep in mind, they're chasing down a very low target of 98, so they might even be eyeing the bonus point here by getting off to a flyer of a start in Encore. Let's see if Nicosia Tigers can make a few early inroads. Tomo Laminal coming in for the fourth delivery of this innings.
All right, this has got to be a chance. It's not an easy one, but it is catchable, and he just can't find the right route to the ball there. And that's Ishan Mahmood. He's had a bit of a game to forget here. Just misjudged that. It's not so easy in this sky as well. It's quite hazy. And he kind of zigged when he needed to zag, and that has to go down as an opportunity.
Now, certainly an opportunity. Nicosia Tigers usually so good with their catching. This time around, the Zishan Mahmood has completely misjudged that one. Normally a very safe pair of hands. You can just tell he's very frustrated with himself. You can, having a look at him right now, he's currently stationed at mid-wicket inside the ring. And he knows he's probably let a very important opportunity slip by. Here we go then. Aminul bowling to a boss who's getting ready to face his first ball. A beautiful shot. Lovely, lovely stroke. You love to see a nice cover drive along the ground. Deserves a few extra runs just for some aesthetic points. Nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. And things just not going to plan at all for the Tigers so far. Like I said, 14 and over is the rate to pick up all 4 points. And just think about where that would leave the Tigers, who are obviously playing their last group game here. That'll leave them on 13. There's a few teams that could leapfrog them today and tomorrow.
First over comes to an end. Aminul ends it with a dot ball. 17 runs off that over. It's very expensive for the Tigers. And it's just a start that Marco would have been looking to jump out to in this chase. It's been 43 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European cricket. Now, we're going to have plenty of close matches since that last weekend. And I had the great pleasure of commentating that golden ball alongside Rico. But now we just haven't quite been able to get the golden ball since then. We've come close a few times. We've had some 1-run wins, some 5-run wins, but golden ball itself hasn't just come yet.
Had a couple of close calls in Portugal as well. My first day there actually was last weekend, last Saturday when I got there. We had a couple of last ball finishes. Anyway, never know. Here's over number 2.
Oh, it's an incredible shot. Absolutely wonderful. Stand and deliver there by Ahmed. That ball just raced off his bat and has gone for 6.
Yeah, what a shot. This is straight through the line of the ball. You can see the techniques there and the timings there at the moment for Ahmed. That was a really powerful strike. Yeah, and we noticed something with the golden ball as well. We've never had a golden ball like it. It was actually 2 golden balls in one, wasn't it?
Straight down the ground. Where's it going to land? Just beyond the rope. That's going to be a 6. So back-to-back 6s to start the over.
Yeah, so the first ever re-bowled golden ball, even though we had a no ball and a golden ball, as you would remember very well, Italy versus Austria, and Sahil Zadran bowled it at the Roma Cricket Ground, but it was a single off it, so it was a no ball +1, game over. I think that was golden ball 37. This is going to take some stopping. It's going to blast straight through Hassan Rasidul. That looks pretty easy on TV. Well, let me assure you, it wasn't, and it found a hole, luckily, I think, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, it goes right through the field at Rasidul Hassan.
I think it might have gone through the fence as well. It was going so fast.
Yeah,
Well, if there's ever a reason to wear a box at long off, you just saw it. That was absolutely pounded.
that one struck really firmly. Just raced straight at Rasidul Hassan. Goes straight through him. He's normally such a good fielder at long off, and yeah, even he couldn't stop it. It just emphasizes how firmly that was struck. And yeah, that was a very interesting golden ball. It had a no ball and a wide on the same delivery. Obviously one in Italy. We saw a great match-winning innings by the Italian skipper to guide his side to a win in that golden ball.
Yeah, that was a strange one, wasn't it? Even the choice of who to bowl. But, hey, golden ball guarantees drama.
This one's wide. It's just been left alone by Ahmed. He read that one well. I've seen a lot of players spoil wides, but no problem there for Ahmed.
Yeah, no problem there at all. Geez, they're looking in very good shape here, aren't they, at the moment, halfway through this second over.
Yeah, certainly they're eyeing the bonus point here, Encore. They want to get back to winning ways after 2 consecutive losses. And a bonus point victory against one of the big boys in this group would certainly help them. This one's been launched into the air as a catching stand. Bilal underneath it, and Bilal will take it. Let's see if he's going to feature with the ball later this innings. We're very disappointed to not see him ball at all in the opening match of the day. And wow, superb catch. Really well done there by Bilal. Tracked it very well and then takes it. And the first wicket falls.
Yeah, it was a must catch, wasn't it, the way things were going. Yeah. You'd just still be hopeful you could force a turnaround here. But yeah, it's looking pretty unlikely. Just, you never know, especially with it being your last game as well. No excuses not to give everything here. The Tigers try and pull off a defence. But like I said, those 97 runs have shrunk pretty quickly as the first wicket falls, 34 for 1.
2 balls left. So I'd really like to see Bilal, though, bowling later in this match. He's an electric quick bowler, left-arm fast bowler, and he wasn't used at all in the previous game. They were involved in the Nicosia Tigers in our opening match against the Knight Riders. Looks like the umpires are just having a word here. They're on the walkie-talkie. Wonder what the discussion is here.
Well, he might not have all this stuff, or is it the keeper? Looks like the keeper's in a bit of bother. It's hit him on the leg. Is he saying that he can't continue? He's taking the gloves off. So that must be what it's for. But that was strange. It's hit in the leg and he's got the pads on. Okay, yeah, the keeping pads don't offer as much protection as the batting pads, admittedly. But yeah, it looks like Roman Mazumdar is going to assume the wicket-keeping duties here.
Yeah, it's going to be Roman Mazumdar. I think him and Jade Hassan have been sharing the wicket-keeping duties throughout this European cricket series. It looks like Roman Mazumdar is going to put the pads on, and he's going to be behind the stumps for the remainder of this match. It'll be interesting to see if Jade Hassan bowls during this innings. We haven't seen him bowl much since he assumed the captaincy for this Nicosia Tigers side. Maybe he'll just step in, though. They're in a tough situation here, the Tigers, and try to get them out of a hole. Here we go. 5th ball of the over. Oh, he picks up the length really beautifully there. Very well struck by Zishan Ahmed. We saw him play a big part with the ball in hand in the first innings, and he starts out his innings here with a 4.
Yeah, rolled the dice for the short ball, but didn't work out too well, did it? It's well executed shot as well. I mean, it's no mistake why they've been scoring more runs. Just, I mean, technically, the batting's been a lot better. The timing's been there. Even that, he got back and across and in a really good position to hook, and then he let that ball pace the ball do all the work with the 2 fielders down the ground as your 2 outfielders. To bowl the short ball was a huge risk, and it didn't pay off.
Yeah, just been paying attention to Jahid Hassan. He seems to be clutching his right hand right now. I'll give you an update on that right after this delivery. It's pushed towards mid-wicket. Bilal will field it. It's just going to be a single. So, yeah, we just had confirmation that the change of wicketkeeper is due to a hand injury. Yeah, that explains why he's been clutching that hand while he's been standing at fine leg.
Yeah, so thanks for that update. 39 for 1 after 2. It was strange, but it seemed to come after a ball that I don't think hit his hand. Maybe it did slightly, maybe kind of got the end of it, but obviously a bit uncomfortable there. So yeah, with Roman in the side, gives them another option that they go with. Encore, they had a big win here. They could go to 12, and then the world's their oyster a little bit, isn't it? Obviously, you got Al Fatah, who are beating all comers at the moment. Look at their net run rate as well. But they still might have visions, Encore, of the top 2 and the skipping of Elimination Day. Remember, the top 2 teams go straight through to the quarterfinals and get the bye on Wednesday, which in this heat actually could be a bit beneficial as well.
Yeah, it's a huge advantage. You also get that rest day, as you just mentioned. And a lot of teams will be battling it out for this. I think it's going to come down to the last match tomorrow to determine who actually gets one of those top 2 spots. And we do see Bilal come into bowl, so I like this move. I know he was a touch expensive yesterday, but he's such a quality bowler. There's no way you can have him out of the attack, especially in a situation like this, when you've got to take a few risks, and I hope he can get his side some wickets.
Yeah, they'll be hoping, but more hope than anything else at the moment. Like I said, you'll keep running in. It's a 2% chance, so, hey, never know your luck.
Good bit of fielding there. It's a good bowling here by Bilal. He started off bowling in the right channels.
He's bowling with good rhythm, I think, here. Obviously, you want to use him as much as you can. They're 2 dots building something. It's just we haven't seen too many kind of top order batters struggling the way that we saw the Nicosia Tigers struggling at the start of this game. Never really been able to recover in this contest.
This is a push towards mid-wicket, and is he going to have a shy at the stumps? No, he won't. They tell him not to go for the direct hit, and they'll get a single here. Yeah, Bilal bowling with much more consistency today. I like to see that. I think yesterday he was far too erratic, overused the bouncer. We know he's got a lot of pace, and he's also bowling a little bit slower today just to focus on his line and length. Got a long on and a deep square leg in place for the left-hander, Abbas. A nice ball. That was right on the stumps. Really good ball. And that's been terrific bowling by Bilal. These first 4 deliveries. Now then, can he go and produce an important breakthrough for his side in these remaining 2 deliveries?
Yeah. Hoping to get Abbas here. Left-handers. Only faced the 3 balls so far.
Oh, it's gone up in the air. This could be a chance, and it is taken. Very well taken a mid-off, and this is why we're calling for Bilal to bowl. He produces a breakthrough his side so desperately needed, and this is just going to open the floodgates. Can the Nicosia Tigers put their foot in the door?
Yeah, they'll be hoping they can. So it's a good reward for, I think, what was a pretty good over. Bowled with some good pace and pretty good areas as well. So does get the breakthrough. Simple catch. And the Tigers will get that breakthrough. Encore now 40 for 2. Well held there as well by Tamadou Rahman, who has a catch to go with his wicket.
Last ball of the power play coming up here. You know, Bilali loves a shorter ball. Is he going to bowl a bouncer here to the new batter? He's refrained from bowling any bouncers so far this over.
I'd be attacking the stumps. I think new batter, that's your best chance. You got one ball at him here. Okay, you might get another over, but right now, if you're batting, the last ball you want is something on your stumps that you have to hit. Last ball of the power play.
Goes for a back of a length delivery here. There's
no.
some miscommunication between the two batters on the middle, but they're not going to be punished for that error because the two fielders have really messed that one up. I think it's Tomal Aminul and Toidal Islam who have just not been able to collect the ball cleanly, and the power play comes to an end. Encore, 41 for 2.
Yeah, I think they'll realize it's over now, but yeah, just completely botched the run, didn't they? But the fielders equally botched it. Let's have a look at the power play then. 17, 22 and 2. It just shows you, string a few more overs like that together, a few more single-digit overs, maybe you can still work your way back into the game. It's a bare minimum. Obviously, the Tigers want to take it into the 8th over and guarantee their point. Hello to Helix and hello to Ivan B as well. Helix spotting that maybe they did get Jahid Hassan on the fingers, that delivery that also crashed into his pad and bounced away. Anyway, taking the opportunity to have a little bit of a drinks break. I know they've been having 2 drinks breaks per innings, depending on the heat. So we'll have a little break after 3, a little break after 7 as well. Russell will grab the ball, and up to 5 outfielders allowed from this point forward as we're out of the power play, as umpire Tracy makes that signal.
So they are going to use Rashidul Hassan in this innings. He didn't bowl in that first match, and he's been underused with the ball throughout this series. They've mostly used him right at the top of the order, and he's been focusing on his batting. But now maybe they're just going to experiment a little bit with this bowling attack and see if someone can produce a few more breakthroughs for them. And it's come off the edge of the bat. He didn't know where that one was going, and not a very convincing stroke, but certainly a desirable result.
You see here, though, why it's so hard to defend runs on this ground, because this is just a proper false shot. It's a leading edge. The fielder backward point thought he was in the game, but then he just saw it continued to loop over his head. And then with this outfield being so fast, it easily goes for 4. It's pretty much off the back of the bat, actually. Just off the middle of the back of the bat. 4 runs.
Oh, that's going to be a wide. It's just caught the edge of the pitch, so he's fortunate it's not going to be a no ball. And you got to credit the fielder out in the deep. He's done a terrific job of ensuring it doesn't go away for a boundary.
It's actually a no ball, I think, for the fielder being outside the circle at fine leg. That's what the motion was from square leg. So the fact that square leg is calling it tells me that that's what it was for. So that's why they're calling it a no ball anyway. I think you're right. I think it probably was just on the pitch. But anyway, it'll be a free hit in for the batting side, Encore.
He's going to launch this free hit over the rope for a 6. So after a very quiet third over, this one starts off with a bit of a disaster for the Nicosia Tigers. It's on a good length. He gets underneath that ball so well, elevates it over mid-wicket. 6 more runs.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. Lift it up and out of here. Now have a look at that rate for the bonus point. Down in the 12s.
That's another wide here. Just very wayward to start off Rashidul Hassan. If this over continues the way it has, this might be the over that could potentially give them a big step towards getting that bonus point. You can just see why maybe Rashidul Hassan has been a little bit underused during this ECS. Can he turn things around? Got 4 more balls left in this over. This is pushed towards cover for a single.
Yeah, exactly to a ball now. Russell kind of been moving the ball around okay, but hasn't quite had the location where he wants it.
is just going to miss the stumps. That was really, really close. It's probably just gone a couple of inches past the leg stump. I bet the stumps are feeling the breeze of that delivery.
It wasn't too far away, was it? Yeah, they were still thinking, if we can take 2-3 wickets here and get some new batters in, maybe less recognised batters, maybe they can still pull this off.
Push towards mid-wicket for a single. I think at this point the primary task for the Nicosia Tigers is to ensure they don't suffer another bonus point defeat. It'll be their second one of the day for a side who obviously harbor some ambitions of silverware to end the group stage with 2 consecutive bonus point defeats. Would be a massive disaster.
This didn't feel right there. In fact, slipped out. That's the backwards slower ball. So slow, it actually has negative velocity. So umpire Tracy does the fielding there. Watch this one. There you go. This shows you Tracy's switched on. Spotted that one, I think, before the bowler even realised where it went.
Oh, great ball there. Terrific delivery. In the end, the batter's actually done a top job to actually dig that one out. Jams in the Yorker there, Rasidul Hassan. And 15 runs come off that over. Encore are 57 for 2.
Yeah, still in very good place. But 14 over required. It's kind of where it started, isn't it? I think no-brainer to bring back Bilal here. That's exactly what they're going to do. Because that really good start means they can cruise from here. The only thing that's going to get in trouble is a lot of wickets quickly.
Yeah, as things stand, they're on track to pick up the bonus point as well. Going at 14 and over, they need to go at a 13.7 to pick up this bonus point. There we go. Can Bilal produce another magical over? I should say magical over from the bowler's point of view, since of course that means 20 plus runs for us here on the European Cricket Network. That goes down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. Of course, Bilal had a very special performance against the Limassol Zalmi when him and Zishan Mahmood got on the roll. And during a 4-over spell, managed to pick up 7 wickets and gave up just 15 runs. So they're going to need something pretty similar here. The Nicosia Tigers.
Oh, he's good enough to do it. I think that's something's really clear just by watching him bowl. He's got that natural kind of zip about him. Being left-handed always helps as well. Bowling with good rhythm.
Oh, it's another wide, overcompensating there. Then the keeper doesn't help him either. Oh, they're going to pinch another run here. So that's 3 runs off this over so far without a legal delivery bowled.
This is giving me Muhammad Amir vibes from the Pakistan Super over the other night. Let's check out the... Oh, it's not a wide. It's a bit of a harsh one. That was inside the line. Remember, even the line belongs to the bowler. So it's a tough one, but okay, think positively. If you're below, you get another chance to take a wicket.
This is played out for a single. It's a... Let's see, a quiet over here.
It was an extraordinary game, wasn't it? USA versus Pakistan. And then, I mean, if Pakistan had beaten India yesterday, and they were certainly in that position to do that, and there's a lot of buzz in the cricket world about it, the USA loss would have been in the rearview mirror pretty quickly. But, yeah, it's a very interesting group, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, they would have certainly been forgiven for a loss against the USA if they had picked it one up against their arch rivals India, but in the end, they were unable to go and chase down a run-a-ball target. Ahmed just strikes that full toss out towards cover.
And then, of course, Australia versus England. Interesting game as well. Quite a bit of that. Certainly a bit of good-natured rivalry. I think we also had is it South Africa versus Sri Lanka game with some of the crew over here getting into it. Both represented here with Jared and Meter, of course. So this one sneaks past for a dot. He's Bilal's been excellent here, hasn't he? I think he took those 2 wides away. Then he should have 1 for 5 off 10 balls bowled. Even 1 for 7 off 9 balls bowled. It's pretty good. And what he might have done at a bare minimum is to at least save the point for the Tigers.
Oh, is there an outside edge? There is, and it's superbly taken by Roman Mazumdar. An outstanding diving catch. The second wicket for Bilal. And the Nicosia Tigers pick up their third. This was his top ball. It's a proper left arm seamer's wicket. We'll take another look at this one. It's just pitching nice and full, just gets a little bit of movement away. And Roman Mazumdar, mind you, is replacing Jay Hassan behind the stumps. Takes an absolute blinder.
Yeah, that's a really good catch taken to his right. Had to track it. The one thing about Bilal, he is pretty quick. So Mazumdar's quite a long way back. So it means he's got time to react. But he took that technically very, very well. So Bilal has 2 for 7 now, 62 for 3. Here comes Ralph Zaman to the crease.
Another wonderful spell of bowling for Bilal. And it just makes you wonder why he didn't bowl in the opening match of the day. Oh dear, that is a huge no ball.
Yeah.
Huge no ball. Just one that slips out of his hands. Bilal is prone to that at times. I think he's tried to be he's been very metronomic with his lines and lengths so far this innings, but occasionally just gets a little bit erratic.
Well, almost down to your third wicketkeeper here, and then it goes with the kneecap stop. Somehow does it, but yeah, free hit coming up for Zaman. So where I'd probably get a bit inventive, I'd probably go across and flick to fine leg early in the innings. Can't get out, remember? Goes the other way. That's what I wouldn't have done, and it didn't work out too well.
Yeah, and it's can't cash in on that free hit, can they, Encore? And yeah, obviously with fine leg inside the riv, he just steps across. Just needs to get a little bit of bat on it, and will most certainly get a boundary. Let's see what Bilal will do here. He's gone short. Is he going to follow this up with a Yorker right at the stumps? Last ball of what's been a terrific spell for Bilal. Pitches this one on a good length, and they're going to steal a single here. It's a slight misfield there by Toidul Islam. It's his first day of European cricket action. And he's just been unable to do that. He's just rehearsing how he should have fielded that right now. As we're halfway through the innings, Encore need 34 runs of the next 2 overs if they are to pick up the bonus point.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road, but hey, you never know. Bilal's given them a bit of a shot. And I suppose one thing we do talk about a lot is bowling accuracy. And bowlers that have bowled accurately in this game have had good results. It doesn't matter what team they've been on. Looks like this is going to be Zishan Mahmood, who's going to bowl over number 6.
Had a 4-for earlier this series, Zishan Mahmood. Now he's a bowler who's certainly capable of taking wickets. More than 20 ECS wickets to his name. Can he produce a few breakthroughs here? Encore, let's just keep in mind, not as blessed with the best lower order. So a couple of inroads here. We might have an interesting finish. Oh, well, that's very unfortunate. That is really unlucky for the bowler. It was a top ball. He got the Yorker in, and it's just taken an edge and gone away for a 4.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unlucky one, really. Does get it right, and it's not always fair, is it? And Zishan, not too happy about that. Still potentially on for this bonus point. They need a good over here, you'd imagine. 30 off 11 required.
Nice ball there by Zishan Mahmood. Comes back very strong. Gets a little bit of shape inside as well. Zaman has struggled early in his innings. He's on a run of ball 5, and 4 of those runs, of course, came off the inside edge on the previous delivery. Takes this one out well. He's just bowling these Yorkers with great consistency. Here's Zishan Mahmood. And is there a chance? Is there a chance here with a direct hit? We're going to have a look at this to confirm.
Yeah, I reckon this is really, really close. It's going to go upstairs. Let's check it out. Again, good length from Zishan. Gets a good position. So he gets behind the stumps at least, so he's not going to get in the way of a direct hit. Does this bat get down in time? It's pretty lazy here. He is gone. Bat in the air. So, tell your story walking. And really not a great piece of running. Took a line that went off the pitch. Yeah, I just noticed he plonked instead of sliding, and that's going to cost him his wicket. Zaman's going to be run out for 5. Excellent direct hit as well. I think that's Tominol. That's grabbed that one from cover, Tomo Aminal. And so that will be the 4th wicket to fall. Score 68 for 4.
Another wicket falling here for Encore. And they're just keeping themselves in this game, the Nicosia Tigers, by picking up wickets at regular intervals. They're certainly helped by some poor running, as you pointed out.
And check it out here. Definitely not really going 100%. And when you consider how close he got, just needed to put a bit more into it, and he would have been fine.
Yeah, he's slow out of the blocks, and he just veers away a little bit at the end. Doesn't slide his bat in either. Well, he didn't help himself, Zaman. He can have no complaints now that he's going back to the dugout. Umar Raja.
Does bowl a good Yorker, that doesn't he? T10 gets that one in there again. Can just try to save this point. It's a bit wasteful, isn't it, that run out? But let's see if Umar can come good. Had a bit of an issue with his ankle, didn't he, when he was keeping? So the keeper's having a tough time.
Yes, played with the full face of the bat down the ground. Although I think a full toss like that probably should have been belted behind square leg with no real protection over there.
Yeah, just trying to play with a straight bat. You can understand that, I suppose. So we'll get to have a look at Raja for the first time with the bat. That bonus point just creeping away. I suppose the other thing here, if you lost a couple of wickets going for the bonus point, you still need 20 odd. You never know. You could get pulled out.
Edge, and it's just going to go past the keeper. There was another chance there. Roman Muzzender puts in the diving effort. And they're producing a lot of chances here, the Nicosia Tigers. You've certainly got to give tons of credit to their bowlers.
Yeah, and he was slightly wrong-footed there, wasn't he, Roman? His weight was on his left foot. Still hasn't gotten up. That's flat out stuff from the keeper. But it runs away for 4 to finish the over. 73 for 4. So now they need 25 off this over to get that bonus point. Otherwise, it looks like it could be a 3-1 result. But that's the thing. If you go crazy here, say you sky a couple, you lose a couple of wickets, and suddenly you're kind of 70-odd for 6, and just getting to the 98 at all isn't a sure thing.
I've been saying this for much of the series, but Bilal and Mahmood should be opening the bowling for me if I'm the Nicosia Tigers. Your best bowlers should bowl right at the top of the innings against the opposition's best batters. And just imagine if the two of them had bowled those first 4 overs and they'd set the tone this way. Encore could have had a really, really tough task trying to get to 98, but instead they got some good runs in those first couple of overs. 39 to be exact. This is a wide bowled by new ball by Tamidur Rahman.
And he bowled the second over, went for 22. So I've got to say that, yeah, it's given another opportunity, but he won't want to go magical again. I think this game's got a bit more of a feeling now. Let's make sure we just get the 3 points. And we've lost 4 wickets. We don't want to necessarily go crazy. Remember, Encore, they're kind of hovering as well, aren't they? They've got a 2-2 record, and just the win would be almost good enough, I think, to guarantee them that they'll be in that top 6.
This one is going high up in the air, and is it going to clear the rope? No, won't. Just takes a bounce in front of it, and it's going to be a boundary. A much-needed boundary for Encore. Boundaries have really dried up in these last few overs. Just see, we're taking a look at where that one has landed. Should be a 4.
Yeah, I think the pitch is just inside.
There we go, that angle right there. You see that puff of dust in front of the boundary rope. Goes for the slower ball over there. Turns into a low full toss, but it's only going to be a single.
Yeah, so now I think that's a bit of a pipe dream. Even with that now, 3 6s won't do it. So I suppose well done to the Tigers. It's really a case of what might have been, though. Even if they could have eked another 20 runs or something like that.
down the leg side. That's going to be a wide. So just 18 runs away now, Encore. Can still mathematically pick up the bonus point if they hit 3 consecutive sixes here, but will be a challenge, although Roger's certainly someone who's capable of clearing the boundary rope.
Hey, yeah. He's 4 off 1. I'd definitely be looking for it. You know, I'd definitely looking for it.
This is played along the ground towards long on, so bonus point now. Guess it's unattainable. I think you just need to keep an eye on the clock here as well. The Nicosia Tigers
Yeah, it's not
should
looking
be
great.
fine, but it's still going to be in a tight spot.
Yeah,
Especially with the amount of extras they're bowling.
I don't think it'd be tough to make it, put it that way. You still got to bowl 2 balls in this, and then you're looking at kind of less than 5 minutes to bowl 2 full overs. If we get that far.
It's a good bit of fielding there by Toidal Islam. We know he's had a few issues in the field so far this innings, but he puts in a good stop there and he saved his side 4 runs.
Yeah, you just hate to kind of get back into this game and then give up the 5 runs, wouldn't you? But yeah, I think well done to Tigers at least. They'll finish, assuming they don't pull out a win here, they'll at least finish on 14 points, which currently is 3rd. But where they finish, no one knows really.
Good bit of fielding, very good bit of fielding out in the deep. That's a top work to save some runs there by Emadur Mahtab.
Yeah, not a bad shot. Just a little fraction short. I like this, though. Getting down on the ground, not easy to do, but sometimes you just got to do it. And so that takes us to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 82 for 4. So what's coming up in match 49? As Kipro Tigers Limassol taking on the Cyprus Knight Riders. Got to say, CKR, they were pretty impressive, weren't they? Dismantling the Tigers earlier on in the day, taking all 4 points out of that contest. And the news from the toss is that the Kipro Tigers have won the toss, elected to bowl. So Cyprus Knight Riders tangling with 2 Tigers here on day 10. Let's see how they go. I think they do have to go in as pretty decent favourites for that one.
Yeah, the Knight Riders have been a very impressive team. I think they were a bit of an unknown quantity since we haven't seen them before in the European Cricket Series, but they've been very impressive. You know, played out a very close game against Shure Punjab and came out on top in that, and then picking up the win this morning against the Nicosia Tigers. And this is just tucked away. As they have enough to go for 4. No, it doesn't, because the field is going to come across and cut that one out. So certainly been impressed with this Knight Riders side, and it will be a team to watch for the remainder of this series. I'll be interested to see how far they're capable of going. I certainly think they could give some of the big boys a real scare.
Yeah, they've got the kind of number of players that can hurt you. I think that's one thing that's quite clear about them.
In particular, you look at someone like Sarkar. This is a good Yorker here. He's bowling Yorkers with such great consistency here. Zishan Mahmood Sarkar, a player had never played before on the European Cricket Network, comes out, hits 350s in his first 3 matches.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. You don't see that very often at all. Even someone like Iftikhar Jaman missed out earlier on, but they rallied around him, didn't they, to score 150 plus against the Nicosia Tigers.
Another Yorker. I mean, he's bowling superbly here.
Yeah,
Zishan
he's been
Mahmood.
great at the death. And the thing is, he gets through his overs pretty quickly as well, because number one, these balls aren't disappearing to the boundary, and he doesn't have the longest run up. So, yeah, still honestly don't see them making the time here. They've got 9 balls in about 3 minutes 40.
This one's been struck out towards square leg. Just going to be a single. Yeah, they would need a wicket here, really, just to get that extra minute.
They've got to go 25 seconds per ball, which sounds like a lot, but then you got the change of overs. Yeah, I'd be surprised. And Encore kind of stuttering a little bit, aren't they, in the second half of this innings?
Cleaned him up. He's got him. Zishan Mahmood, he really deserves that wicket. It's been superb bowling by him at the stumps. And Raja will miss out on this one, plays the wrong line, and he gets cleaned up. So, well, they're keeping things rather interesting here in the Nicosia Tigers.
Again,
it's a run of ball.
See, they'll get a minute for that. So people go, okay, great, they get another minute. But their minute gets eaten up by the new batter coming to the crease. So it doesn't actually really move the equation too much. But yeah, I think I agree with you 100%, Nish. I think Zishan, he's pitched the ball up. He's shown how you can really keep the bowling simple. Sometimes people come in trying to bowl a million miles an hour. They're kind of all over the shop. But just look where this bounces just before that front pad. And yeah, he's constantly had the stumps in play, hasn't he, Zishan? So 85 for 5 with the ball to go in the 8th over.
Yeah, this is where the batter should have been a little bit smart and made sure to use about 55 seconds or 58 seconds
I think
to
he
get out
used
there.
most of them. I think he's pretty clever there. So, I mean, Sir Hale coming out, the captain. Game on the line. 13 off 13 required.
Struck out towards long off, and yeah, now, oh dear, that's a misfield. Well, he's going to be very annoyed with himself. You could just sense the anger and disgust he feels as he lets one slip by, and that might be the error that has lost his side the game. I don't think they can recover from this.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Tried to get everything behind it, but that last bounce, you never really know, do you? So 89 for 5 after 8, and have a look at that time, 42 seconds. Last I saw it, I think one way or another, they're going to get over the line here.
Yeah, you just feel at this stage you just need another 4 runs to win. There's no way they're going to get through this over in just under 30 seconds. So one shot can basically win it now for Encore. That's a full toss. And the fielder's going to have to rush out to try to stop this. And he's going to stick a foot out. But he doesn't have the best first touch. Tamidur Rahman will let that one get past him for a boundary as well. And you feel like that might be the error. That is a 1. Encore the game, especially since we expect them to not be able to finish out these remaining overs within their allotted quota. Or we just seen a jump here in the timer now. Minutes been added on.
Yeah, so I mean, sometimes there are allowances that are made during the run. So obviously officials are always tracking that. But I feel like this game might not last the distance, especially if this goes, which it does, against good timing. Got to say that this has been a real class knock, hasn't it, from Zishan Ahmed. Just kind of sucking up the pressure, batting within himself a little bit, but they're still looking for opportunities to score and hit boundaries. That was a beautiful looking cover drive.
Yeah, he's had to be a lot more cautious throughout this innings than he's typically accustomed to. With his side losing numerous wickets throughout the course of this innings, he just had to be the batter who steadied the ship. And it looks like he's now going to guide his side to a victory. Scores are level, and those will be the winning runs. And Encore will snap their losing streak. They'll pick up their 3rd victory of this European Cricket Series. The bowler's like, wait a second, don't I get another ball?
Where's everybody going?
No, you don't.
Yeah, well, what a case I might have been there, but it's going to be a very, very useful win for Encore here. And they move to a 3-2 record for the Nicosia Tigers. It's the end of their group campaign. And they've done enough, I think, to be involved in Elimination Day. They won't finish top 2. So yeah, they'll finish with a 3-4 record, and 14 points is what's coming up in around about 25 minutes. We'll be back with the next match. It's the 3rd match of the day, which is Kipro Tigers Limassol against Cyprus Knight Riders. Plenty of players to watch in both of those teams. Why don't you join us for that one? We're still 3 more matches to go here as a new week begins on ECN. Let's go and have a look at the highlights then. And with only 898 to win, looked like a pretty done deal early, didn't it? We saw some big runs in the first couple, 17 off Amadul's first over. And Tamidur Rahman went for 22. Writing was on the wall. But, hey, I think you got to give credit to the Tigers as well. They battle, they get their point. Just had a knack of getting wickets, keeping that line moving. Just a case, I think, they didn't have enough runs on the board.
Yeah, they probably lost this match in the first inning. We just take a look at that catch taken by Rahman at mid-off to get rid of Wasim Abbas. Shahzad Ahmed got them off to a flower of a start. 29 runs of just 8 deliveries. They managed to make 39 runs in those first couple of overs. This was a terrific catch by Roman Mazumdar to get rid of Arslan Ahmed. And at that stage, they were just in a spot of bother, Encore.
That was a great run out as well, wasn't it, from Amadul? Just kind of caught the batter napping. And it's a lot of things you could have said might have been different, but I really did think that was a bit of a missed opportunity. I know they're happy to get the win, Encore. It's a very useful win, but we know how close we think it might be. But the Tigers just had that knack of coming through when it mattered through those middle overs. I think that Zishan Mahmood bowled really well, bowled full, bowled straight. A couple of misfields that I think they certainly come through. That one bounced off. Something to Rahman. And this one made it pretty much a done deal. And so they end up getting home with 8 balls to spare. So they get home in the 9th. But Tigers will have to lick their wounds. We'll see them on Elimination Day in a couple of days' time. Zishan Ahmed ends up with the Player of the Match award for his 33 not out. Also, thought he was pretty useful in the first innings with his 3 for 14. Don't forget also that Shazad Ahmed got him off to a fly with 29 off 8. Single figures from the rest, but it was enough to get the job done. As far as the bowlers went, a couple stood out.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to give big credit to Mohamed Bilal and Zishan Mahmood. I'd love to see the two of them open the bowling for this Nicosia Tigers side. I think if you saw a spell like this, you look at the two of them, they gave up 25 runs, picked up 3 wickets between them. If those two had bowled the first 4 overs that way, this could potentially have been a very interesting match. I think looking at someone like Rasido, he'll be a little bit disappointed. He gave up 15 runs in the solo over he bowled. Tomal Aminul was a little bit expensive as well right at the start of the innings. And in the end, having a look at that match summary, you really feel the Nicosia Tigers, they lost this match in the first inning.
Let's have a little break then. Still 3 matches to go on your ECN Monday. And we'll be back with some more Tigers against the Night Riders with Kipper Tigers Limassol taking on CKR in match 49. That's about 25 minutes away from the first ball. Until then, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Nish Butt. Enjoy the break. Stay cool and stay alert. We're back soon with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our lunchtime match on this marvelous Monday features the Kypro Tigers of Limassol and the Cyprus Knight Riders. Both these teams have plenty of Bangladeshi expats, so it should be a nice little internal rivalry. Let's head over to the coin toss, where match referee Tyrone Peters is alongside both the captains.
The Knight Riders to call.
Head.
Head is the call. Tails.
I'd like to field first.
They were going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much for that match update to match referee Tyrone Peters. And this should be a very exciting match. Both these teams coming in off the back of big wins. We saw the Knight Riders earlier this morning thrash the Nicosia Tigers and pick up a bonus point win. Let's see if they can make it 2 wins in 2 during this game. Meanwhile, for the Kypro Tigers, they pulled off one of the greatest upsets we have seen in this ECS by knocking off the Limassol Zalmi a couple of days ago. They'll be elated. They'll be heading into this game with a lot of momentum. Let's head back to the commentary box, where you'll be joined by Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks very much, Danish. Looking great out there in the middle. I know he survived with the long sleeves, though, as you get an aerial view of the Ipsonus cricket ground. You heard it there from the toss. Kypro Tigers, Limassol deciding to have a bowl first. So they will be on the chase. I've got to say, they've won a game chasing and they've won a game batting first. So maybe they're not too bothered. Just want to know exactly what they need to do. At the moment, they have a 2-3 record, but they didn't take any points out of their first 2 games. They were playing a little bit catch-up, whereas Cyprus Knight Riders, they've just kind of started to get ticking in their tournament, haven't they? Led by Anwar Hussain. But Iftikhar Jaman, I'm sure he's keen to come back after a golden duck this morning. Watch out for him. Wonder if they'll persist with him at the top of the order. Knight Riders, 71% favourites. Of course, they had that good win earlier in the day against the other Tigers side, the Nicosia Tigers. Kypro Tigers, Limassol, though, they're a team that are kind of building into things, aren't they? They've been unpredictable. It's probably what I'd call them. Remember, they did chase down that 152. Made it look pretty easy, didn't they, against the Telugu 11, just when Telugu looked like they might be able to register their first win. They're still winless at the foot of the table. But, yeah, other times it hasn't quite gone right for the Kypro Tigers, Limassol. The Battle of the Tigers, they only managed 80 batting first. That was chased down by Nicosia really, really easily. They actually had a pretty decent win over Limassol Zalmi by 13 runs over the weekend as well. And Kypro Tigers, Limassol will play their final group matches here in match 49 against CKR and then against Encore in match number 50. And then I suppose we'll see how they're sitting on the table. Remember, the top 6 go through to the elimination stages. The top 2 go straight through to the quarterfinals. So right now, Kypro Tigers, Limassol are sitting in 6th spot. So they're in the bubble, as we'd say. And if they weren't to have some good results here, then could find themselves at risk, especially with a team like Limassol Zalmi still with 4 matches to play. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo in Cyprus. For the first time this year, actually. I missed out the January tournament because I was on night series duty in Gibraltar back then. Now I'm here with Nish. He'll be back pretty shortly. I've got to say I'm a fan of the Kypro Tigers Limassol. Got the kind of 70s style font in the numbers. I've got to say I was a bit of a fan straight away. And they got kind of the dual blue kind of setup there. Also, I like the colour choices from Cyprus Knight Riders. Not quite the midnight purple you'd see from the Kolkata Knight Riders franchise, but a pretty interesting green with it. A splash of a couple of other bold colours. Anyway, here we go with Molla to get us going, and it's going to start with a wicket. It's a royal duck. And how about that? Iftikhar Jaman has a king pair here on day 10. Cannot take a trick at the moment. It really wasn't that good of a ball from Showan Molla first up. But the catch is taken, and Kypro Tigers are on fire early on a sunny day in Cyprus. Mohamed Emran Bhuyan takes the catch. Really couldn't miss it. In the power play, you do have that part of the field pretty stacked. And how's poor Iftikhar Jaman? And roll out the red carpet and get ready to curtsy, because there's Royal Derek with a wicket off the first ball of match number 49. Taking your catches is so important. We've seen some as easy as that go down on our time here in Cyprus. Probably every European cricket series you see a varying standard of fielding, but I have to get Jaman. He will be taking the pads off, wondering what's happened. Where's his luck? This one straightens. Looks a bit high to me, but they're going up, and what a great start this is for the Kipro Tigers. Well, that's not the greatest shout ever. It was high. That was only one of the things wrong with it. But you got to say, like the enthusiasm. Hussain. Well, he charges and then kind of bunts this down to fine leg. Probably two there if they hustle. Well, I think he's made that stop. He's booted it back into play, so they'll walk a two in the end. This might be an interesting one to see on the replay, because he does kind of fly with the foot, but where's the foot at this time? There we go. I guess you got to give him the benefit of the doubt there. And he seemed happy enough with it, so I think that'll be all right. It'll be 2 runs. The bowler smartly just trying to get on with it. Again, kind of plays back to one. It's a middle kind of length from Moller. So Saka comes on to strike for the first time, and Ish was mentioning him as a real breakaway 350s in his first 3 innings on ECN. He's looked the goods. Well, he's probably going to bite him at some point. He won't want it to be soon. Well, he gets the slow ball first up, floats down the leg side. He'll feel he's missed out on that, though. And there is a deep backward square leg. Will be called wide. That'll be bowled again. Well, Rob's saying, a bit of duck news, that Donald Duck, very famous duck as well, to be fair to him, has a birthday today. Steps across. This has come off something, but a lot of the time these are off the pad. This will be an interesting one. Steps across. Let's watch it. It's off the pad. Oh, unless, does it take the glove on the way up? It does hit the pad, but then bounces up. And just have a look. When it bounces up, does it deflect again? Probably not. Too much doubt there for me. Now, it's going to be 3rd time unlucky for Saka, and he's going to have to go, and reality does bite him. That's another duck, and it's 2 wickets in the first over. It's bookended with wickets, in fact. And Cyprus Knight Riders are riding high earlier on, but now these Tigers have them in the corner. It's 4 for 2 after 1. High drama here at the start of match number 49. Again, it was that rolling leg cutter, wasn't it, from Moller. Again, steps across. Huge deflection there. Simple catch behind the stumps for Shaukat Khan. So, a dream start for Kipro Tigers. Limassol trying to play themselves into a good position and play themselves into the knockouts. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me once again in the commentary box is Nishay Bhatt. And Nishay, what a start that is for the Tigers.
Dream start for the Kipro Tigers. I've really enjoyed watching Shaun Molla throughout this series. He plays with so much passion, wears his heart in his sleeve. And I just love the fact that he got a big break of luck this over. And he got himself a couple of wickets. Gets rid of the danger man, Sarkar and Iftikhar Jaman in that over. So Sarkar's half-century streak is finally snapped.
It's a classic jinx. You've put it on him, mentioning his three half-centuries in his first 3 innings. Anyway, change of over now. And, oh, well, first one's jammed out as Hussain is on strike. Baljinder Singh bowling, and Danuwan Pradhana has come in. Wasn't he good earlier on in the day as well? Cracked 60 off just 23 balls. Watch that one on my way here. This one swings, but swings a bit too far. Yeah, so what I was saying before that, last week it fell. Apparently Donald Duck is 90 today. So Derek's just over 1. Derek's birthday is in March. Because one day, this is one of the great things about Derek. We never planned Derek. He just turned up. It's a nice shot from Hussein. Steps across, gets in great position to hit that one down with safety. Hits it to the boundary and 4 runs.
Great stroke there by Hussein. I'll get them to 9.
So that's a little known fact about Derek, is he wasn't planned. One day he just appeared on the screen in Portugal last year, just after the ECL. And now he does various iterations of the Derek, including the Peacock Friday Derek. The Royal Derek is a fairly new one as well. But people love him, except batters. Full toss, hit hard. Good luck stopping this. It just blasts straight through him. There's 4 more. Rizal Islam down there, probably wishing he was somewhere else. As that's another boundary to CKR, trying to recover this power play.
Yeah, a couple of boundaries here for the Night Riders. We know who was the director that day when Derek was born.
I have my guesses, but I don't want to name. I just like to say he belongs to all of us. This is lifted up in the air. More work for Riaz down there, and that's going to beat him. That's going to be 4 more. So Hussein making up for some lost time. He got them off to a good start this morning, didn't he, against Nicosia Tigers with 24 of 14 before getting out. So he'll be keen to go on and play a big one. This is good shot selection here, straight down the ground.
Yeah, it's to a very safe part of the field. No long off in place as well. It's always going to be a tough chase for Rizal Islam.
Now gets careful on one, just gets the single. But yeah, Donald Duck, 90 years old, wow. So what would that be, 1934? Sounds about right. Maybe tell us your other famous ducks. I mean, Daffy's a pretty famous one. But tell us if there's any we're missing. Another edge. This one goes past the keeper. Pretty well handled there. End of the second over. Still plenty happening as CKR are 18 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, great start here for the keeper of Tigers. We'll have a look at the standings here for Group B. As we can see, the Night Riders have picked up a couple of wins in a row in this European Cricket Series, and they've got a good chance now to maybe catch up with one of those top 2 and make a little late run in this group, because they're certainly going to need that. They're playing 5 matches today and tomorrow, so if they can get that elimination round by, they get some rest on Wednesday, and then they'll be fresh for the quarterfinals on Thursday.
They would love that. And the other thing is for Kipra Tigers, they're kind of in the bubble at the moment. They're in 6th spot, and so I suppose Telugu 11, they're going to struggle based on what we've seen so far, but definitely Limassol Zami, if they can put some performances together, will want to break into that top 6. Rizal Islam is going to bowl and start with a wide. I've got to say, I'm pretty surprised they don't go back to Shawan Molla, because why wouldn't you? The guy's just taken 2 for 4. I wouldn't be leaving him on the shelf at this stage.
Yeah, I think he should have gone back to Shawan Molla just to see if he can make a few more inroads into this Night Riders top order. He lost a couple of wickets. 2 more here would really be a disaster for them. This could be a tight one. This could be a real squeeze. He's going to go for the direct hit, and terrific backing up, because that's taken an awful bounce. But the fielder, Jahidul Apu, I believe, is the one backing up.
Took a Tortuga. Yeah, I think this would have been out if it hit. Let's have a look at when the ball comes past. Yeah, I think it was just out. Anyway, back to live action. Well bowled. Maybe a little bit of a noise, but I think might have just hit the ground on the way through. But Islam, after a bit of a wobbly start, has come good in this over. Yeah, 2 teams that have had, I suppose, mixed performances so far. That's why you see them where they are on the ladder. Has to reach for this one, but the wides aren't helping too much. That's one thing we saw having a big bearing, I think, on plenty of the other games actually here. Some of the bowlers have struggled with their control, but when you have gotten it right, that run rate has taken a big dive. We saw that last game was a really good example of that. Just flicked away, finds the fielder though, and that's going to be gone. Well, there you go. That's another duck. 3 ducks in the first 3 overs. Pradhana, he was in good form earlier, but he won't get off the mark this time. Again, nice catch held. Fielding making the difference. It's 21 for 3.
Derek working overtime here at lunchtime. It's a really, really rough start here for this Knight Riders side. The third batter to depart for a duck. It's Parthena coming off a 60, so 3 informed batters have been sent back to the shed without troubling the scorers. And Derek comes waddling out in the sun once again.
Ooh.
A terrible sight for the batters.
Never great when it's coming on the new batter as well. That's a bad sign when you see Derek in your eye line. But our new batter coming to the crease is Chami Kumara. Great start, but it's only a start. Left-hander comes in. But yeah, the decision to go with Riaz pays dividends. It was a nice catch down there by Hardeep Singh.
It's just lovely to see this turnaround for this keeper of Tigers side. Their opening day, they were struggling so much, demoralized at times. They couldn't take a single catch, and they've come out here. They've taken 3 catches early in this innings to get 3 important wickets. So it's been wonderful to watch the development of the side. This could be another catch. It is. The 4th one falls, and Derek's going to be waddling out again. He has cursed Kumara.
Yeah, Kumara got too close to Derek on the way out. And Derek's going to go a bit golden for him on the way back. How about this, though? Just tries to play a nice-looking shot. It doesn't get the timing. It hangs up in the air. Can they form an orderly queue there to take the catch? So, well, nothing but a whammy for Chami. He'll be the 4th to go. It's 21 for 4. And there's golden Derek glistening in the Cyprus sun. What a start this is now. Yeah, and even the decision, I said, you know, I would have gone back to Mola. I think most people would have, but they go to Riaz, and now he's got 2. And not just that, he's on a hat trick with 2 to come in the 3rd over.
I remember when the keeper of Tigers played Shouted Punjab, and they put down 6 catches in that match. And here they are right now. They've taken 4 of them early in this innings.
Hat trick kind of barren streak, especially in the day series. The last one in that was actually back in Brescia. We didn't have one in Estonia, and didn't have one in England either. So anyway, hat-trick ball. And it's Saeed Shuvo on strike. Pretty good hat-trick ball too, but he keeps it out. Got to mention it was a good catch as well by Jahidul Apu, but it was a simple one to remove Chami Kumara. Let's see if it affects how these middle order batters come out and play. I say middle order batters, but Anwar Hussain, the captain, is still there at the other end. So big dramas early on here.
Yes, middle order is going to be exposed for the first time this series. We haven't seen them bat too much because the top order has been so good. And this is a terrific shot, rocking back and hitting it through the goalpost for a goal. And Shuvo gets off the mark in style.
Cricket's a game to play in the heat, but I can't imagine playing football here in these kind of conditions. I think that you need a few extra drinks breaks if you're going to do that. But anyway, it does take us to the end of the power play. And Riazul Islam ends up with a pretty good over. 2 for 7 in that one. It's 25 for 4 after 3. Plenty of drama in the power play, as the players will have slight drinks here at 3 and 7 overs just because of the heat. Although, if you've just joined us, it's not quite as hot as some of the days last week. I was keeping track of what the temperature was here, and I was blown away with some of the numbers in the 40s. But today, 31 and a bit of a breeze to keep the players a bit cooler than before.
No, but just going back to the point about football, trust me, if you've got a break time here or PE, they're not going to let up. You're still going to play football in this heat.
Yeah. No, it's pretty popular. But, yeah, it'd be interesting to play on this field as well, I think. A bit like the cricket is a bit interesting sometimes. But it's a great facility. I'm also looking forward to, I won't be here, of course, but watching the cricket on the weekend from the Happy Valley facility. Internationals in both the T10 and the T20 formats. I'll be doing my own internationals in the CE Cup Women's Tri-Series in Czechia, but I'll be being sure to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, great playing facility out at Happy Valley and RAF Akrotiri, so that should be a wonderful experience for everyone involved. First over after the power play.
This should be another one, really. If he can get there, he misjudges it, and now it's going to be a tough stop, and we won't have to stop it. That's Mohammad Arif Akash, the captain, going back there. Molla does come back for his second over. We thought they'd bring him back in the 3rd. They bring him in the 4th, but we've seen this happen a couple of times today. Just a misjudgment of the flight of the ball, ends up behind him. The thing with Molla that makes him an interesting bowler is he's not fast, but that's his weapon, because the amount of missed timings we've seen of him, it's been staggering, really. Batters kind of itchy for that pace on the ball, trying to heave him away. That was very close to being a 3rd wicket for him. Now this is the effort ball, but it goes wrong. The keeper, I think, gets a piece of that, but it won't be enough to stop it going to the boundary. So wasteful, really, from Moller, who went away from plan A and pays the penalty, 5 runs.
Yeah, I wonder how close this was to the leg stump because the ball straightened a lot. Just wonder, could it have gone on to clip the leg stump? It wasn't too far, in the end. It actually straightened a lot.
Missed by a stump, didn't it? But I still think probably shouldn't have been starting on that line to start with. If you can get that kind of movement by starting the ball on the stumps, then it becomes a dangerous delivery. Bonus runs for CKR. That one's a little bit straighter, tucked around the corner. This might be a leg bye. Wait on the umpire, and he says, yep, that will be a leg bye. So 1-2 the total. Hello to Chris Smith, good to see you. Hello to Terry Richmond as well, saying welcome back. Well, it's nice to be back on the day series. I think it's my first time in the day series since we had our England finals. I did with Charlie. That was a pretty good experience there. European Cricket Series in England. Very different. Different colour ground to this. But also plenty more rain. This is off the bowler's hand, but they'll get a single anyway. Yeah, we had a bit of everything that England series. It was only 5 days, but we had Hornchurch, the ECL champions, not winning a game. We saw Pavel Florin end up playing for them. We had the NTCA team, essentially the England 11, come and boss it on finals day. Could leave this one as well. So just these extras creeping in a little bit for Kipro Tigers Limassol. Hey, I'm going to say, I said this off air, but I'm going to say well done to Jared as well. Jared Newton's been filling in on the commentary when he hasn't been required over there in the officials' booth. I thought he was a very interesting guest commentator. Have a lot of experience, played with a lot of good players. Captained his country as well. Nice looking straight drive here. It's going to test the fielders. Eventually, Riazul Islam's up to the test.
Great to commentate alongside Jared. He's obviously got a wealth of knowledge of the game. Gives some insight into coaching as well, and plenty of great stories as well from his time playing in South Africa. Obviously had the privilege of going to the same school as Devon Conway, at Quinton de Kock in a neighboring school, as this one's going to be a dot ball. Goes for that wide Yorker Molla.
Yeah, pretty good location there from Molla. It's been good, but not quite as good as he was early. Although having said that, one of his wickets was with a slightly dodgy full toss first up to get the luckless Iftikhar Jaman. His last ball of the 4th over. That's pretty optimistic. And goes running. Oh, and I don't think you can really give this. But let's have a look at the replay. I think he likes it for obstructing the field. Don't think so. But this is just a nonsensical run to distract the umpire from the appeal. But the umpire was never going to consider it. Look, it's miles away. Then he goes up and then realises he's in trouble. He's got the right to turn around and run back. Ends up wearing it at the back of the leg. And that's the end of the 4th over. Moller will finish with pretty good figures of 2 for 13, but he doesn't take a wicket in that over. It's 35 for 4 after 4.
Yeah, that would have hurt, wouldn't it? He's getting struck in the back of the leg. This is a great start here by the keeper of Tigers, keeping the pressure on this Knight Riders side. They've not let up. They've been on in the field as well. Great energy, great passion.
Good question here from Chris asking, have we been able to get permission from the British forces to be able to use the drone yet? And they said you might not. You might have answered, you might not. So I know they're funny about this stuff. I would doubt you could use the drone.
Yeah, the answer is no. I think we talked about this in the broadcast yesterday.
Right.
I had a word with Martin's the director from Spring Production, and unfortunately we don't have that permission. And this one will go right through the fielder's hand. It was always going to be a tough chance for him to take it. That was Baljinder Singh out in the deep. Made a good leaping effort, but he just couldn't even bat it down for save the boundary.
Yeah, ends up getting a little nick on it, doesn't he? It wasn't an easy catch by any means, but it's got one of those half chances. If you can pull it off, it looks very different. Also saved 6 runs. 5th wicket would be a bit of a game changer here. Hardeep Singh bowling over number 5, so change of pace. Nice looking shot again here. This time it's more timing and placement. Gets the gap, gets 4 more.
Yeah, I love this. He just rocks back, and he plays this through point. Reads the length beautifully. And that's just a solid traditional cricketing stroke.
Julian saying, in England, it's still cold. Well, I've been to a couple of hot places since then. Portugal, the day I arrived, was pretty hot. It was kind of in the 30s, and that was the one day we actually had matches during the day as well with Phil G, who did a fantastic job on that series as well. Low full toss, out towards the field, and this one's dropped. You can't believe it. He's booted it to his teammate. brilliant pass if it was a football game, but another opportunity goes missing. This one was more regulation.
You really should have held on to this, and we've been commending how well they've taken their catches so far. The keeper of Tigers, this is the first drop of the innings.
Hit straight and straight into the gap. That's going to be 4. So Hussein's battling. He's been there for a while. In fact, he came in at the loss of the very first wicket, which was off the very first ball of this innings, and brings up the 50 with a good straight strike.
Just a little bit of a miscommunication there between the two fielders. Neither one made an attempt to get at it, and it split both long on and deep mid wicket.
This one should be fielded, and it will be. Field well set there. I want to say well done to Terry and to Cheryl for their success in the lawn bowls. Have you ever played lawn bowls? Is it much of a thing here in Cyprus?
No, it's a sport which I'm sure most people haven't even heard of, but no, I do
I
know what it is, though.
It's quite a British sport, I think, the origins of it. Anyway, this is sliced away, and that's going to get away from the fielder for 4 more. So Shuvo becoming a pretty handy ally. Remember, we've seen 4 ducks in the innings, so these two at the crease are the only two to actually score any runs. They came together at 21 for 4. Things looking a little bit more healthy now at the end of the 5th over. 55 for 4. Yeah, lawn bowls, my grandfather actually is still around. He's 92 in September. He's only just recently retired after having played for 60 years. Lawn bowls, which there's European equivalents like bocce or petanque, they call it some places.
Is it similar to the French game Les Boules? Or?
Yeah, similar. It's just there's a little target bowl called a jack. It's white. All the others are black. But what makes it interesting is they get rolled, but they're not weighted evenly. So one side's heavier than the other. So you actually bowl them wide, and then they curve around. So one side, you can tell which one's the heavy side. So you put that on the outside, and it kind of swings like this. But then, of course, you've got to make sure you're holding it around the right way. Otherwise, it just goes very, very wide. But I know it's certainly a very popular sport participation-wise in Australia when I was growing up. And you still see things around in Spain with the expat population there. But I do love some of the European games. Now, here's something you might not know what's going on this weekend, or the weekend that's just gone. Is one of my favourite sports. It's called Calcio Storico Fiorentino. And you're looking at me like, what are you talking about? Well, I'm going to put a link in the chat in a minute. And it's a form of medieval Italian football. Even though you don't really kick it, you more throw it around. But I'm not going to tell you. I'm just going to put the link in, and I'll put it to a specific start of the game, and you'll get the idea. But this game is so dangerous. They only play 3 games a year. Okay, played off the back foot. This is going to be a tough stop. It's going to Tortuga straight through him. Saw that one a mile away. Shuvo gets 4 more. CKR rallying through the middle overs.
This is just the little reconstruction the Knight Riders needed. Again, he's just read that length really well. He's got on the back foot nicely and played it through point. That's the second shot we've seen through that region. Some lovely strokes by Shuvo and Hussein. Yeah, the way you describe it, it sounds a lot like an MMA fighter's year or a boxer's year, playing just 2-3 times a year.
Oh, that one, I thought it might have taken a little something on the way through. Maybe not. We're at Numan with a good comeback. I'll try and get to the first kind of throw of the ball, and then you'll get the idea. But there's only one period of 50 minutes in this game. Steps across, and he'll get the wide fairly comfortably. I'm going to do everyone a service in the chat. I'm going to get this YouTube video to a point where you don't have to scroll through it. That's because I'm thoughtful. And don't worry, Nish, you can click on it as well. Pitched up, takes it on, almost carries. Had a bit of a Sophie's choice there, didn't he? Belginder decided to come in hunting for the catch, but it never carried to him. It blasts through him for 4 more.
Yeah, Belginder Singh, he's made a couple of errors out there at cow corner. This time it just skids on. He's not able to hold on to it. And this partnership is starting to blossom here for the Knight Riders. Just seen a drop in the body language for this keeper of Tigers side.
This one will be called a wide. Yeah, so the link in there, well, you can watch it on my computer here, Nish. This is the start of it. There are rules, apparently. This is the start. So there is a ball in there, but there's also a lot of fighting. And so it makes actual football seem a little bit tame, especially with how they... Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll actually go through some of the rules. I'll give everyone maybe an over to check it out if they want to just cut away for a second. I'll get through for a single here, and that'll be the end of the 6th over. 68 for 4.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this right now. I just wonder where's the actual football in this. It just seems like a street brawl between
one team.
15
So the
or
rules
20
are
people.
you can only fight one-on-one, which is probably a smart rule. There's 28 players per side, or maybe 27. But there's no replacements for injuries or, I mean, there are certain things you can't, like, bite or headbutt, I think. And, yeah, the objective is to basically throw the ball over the other team's wall. But there's about a metre that you can throw it over that other team's wall, and that's to get a goal. But if you throw it and it goes over that, over a metre over, so it's like almost like a crossbar, then the other team gets half a goal. So it discourages you kind of throwing it from miles away in case you miss. But yeah, the first 5 or 6 minutes, there's a lot of people just kind of sitting on each other. I discovered it a few years ago. But yeah, there's only one 50-minute period. So you could have someone sitting your whole game. All right, this is up, it's in the air, and it's going to fly. I think this has gone all the way. It has. Maximo Shuvo's been really handy here, hasn't he? They needed someone to step up. He has in the number 6 position, moves his way into the 30s.
Yeah, very good stroke there by Shuvo. They've been targeting that point region throughout this innings, the Knight Riders, and they get some more runs through there. I think a good question would be, I think a lot of 2000s Premier League defenders could really fare well in this sport.
Yeah,
some of the old brawlers and bruisers.
Yeah, and this sport apparently has been played continuously since 1688 at the same place in Fiorentina. So there's just 4 teams. There's basically red, blue, green, and white. And you see all that, yeah, especially there's a big build-up to it, obviously. And it seems to have quite a range of ages and body types and everything. But cricket is a bit more of a refined game than what you see there. But it's different. Anyway, here's Riaz bowling his second over. This is sliced away. And that, I think, is going to pitch just inside of us. It's going to be a no ball as well, I think. No ball called from square leg. And that's for, I think, the fine leg being outside the circle. So this will be a no ball plus how many? We can see this, yeah, plus 4. So no ball plus 4, free hit to come. A couple of times we've seen that today. Umpires have been red hot on it.
Yeah, full credit to the umpires for spotting those little errors. I think the fielder at fine leg still having a word with a square leg umpire. He's just trying to point out the circle and saying, I was inside that.
We had this a while in Portugal a couple of times where the fielder was arguing he was in the circle while he was still outside the circle. The umpires will often set up on the circle at square leg, so they know if the fielder's behind them that they're not where they need to be. Big swing and a miss off the free hit. Not able to cash in any extra runs. Hello to Simo, who's watching from Australia. He said, it was a bit tough having me on the night series because he'd be drifting off to sleep middle of the night and then he'd get woken up by Maximo. But hopefully you're watching at a good time for you. Simo, probably around 7:30, I imagine, on the East Coast. Prime time viewing down under. Good leave this time, decides not to flirt with it, takes the wide. Shuvo doing a really good job here at the moment. It's great to see so many new players as well, and he's one of them. Actually, 2 matches and only batted once for a duck. That was against Sherry Punjab. So, get to see a bit more of what he can actually do. This one is going to come off the pad and it's going to fly away. Oh no, it's going to be given byes. Okay. I thought it got a little bit of the pad. Let's have a look on the replay. Oh, it's hit absolutely nothing. And that's why the keeper couldn't believe it. I still think it might have flicked that back leg. Maybe not, though. Regardless, 4 extras. This is turning out to be such a great recovery from Cyprus Knight Riders, now predicting 127, the supercomputer.
Certainly is. 63-run partnership so far for the 5th wicket. And we hadn't seen this Knight Riders middle order tested much so far this series, but they're just showing their strength over here. This is launched for a 6. Shuvo now is 5 runs away from a half century.
Yeah, what a nice, easy swing of the bat and great timing there from Saeed Shuvo. He's been a real game changer. I suppose those guys getting out, they went for a 1-baller, a 2-baller, a 3-baller, and a 1-baller. But, okay, individually at least, they didn't waste a lot of time. I know that's 7 balls without scoring, but they left plenty of the innings for Shuvo to come in, along with Hussein. They've built a really good partnership. It's worth 69 at the moment and counting. That'll be his 50, and he does it in style. Steps across and whacks this one over the fence and far away. Our first 50 on ECN for Shuvo, and he brings it up off 19 balls.
Very well batted. He came in a very tough spot for his side when they were 21 for 4 inside the power play. But look at that celebration. That celebration shows to me he knows the job's not done. There's still plenty more to do. He's focused and ready for the next ball.
He's focused. I love the emerald green as well. Mentioned that. I like both these kits. Right now, Shuvo is making it shine. And now he's going to go up and over the offside, and that one has disappeared a long way over the ropes. Maximo, back-to-back, end of the 7th over. Shuvo on fire in the hot Cyprus sun, and after 7 overs, the 100's up as well, 102 for 4.
Great shot there by Shuvo. You can just see him stepping across, but that's where the bowler's got to go for glory. You can just see that leg stump. Is he courageous enough to go for the leg stump Yorker? Unfortunately for his side, he wasn't. Here's a look at our ECS 2024 calendar. We've had the great privilege of bringing you some fantastic cricket from all over this beautiful continent. Of course, we started off all the way back in Cyprus in January, and we're once again privileged to be back here for our second European Cricket Series of the year.
Yeah, once we get to Czechia, we're kind of almost at the midpoint of the ECS year, because we're pretty heavy with the internationals towards the end of the year as well. So we'll be in Prague for ECS cricket from next Monday, but we'll actually be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday with 2 T20 IWs a day featuring Czechia as well as Gibraltar and Croatia. Very young Czech side, I think. Obviously, the ICC T20 rules are pretty strict on who qualifies and who doesn't. We have a pathway program with our T10s where guys or girls that are on target to qualify soon can play a little bit earlier, just to transition them into the national setup. But obviously, being proper T20s, these are going to be some interesting-looking teams there. Well, I think this is gone, and you wouldn't believe it. Shuvo has been brilliant to get to 57, and then he gets run out like this. Gets blasted back at Hardeep. It takes his fingers and crashes into the stumps. And they're just so thrilled to get rid of Shuvo, who's going to have to leave in curious circumstances. Run out for 57. Watch this on the replay. Smashes it, gets a big piece of hand on it. And umpire, well, he didn't have to go upstairs for that because Shuvo was still out and he couldn't believe it. Flicked the bat over. But take nothing away from that innings from Shuvo. It ends in unlucky fashion. He'll go for 57. It's 102 for 5.
81-run partnership is broken. Such a crucial partnership that just helped them recover from the ruins of being at 21-4. And it's given the side some hope again. Expected score now is at 140. Is all thanks to the way Shuvo batted.
Yeah, let's see if that's a blip or a trend in this innings, which is just under 3 overs to go. Ahmad Mir is out there to bat. And we'll get to the other end, bringing Anwar Hussain back on strike. You always kind of blame your partner for that as well. Go, why did you have to hit that so hard back at the bowler? It's one of those things. Yeah, I've only been out one time that way, but it's a bit of it's a frustrating way to get out. And really, he was doing the right thing, backing up a little bit to try and make that run easier. This is going to be up and 6 runs, Maximo, and through the back of the net as well. Hussain not really going through the 7 stages of grief. He just keeps on battering and moves into the 30s.
This is a terrific shot. This ball slightly over pitch. He misses his length by a whisker sing, and he's been launched over long off for a 6. Great hit there by Hussain.
Now it walks, but this one isn't going to carry. Can anyone catch it? They can. We've had a little bit of the crocodile style there, but it's good enough, and that's Belgian to sing. Now Hussain's gone, so this partnership is broken, and it's a double strike. It's 110 for 6 now at the end of 8 overs as the Kipro Tigers Limassol fight back.
Huge fight back here, and they get rid of both the settled batters right in time. We're going to have 2 new batters from the lower order out there, so a good chance to slow down this run rate a little bit right at the end of the innings. He'll be so disappointed. Would have wanted to continue and go on to that final over. But let's see what Joel Mia is capable of, as well as the new batter. Here's a look at this graph for the Knight Riders. As we can see, they've steadily improved their run rate throughout this innings, thanks to that massive 81-run partnership between Hussein and Shuvo. But both of them are gone now, and the two new batters are going to have to find a way to maybe at least knock another 20-25 runs here right at the end.
Pretty good ball from Norman first up, but it's going to get through the fielder. It's going to be 4. Look, he does most things right there. That's Mohamed Emran Bhuyan on the cover boundary. Does get down, but slight little sideways. Tortuga does him like a dinner in the end. And it was a pretty good ball, I thought, from Norman. Ends up disappearing for 4 runs.
We're praising the keeper Tigers fielding right at the start of this innings, how good they were with their catches, how they were on in the field. And we're just seeing a few mistakes start to seep in here. They've just been a little bit leaky these last 6 or 7 overs.
Joel Mia with the bonus boundary. Faces up again. Gets beaten with the angle this time. Yeah, a few people saying that's the worst way to be dismissed. Yes, it makes me laugh sometimes, you know, when people say things like, oh, you know, is this scripted? Is this... I'm like, how can you script something like that? That's the nature of ECN. All right, lifted up leg side. Doesn't get a lot of it, but falls into a pocket of space. And that should be... Well, how that's gone for 4, I have no idea. It's the Bermuda Triangle in the sense that 3 fielders go missing at the crucial time. Too many cooks spoil the broth, and somehow that's 4 carreras.
The Bermuda Triangle develops over there, as you just mentioned. It's a very ordinary bit of fielding, and that's at least 7 or 8 runs I can count. These last 7 deliveries that they've given up because of misfields, and that is a proper cricketing shot. A really good hit by Joel Mia, who, of course, before this match had only made 1 run in the European Cricket Series, but he steps up here and strikes his first ever ECS 6.
Well, Joel Mia basically got gifted 2 boundaries, but there's no doubt that he earned this one. The third one, really good pull shot, was just too short from Numan. He kind of got it right when he pitched up, but didn't have good results. Still 2 to come in the 9th, all happening in the 9th. As this will sneak down the leg side for a wide. Remember, during that partnership, the computer started predicting things like 120s, but we're into the 120s with over and over remaining, and now saying low 140s is on the cards.
Yeah, certainly I think the keeper of Tigers will look back at some of these mistakes they've made and be kicking themselves. Change of angle here, bowler coming over the wicket.
Good kind of middle length there. Beats him outside the off stump. Chris mentioning a bit of Major League Baseball in London at the moment as well. I saw that in the news. I think Mets Phillies was a really good finish, and Helix saying he never got out run out backing up because he was never out there that long. Well, that's a blast straight and high, and that'll be into the olive trees. Maximo Mia gets gifted 2, but then bangs 2. And at the end of 9 overs, it's 131 for 6.
Yeah, flexing his muscles here, Joel Mia. Enormous hit. Bowler, you can see he was going for the slower one, but it's been picked up really well by Mia. And he's bashed that one away for a 6. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here for the keeper of Tigers of Limassol. Showan Mullah really set the tone early in the innings. He bowled superbly, picked up a couple of wickets. And at that stage, the Knight Riders were in all sorts of trouble, but they recovered well in this second half of the innings, thanks to that big 81-run partnership they have. And now, gotta say, full credit to Mia. Rode his luck a little bit early in his innings, but now he's bashing some 6s, seeing the ball really nicely. And yeah, just going back to what Chris said, of course, yeah, I had a chance to go to the London Stadium last year for one of the 2 games they played. Certainly a fun experience.
Ah. All right, 10th overtime, and it's going to start with a bit of a miss hit down the ground. Probably settle for 1 under these circumstances with Joel Mia on fire at the moment. Trito Hussein. So you're saying you went to see the baseball?
Yeah, I think the last
London.
year was Cardinals Cubs, I believe. Yes.
Cool. All right, well, this is lifted up in the air. Again, 3 fielders will converge. Proper Bermuda Triangle. And so good they might get 2. They will get 2. Well, how do you get 2 out of 3? Just like that. Joel Mia steals the strike back.
They look a completely different team to the side. When you saw the first 3 or 4 overs, the keeper of Tigers, they're at 6s and 7s here. And yeah, that one just landing right in the middle of that trident.
I don't think anyone could have really done anything about that either. That's just perfectly placed. Now swing straight through it, no run. Well, this is ECN cricket. You won't see this kind of thing anywhere else in the world. Obviously a lot of cricket happening with the World Cup at the moment and even the World Cup qualifiers. He's got plenty of that. That's going to be 6. Maximo! Well, they gifted John Meyer a start, didn't they? And now he's come up with the perfect cameo. And that actually takes the Knight Riders up to 140.
Yeah, he's just playing some great shots here. Dances down the wicket, meets it on the half volley, and launches that one into the olive groves. Showing that he's got a lot of power here. And I think the big new thing here for the Knight Riders is they've proven that they've got a middle order they can really rely on.
Yeah, takes it on, straight to the fielder, takes it. That was a pretty good catch. It wasn't as easy as it looked. Noman down there had to be strong, and he was. Took it fingers up. End of the cameo as John Meyer's luck runs out on 29. With the ball remaining, the Cyprus Knight Riders 140 for 7.
Very well batted by Meyer right at the end. Hit some very good looking shots, in particular those 3 big 6s. And we're just wondering if the Knight Riders can get 20 runs after the last 2 overs. They managed to get 30. And we still have a ball to come.
Yeah, bonus ball now. And will be a wicket in the end for Baljinder, who comes back to bowl this last over. Rakib Hassan has 1 chance. And he gets some of it. Now it's going to sneak away towards the boundary. Keeper's after it. Thick inside edge. They get 2. Yeah, genuine 3 here. I think it might have actually gone for 4 in the end. So, well, Hassan gets a bit lucky. What a recovery from the Cyprus Knight Riders. At one point, 21 for 4 with 4 of their top 5 out for a duck. But they have recovered to score 144 in the 10 overs.
Yeah, great recovery here by the Knight Riders in the second half of the innings, triggered by that incredible partnership between Shuvo and Anwar Hussain. And now they find themselves in a really good position, and they're back themselves to go and defend this in the second innings. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Iftikhar Jaman was out on the very first ball. A royal duck for Jaman. He gets a king pair. Caught a couple of times on the very first ball, and then there'll be some more glory here for Shavan Mullah as he get rid of Sarkar, the man coming off 3 consecutive 50s. The success would continue for this Kipro Tigers side. They pick up their 4th wicket in quick succession, and they were reeling at this stage at 21 for 4.
Yeah, they really were, but something I said earlier about the Cyprus Knight Riders was that they seem to have a lot of players that can do a job for them, and we really saw their depth tested here. Really just 3 significant contributors in the lineup, but they bat at number 3 and number 6 and number 7. So, and the fact that they lost those wickets, okay, they didn't waste a lot of time individually with the 4 ducks, and that just allowed this partnership to flourish. And in the end, they would put on 81 for the 5th wicket. And look, as the batting seemed to come of age, as we saw a maiden ECN 50 for Saint Shuvo, the fielding kind of went to pot a little bit. And it was only that moment which broke it, which was a bit of a freak dismissal off the hands of Hardeep. Wasn't too bothered about the busted fingertips because it ended up in the run out of Shuvo. But then not too long later, Anwar Hussain holed out. And then felt like this was another crossroads innings. Maybe they'd eat to something like 115, 120. But then we saw Mohammad John Mia come out. He got gifted 2 boundaries like this, 3 Stooges style. And then he started whacking 6s. Another Bermuda Triangle came in, as it was chaos in the first degree towards the end, but also some pretty clean hitting in those 3 Maximos. Was out for 29 of just 11, but that cameo made all the difference. And in the end, Cyprus Knight Riders with a pretty healthy looking 144 for 7 off the 10 overs. 4 ducks in the innings, 4 of their top 5, but Anwar Hussain with 32 at number 3 was steadying, but Shuvo at number 6 was thrilling. His first ever ECN 50, bringing it up in very, very quick time, finishing on 57 off 20, hitting 5 Maximos and 6 4s in there. 29, the cameo was well received from John Mia, but really shouldn't have had the start that he got. 21 extras, a bit on the high side as well. That 144. But take your hat off to Molla, who gets great figures, 2 for 13. I think Rizal Islam also bowled pretty well before it kind of went off the rails. 2 for 37 in the end. Wickets to Baljinder and Hardeep. None for 34 was the fifth bowler. They've chased this many before. They're going to have to bat very, very well though, aren't they? Kind of in a precarious position. Kipro Tigers Limassol, they'll need 145 to win this game. We'll be back with the second half of match 49 after the break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, back with Nish Butt in a second for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the Epsonas Cricket Ground here in Cyprus. And a bit of a topsy-turvy first half. Kipro Tigers Limassol out to chase 145 against the Cyprus Knight Riders, who finished 144 for 7 off their 10 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you for ECN as a new week begins and our Cyprus adventure continues. 5 more days of ECS before we have the weekend ECIs and then some T20s, men's and women's, early next week. Cyprus Knight Riders with that 144 makes it pretty simple. If they can keep the opposition 100 or less, they'll take all 4 points. It means that Kipro Tigers Limassol need 101 to guarantee their point. Say their 7 over chase looking a bit steep at this stage. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Nish Butt once again. And Nish, it's a case of how did it get away, I think, for the Kipro Tigers Limassol after they had their opposition 21 for 4 at one stage.
It just shows how much quality this Cyprus Knight Riders team has, particularly in that middle order. I think one of the big questions we had about this team was, can the middle and lower order go on and make big runs? And they certainly did. Here we go. First ball coming up.
Kicks a bit low, this first one, and sneaks through for a dot.
Yeah, Malik Noman scored a century a couple days ago against Limassol Zalmi, batting with a very open stance here on this first delivery. Yeah, it looks like a really daunting task here, for being honest, for the Kipro Tigers Limassol, but these two players are quality players out in the middle, and they'll need a big partnership from them.
Yeah, the next one gets through as well, but it will be called wide. Yeah, obviously that 100 was in that successful chase of 152 against the Telugu 11, who are still winless. Yeah, so it feels like that kind of score as well, 145 to win, but someone needs to play a big knock. Gets a piece of this, but well picked up and almost creating a run out. Oh, keeper just had to gather that at all and probably had time to get up and force the run out. That's almost a diamond duck time there for Hardeep. Check this out. He pretty much stopped. Very hesitant to go. The keeper did make the block, but he's still 6 or 7 meters out at that point.
Yeah, Hardeep Singh is very, very lucky to get away with one there. Should have been sprinting straight for the striker's end.
Didn't agree with the call. Couldn't do much about it. Now he plays this on the up and gets it just over the fielder and past the outfielder for 4. So living dangerously early on. There's the first boundary of the response.
Yeah, really nicely played there by Singh. Just strikes this one above the fielder inside the ring at cover. Played on the up as well. It's always a very challenging stroke. And off it goes for a boundary. Yeah, they need to get off to a flying start here.
Swings and misses. Again, just stepping away from that slightly. Yeah, half chances can make all the difference. Well, these teams, they've all got match winners in them, don't they? It's a matter of who fires on a given game.
Just getting some lovely breeze running from the leg side to the offside. That's why Juman's getting that nice movement away from the right-hander.
One of the few times I think you might have had breeze here. It's been pretty muggy over the first week or so. This one swings too much down the leg side.
Yeah, they'll have to look to attack in this power play, the Kipro Tigers, with a field restriction in place. We saw Hardeep Singh make 35 runs off the first over during their opening match when Rajwinder Brar was bowling. So we know he's capable of making some big runs very quickly.
Well stopped in his follow through there, although they will sneak away for a single. That's good running that time to make something out of nothing. Had that moment in the first innings, didn't we, where we had a bizarre run out off Hardeep's hands to get the playmaker Shuvo. They didn't slow them down too much in the end with that good Jormia cameo late in the piece to get them up to 144. Just being careful here again. No man needs to get going sooner rather than later because it's 8 without loss after 1. rate creeps up a little bit after the first over of the second innings.
A little bit puzzled by that shot. You could see how open he's batting. He's looking to target that leg side. And you would have thought that ball would be in a very nice place for him to look to play a big shot. And it's been 44 matches since we last had a golden ball here on the European Crane. Of course, had a number of close finishes, but haven't quite been able to break that streak just yet.
But yeah, we did have that golden moment, didn't we, all the way back in match number 13. So, interesting thing. Well, match number 14, I should say. Sorry, third match of day 3, but that's match number 14 because they had the 6th match day. Sounded fun. Yeah, Nish as the only person to be at all extras on golden balls, meaning no balls and wides. Only ever happened in 2 golden balls. You've been there for both of them.
I think that's the 3rd or 4th golden ball I've also had a chance to commentate, so that was certainly a great privilege.
I still think that if the super overs tied in T20, a golden ball would be the way to go. Because I timed the super over the other day, and I like super over, don't get me wrong, but it's half an hour. It took half an hour from the end of the game to when the super over finished. I just think that would be probably a fair way to do it. It's a lot quicker. If the super over is still tied, is what I'd say. Because it's pretty much what happened in the 2019 50 over World Cup final. That was the situation. Because of the boundary count back rule, it meant that New Zealand needed 2 runs to win. 1 wouldn't be enough. In the end, they got almost 2, but not quite. England got the trophy.
Yeah, we always have a lot of very early mornings here, so I was sitting there waiting for that super over to end so we could get to bed and wake up for our 6:40, I believe was the day we left the hotel the following morning.
Incredible game, that one, though. Just keeping an eye on it while I was in Portugal. Pratana with the ball. Gets hit and hit pretty well. Maximo! Short boundary straight here at Ipsonis. And Newman gets something he likes. Drivable and drills it into the fence.
Great stroke here by Noman. It's in the slot. And he hammers it right down the ground for 6. Really well played. He's just missed the length there, Prarthana. I think considering the way he's batting, you want to go for the wide Yorker.
Big appeal here. Umpire never showed too much interest. Pratana, again, he's hoping to contribute after he wasn't able to do it with the bat. That one looks like it's angling down the leg side.
Of course, if he just misses anything straight here, Noman, he'll be LBW with the kind of stance he has. So, yeah, wide Yorkers, or maybe get a good in-swinger if you really want to go for the wicket. That would be the key. And this is launched a long, long way for a 6. Noman blasts his second 6 of the innings.
Yeah, and this is exactly what he's looking for with that open stance. And look, some players are good enough to kind of stand straight on and still be able to maneuver it through the offside, but it means you need to go a bit inside out with your hands. But that's his exact ball that he would love. That and anything a bit more leg stump. So he's good enough to access that offside. He Tortugas one around the field. That's going to be 4 more. Yeah, so Newman, he's got his own style, but yeah, it can be pretty effective. And he goes 6 and 4 to finish the second over. And suddenly, it's game on. 18 off that one. Makes it 26 without loss after 2.
The fielder here doesn't cover himself in glory. He's not helped by the fact that ball is struck straight into the ground. And it takes a nasty bounce, unable to prevent that from going for a 4. As we have a look at the standings here for Group B, of course, the keeper of Tigers coming off a massive win against the Limassol Zelmi, the biggest upset of this ECS so far. Meanwhile, the Knight Riders have made it 2 wins in 2, picking up a win earlier today against the Nicosia Tigers in amazing fashion. They got the bonus point as well against the side many of us fancy in this tournament.
Zelmi kind of in the red zone at the moment, aren't they? Down there in 7th. They're going to need to improve, but this is why this is such an important chase for Kipro Tigers Limassol as well. 3rd over, and here's Rakib Hassan. As first one is driven away. That looked like a pretty good piece of fielding down there, even the way he kind of threw it away before he rolled over the line. We'll check it out thanks to Spring Productions, but I think so. Chuvo's having a very good game, and I think he saved the boundary here.
Yeah, I think he saved that boundary. It's on a terrific bit of work here, Chuvo. We saw him bat superbly in that first innings and now making the impact in the field as well. Here's a man who's coming off a great game, Hassan. bowled terrifically this morning. And this is another big hit here. And Noman, well, that's exactly where he wants it when he's batting with that kind of a stance. He's going to have to change his plan a little bit here, Hassan.
Yeah, and look, I would probably be going full, because if you give him length, it just gives him the chance to size it up and it gives him more options. Either full stumps or full and wide-ish. Full stumps is a bit more of an attacking option, trying to get him out. Maybe full and wide can keep him quiet. In theory, anyway, that was a powerful strike from Noman. This one will be called wide, just doesn't come back at all. And there'll be another one to the total.
Yeah, the defensive option would be to go for the wide Yorker if you really want to go for glory. Try to get that leg stump Yorker, and if he misses it, it's going to be out. Thinking of this field sending as well. Maybe you just want to put someone over at mid-wicket since he's targeting that boundary. Currently a long off and a deep cover in place.
Yeah, that's more that kind of ball, but he's fresh out of luck. This is going to be off the outside edge, and it's going to fly to the boundary. It's 4 more. As Cyprus Tigers get him, pocket the sweat there here, bisects the fielder and the keeper.
Yeah, right through the two of them. Lucky over there, Hassan. Just to keep his head up here. To just move the fielder at third a lot finer. He's now in a fly slip kind of position.
He walks at it, yeah, and that's going to be close to a no ball. He does dance a long way, though, so it's going to be 4. Maybe we can see this one. Where would it be at the crease, though? For me, go back just before. For me, it's probably okay because he's charged so much. I think it's probably going to come just below the waist. I think umpires get that right. Just will be a boundary, though.
That one looked like it would be dipping underneath. So a good decision by the umpire. Oh, this is just the start Keeper Tiger would have been hoping for so far this power play.
Well, no, but it's actually never, ever going to be out in any universe because it pitches outside leg. What he doesn't have in his favour is he doesn't play a shot, so it gets everyone excited. But watch. Nope. Actually genuinely think it would have missed by more than 3 stumps.
Yeah, he probably could have should have stepped inside and taken the wide.
But it was too quick for him to kind of be able to react that way. But yeah, they'll take the dot ball. Last ball of the power play coming up from Hassan. Yeah, bit like that, Nish. He was smarter the second time around. He'll get another one.
Yeah, you can tell Hassan, he's just going for that leg stump Yorker, trying to get that wicket-taking ball. He knows if Noman misses anything, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Last ball of the power play. Take 2 then. Now the full toss, but can't get this frustration. And, that one didn't seem high enough to be called either. So Hassan gets away with one there. Check it out here on the replay. Yeah, we'll check it out there. To me again, just on the way down. Again, he's half step out. And that will take us to the end of the over. So it's 43 without loss after 3. Game on here. They need 14.5 still to get this win.
If you're going at it roughly the required over here, the keeper of Tigers was a good batting during the power play. I think some of the bowling helped them as well. They were a little bit wayward, the Knight Riders, bowling a few too many full tosses, made a couple of errors in the field as well. But they're hanging in well here. Keeping the Tigers limb, so they get the power play they needed. And now let's see if they can continue to accelerate through these middle overs. Match is so often decided during this crucial phase of the game. And keep scoring at about 13 to 14 and over. They'll give themselves a chance heading into the end of this innings.
Mohamed Russell comes on, and he gets driven pretty nicely. And, well, bit of foot fielding. It's a picture-perfect pass in the end, isn't it? From Anwar Hussain, the captain. Probably might be limping a little bit after that stop, because that was travelling.
Yeah, it's always going to be very painful trying to kick a cricket ball with a pair of trainers. Struck out. So where's extra cover. Have a look at this.
There's the moment coming where we're going to have padded shoes. Anyway, well, this one does look like a no ball. That is too high. That one actually might have taken a bit of Malik Noman with it. We had a couple that were high-ish, but this one is certainly hurting him. Hits him in the shirt. So no doubt about that. Free hit to come.
You're also going to have to look at which bowlers you really want to target during this middle order over period. Hassan went for 17 runs. Prarthana was a touch expensive as well. Russell, well, we know he's had a few issues with his economy rate during this series. Is this the big over they're looking for against him? Inside edge. And does it have enough to go for 4? It most certainly does. The fielder will give it a good chase, but he won't get it there in time.
Yeah, I could just tell that it was always going to fly away for 4. But again, he's able to play with that freedom because it is a free hit in the first place. Kind of riding by the seat of their pants at the moment, aren't they? Kipre Tigers, Limassol, after a fairly subdued first over, they've broken out. They're certainly in this contest, pretty much right on the red line at the moment. But he doesn't get this. Is he going to get lucky? Bowler's the only one with a prayer. He won't get there. And so a fortunate single to Noman keeps him alive and takes him to 36.
You saw Noman's reaction after that shot. You could just tell he was very frustrated. He felt like could have played that much, much better. But now Singh at the other end, he's done a good job of getting Noman on strike, but can he accelerate as well? We know he's capable of hitting the big shots. We've seen him get his side off to good starts in the power play.
Driven straight down the wicket. Oh, it's going to get through the field. Not for the first time today. Won't be for the last either. Just skips straight through the hands of the outfielder. And Hardy catches a break. He gets 4.
Yeah, in all honesty, I don't think there's too much here that we can use to defend Iftikhar Juman. It wasn't struck that hard. There was no Tortuga bounce involved as well. In the end, it's just a poor bit of fielding.
Takes a first skip off the artificial run-up turf. But yeah, just did him for a bit of pace. Now this one keeps a little bit low. 50's up as well, by the way, for Kipre Tigers. Just the 4th over. Still slightly behind, according to the numbers here, but certainly in the contest.
Yeah, they're hanging in really well here, the Kipre Tigers. They've been aided by the Knight Riders so far. Not been at their best in the field so far.
Driven and driven well. That's out of here. Maximo says Carreras as Russell disappears over the ropes to finish the 4th over. And the Tigers continue to pursue this with gusto. It's 60 without loss after 4.
Just what they needed. That big shot right there means that over is a big win for the Kipre Tigers. It slightly spoils it for the Knight Riders. 17 coming off it at the end. And for the first time this innings, they've just jumped above that red line. And they're going at 15 and over.
Yeah, very, very good first 4 overs. In particular, last 3 overs, because the first one only went for 8. But since then, they've been able to score 18, then 17, then 17. Can this continue? Knight Riders really need a wicket here just to mix things up. And the captain himself is going to bring himself on, Anwar Hussain. Again, that open cowboy-style stance from Noman. This time he just gets off the inside part of the bat for a single.
Anwar Hussain's been the most expensive so far this series of their regular bowlers. He's had an economy rate around 13. So is this the bowler they look to target? Is he someone they'll try to get a magical over against?
Middle length. Well, they decide to go straight away. I've got a feeling this might have been out if it had hit. The keeper did the right thing. I think he didn't have time to grab it and turn around, so he had to go a little back flip, kind of blind. But something tells me, even though they went straight away, when you consider this is already behind the crease, well, it really was pretty close to the stumps as well. I think you should be hitting that more often than you miss, but unfortunately, Guido Sain wasn't able to find the target. Bit of a lucky moment there for Noman. He's going to make him pay with 6. Maximo! That was a monster strike as he moves up into the 40s. And CKR through that missed opportunity.
That's exactly the kind of shot he's trying to play with that open stance. He's looking to target that boundary, and he's bowled the ball to him right where he wants it. And Noma now just 7 runs away from a half century. He's looking to target that boundary.
Look at those percentages also. They're just creeping up on favoritism, aren't they? Kipro Tigers Limassol on the boundary might actually put them over 50%, but this game's still in the balance. Obviously, it's all Tigers at the moment, but things can change, and things can change very quickly. It's the last thing you want, though, when you miss an opportunity to get someone out. Watching them slam that next ball. Now, this is going to go down, and well, the bowler's inconsolable. And what's worse, they're going to get an overthrow. Well, if he was angry before, he's going to be even more angry now. So Numa gets 2. He's really rubbing salt into the wound this time. Firstly, it's about as regulation catch as you can get in that place. Joel Mia was excellent with the bat, but then hurls it in. And there's all sorts of tangles going on in the middle. They get an overthrow. Well, it should have been out. A big swing and a miss. As that angle across just does him good comeback. That was a bit quicker as well, not surprisingly, from Anwar Hussain.
Now, we talk about how fielding can be such a big factor that separates two sides. The Kipro Tigers were not able to put a complete fielding performance for all 10 overs, but they were on it the first 4 or 5 overs, which helped them get those 4 wickets. Knight Riders, though, rough start. They've been very, very ordinary in the field. We've been talking quite a bit about their ground fielding, and then put down a big catch there. Noman dropped on 43. As the Kipro Tigers are 70 for no loss halfway through their innings. They're hanging in really well. We could be in for a very, very entertaining second half of this innings.
It shows you how quickly things change, though. They were 48%, and then just 2 ... They're back to 41 in the space of half an over there. So at least he does come back well. Those last 2 balls, Anwar Hussain goes for 10 at the moment. That's probably a win for the Cyprus Knight Riders. Time for Pradhana to come back on. He went for 18 in his first. So found it interesting that they go back to him before maybe a couple of others. But this first one is going to fly. It's an uppercut, and it's going to clear the rope. Maximo! Expert fielding from our very own Tyrone Peters, who is in the house today. But it's going to be 6 runs to the Kipro Tigers. Hardeep gets in on the action.
Very good shot. They needed that from Hardeep as well. They can't just rely on Malik Noman to get them over the finishing line. Singh joins into the party as well.
Good comeback, though, from Pradhana. Yeah, it could be a big game for both sides. I mean, Cyprus Knight Riders at the moment 2-1, seeming kind of fine, but I think even Telugu 11, we've seen them put 150 on the board. You're not going to get really easy matches in this group. In the air, fielder goes back and drops it. Oh, he was full extension. Anwar Hussain, well, he just had one dropped off his bowling. As life's got a funny way of operating sometimes. It did judge that pretty well as far as getting hands to it, because it was looping over his head. Moonwalks back out of the circle, but slight misjudgment at the end. Pops out, and another catch goes down. Hardeep dropped on 25, but then this one should be caught. This one will be caught. So funny how things work. Again, Noman does get caught in that exact position, and the man that dropped him last over, Muhammad Jormia, this time holds on. That's a big moment in this cricket match as the Kipro Tigers lose their first walking sticks, 77 for 1.
Yeah, that dropped catch doesn't end up hurting them too much. He'll be so relieved, Joel Mia. He's got a chance to make amends for his earlier mistake. Tracks the trajectory of the ball really well, takes it comfortably at chest height. And the first wicket falls here for the Kipro Tigers. A good opening partnership of 77 runs. And now, well, you feel that Hardeep Singh, he's going to have to try to find a way to guide his side to victory. How well can Apu support him? We'll wait and find out.
Yeah, real crossroads here, isn't it, for Kipro Tigers. Apu faces up for the first time. Slightly short when he dabs away. And well, they get one. Wasn't the greatest throw to the keeper. Risked overthrows. Thought it was right on target. Might have been a half opportunity for a run out. But Apu's away, and Hardy, he's got even more responsibility now, doesn't he, to take over as the lead batter. He's on 26. Just gave a life a moment ago. But he'll face the last ball, the 6th over.
I think the Knight Riders, their middle order and lower order batted so well in that first innings. We saw them step up to the plate during a tough spot.
That's thick edge, that's going to fly. And the result is going to be 4 runs. So Hardy rides his luck. Pratana is going to end up 1 for 30 off his spell. And at the end of 6, it's game on here in Ipsonus. It's 82 for 1.
Yeah, it certainly is game on. I think so far this series, though, they've struggled to get runs from anyone outside of Noman and Hardeep Singh. So big opportunity here for a few other players to step up. Apu, he's had a difficult tournament so far. 3 innings, just 17 runs he's managed to make.
Huge 4 overs for both these teams, really. Like I said, Cyprus Knight Riders with a winning record, but maybe not for long, and then you never know what the rest of the tournament holds. Little big back-ended schedule. That's going to be up and over the top. Beautiful placement there from Apu. Really economical swing of the bat, and it goes straight over Hussain at cover. And when you can hit it straight over an infielder, there's normally a gap behind. That's 4 runs.
Great shot, really good shot. Lovely stroke. He's struck this one through extra cover. Nice straight batted stroke there. And that's just the way they needed to start this over.
Yeah, Apu's new to ECN cricket this year as well. Bit of a Bangladeshi flavour about this. It's Kipro Tigers Limassol side. Bangladesh, I think, they're on the rack in the World Cup today as well, taking on South Africa. That'll be a pretty interesting game as well.
Now the MD Russell is coming in to bowl the 7th over, the leading wicket taker so far this series for his side. They'll need him to get a breakthrough here. At times he can be a little bit expensive, and that's where the keeper of Tigers will be looking to target him. Apu, see if he can make amends for some of his lower scores earlier this series.
Can't really afford a bad over here. Kipro Tigers got to keep going. And he's going to be bowled first ball off a big, filthy full toss from Mohamed Russell. But Apu, well, for how correct he's looked at times. That time he just swung all around that. May have taken a bit of the body on the way through. Check it out. Thanks to our friends at Spring Media. No, I don't think he gets too much of anything on that. So big moment as Russell breaks through. And Jahidul Apu goes for 1. The score is 82 for 2.
Yeah, poor stroke there by Apu. He's missed out on one. He should have deposited that one well clear of the boundary rope. But he ends up getting clean bowled by it. Big break for Russell. I think that ball just slipping out of his hands, and he ends up getting a wicket off it.
Amit Kumar replaces Apu, and he's going to start by flicking one away. It's high, it's catchable, it's gone. It's another duck, this time a golden duck, and Mohamed Russell's on a hat trick here in the 7th over. And the fielding turning around at just the right time. Speed hump hit by Kipro Tigers, 82 for 3.
Another wicket, back-to-back wickets over here. And we said that they can't afford a single bat over. And could this be that one over which the Knight Riders desperately needed to just take this game away from this Kipro Tigers side?
Derek activated. It's not a bad looking shot, actually. Just went to flick it away, but couldn't quite get it right. Baljinder Singh comes in. Rate required's crept out pretty quickly to over 17 now. Hat-trick ball. Oh, it's a pretty good one as well. Russell wheeling and dealing in the 7th.
Now, we've seen some terrific balls delivered on the hat-trick ball so far this series, but no one's actually been able to go on and get the hat-trick. I think a particularly funny one was when Sadiq Khan was on a hat-trick yesterday. He bowled 2 terrible balls for the first 2 deliveries, and then he bowled his best ball for the hat-trick ball and didn't get a wicket.
That's cricket, isn't it, in a nutshell? Well, that one's not going anywhere. Bowler can't get there. He's going to take a slightly dodgy single. I'll have to concede it in the end. But Baljinder hopelessly mistiming that one. Almost spoons it back to the bowler.
Let's take a look at this. Back of a left delivery. Not a very convincing stroke. He's just sort of popped that one up. And could easily have been caught.
Well, someone needs to have a heater, and the most obvious one would be Hardy. He's 30 off 15, but the rate required is now 3 a ball. He's going at 2 a ball, so he needs to up his game. And that'll help because he's just absolutely slammed that one square of the wicket. That's 6. Maximo, just when required. Got plenty of power there over the leg side.
Really nicely struck here by Hardeep Singh, and all the pressure's on him now to try to get his side over the finishing line. The best batter left in this batting lineup. You could say maybe even the only real big run getter.
Last ball from Mohammad Russell. And this is slightly missed here. Fielder comes around. Make sure it's only 1. But maybe not the worst thing, as Hardeep will retain the strike. And at the end of 7 overs, Cyprus Tigers Limassol are 90 for 3.
He's a little bit fortunate because there was a fielder out at deep extra cover. It would have been tough for him to catch it, but he had just been moved in the previous ball. As we'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between the Cyprus Tigers and Encore. Of course, Encore snapped their losing streak by picking up a win earlier against the Nicosia Tigers. They'll be looking to make it 2 wins on the bounce. Zishan Ahmed coming off a terrific performance. He's currently sitting at 355 points in our fantasy standings.
Let me tell you a little something about this, though, because that's Cyprus Tigers Limassol's last match in their campaign. So if they don't win that one, it's going to be tough. As we get ready for this, they need 55 required off the last 3 overs. They need 55. So here's Hardeep facing up. Am I saying the captain comes back? And he's going to be played away. First ball. It's going to go towards point. I think it's going to be 4 runs. We'll check it out on the replay. But I'm pretty sure that's cuatro carreras and a good start to the over for the Tigers.
Yeah, very good shot. Looks to make some room by getting leg side of the ball. He hits it through the point region where there isn't too much protection.
Back to live action then. Around the wicket. This will be up in the air, poked. It should be a simple catch. It's taken. So Hardeep falls to 41, goes 4 and out in the 8th. It's a huge moment now. The slope is getting steeper and steeper for the Tigers. Even though they've got wickets in hand, but that rate is getting out of hand. They need to score at. As Hardeep goes, and the score is 94 for 4.
Yeah, you feel like that just might be the killer blow for this Knight Riders team with Hardeep Singh gone. You have to wonder where they're going to find these remaining runs from. Just slices one up, and it's well taken by the fielder at point.
So the fielding's been first class, but they just kind of bobbed up and taken a couple of catches when they've needed to. They got Malik Noman, caught it short third for 45. Hardeep now pokes his way to a dismissal. This is Shokat Khan. He's going to start, but it's only going to be a single. Have a look at that rate required. It's going to jump over 20, I think, after that, or exactly 20. So they need 50 or 15 balls. So think about a guy going out there hitting a 15-ball 50. We see it happen, but yeah, will it happen here, I suppose? That's the rate that you need to go at. Reaches, but he pokes another catch, and this should be out. It is taken. And this time it's Pradhana that steps up. So Balchinda goes for just a single. Writing's on the wall now for Cyprus Tigers, I think, as they lose the 5th wicket. It's 95 for 5.
Wickets falling in a flurry here for the Cyprus Tigers. I think this lower order, they're trying their best to play some big strokes, but just doesn't have the power, you can tell, to clear the boundary rope. It's a fairly simple catch with the fielder out at long on. And the 5th wicket falls, beg your pardon, for the Cyprus Tigers of Limassol.
That's what shows. This shows what makes the 140s, 150s chases so tough, because you can be going at the rate, but then a couple of wickets can change everything. And we do see them chased, I suppose, more and more these days, but still, I think 140 plus on the board, you're winning more games than you're losing. Average score in this series about 134 anyway, so pretty high scoring anyway. Muhammad Arif Akash comes on, plays the world's latest pull shot, or in a way it's like a late cut as well. Now to think of a crazy second, it's not on. Just needs to settle down out there. Not the most convincing way to get off the mark, but he does get off the mark anyway.
See, he's just looking to play that pull shot. And he's not been able to connect the way he'd have liked. When he gets just some top edge on that, and it goes away for a single.
Goes upstairs, you can see maybe the slightly lower on the bat is not as comfortable with that length. That'll be the end of Hussein's 2 overs. The captain, I know he's pretty grumpy at one stage, but pretty good figures for him as well. 2 for 16 off his spell, 96 for 5 after 8. Don't forget, they're still 5 runs away from even securing their point. It does look like they'll get there at this stage. And just have a look, they were kind of on the money, weren't they, through the first half? And just falling away as the wickets have fallen through the second half of this innings.
You see Rakib Hassan now coming in to bowl this penultimate over. Went for 17 runs in the first over he bowled, which was inside the power play. Let's see what he does here. We saw him just bowl a little bit too short to the top order. Here against the lower order, I'd just like to see him going full and straight right at the stumps.
Need something magical, probably supersonic to get back in this contest. Starts with a wide, so 48 required now off 2 overs for a ball pace. It'll have to be some pretty loose bowling as well as some pretty sensational batting to see this one turn around.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this during the previous match. I'll just reiterate that point after this ball.
Oh, hits that. Okay, but, well, I'll need more of this. Maximo! Oh, Arif Akash swings for the fences and gets what he wants and maybe keeps his chase. Just a little bit of a heartbeat.
Yeah, so the Knight Riders' next match after this is against the Telugu 11, and assuming they can win this game, and maybe even pick up a point against the winless, bonus point I should say, against the winless Telugu 11 side, they'll get 7 points off these 2 games. They'll just jump them up to 2 points behind what the Nicosia Tigers are at this stage.
Oh, there we go. It's going to be 6 more, or is it? Yeah, it is. Maximo! Oh, Mohamed Arif Akash, probably the least convincing first run I've ever seen, but those last 2 were pretty good, and well, Tigers lighting the fuse of what would be a proper firework of a finish if they could get over the line here.
Yeah, maybe I should just halt some of this talk of assuming that they're going to take this game here. These are a couple of nice hits. How many more can they hit over here? Can they sustain this hitting?
36 off 10. So I always think, okay, I think we've seen 32 off it over a couple of times in the last over to tie or win a match. Yeah, normally don't want to see it more than 20s. That's a smart one as well. We get one for free. They're jumping out the way, taking the leg side wide.
Yeah, smart cricket, intelligent cricket by Arif Akash, the captain.
Wayne says, looks like a bit of green coming back to the outfield. Looked like the Sahara Desert about a few days ago. Maybe check the colour on your screen there, Wayne. I'm not seeing it. Certainly not quite England anyway. Ah, that's also hit. And that's hit very well. Going, and gone. Maximo. Well, this is something we're seeing now from Arif Akash. Throwing a couple of wides. Suddenly this over's gone magical. And we're only halfway through it. Wow.
Oh, incredible hitting here by Arif Akash. Clears the front leg. Goes over cow corner. And he hits a 6. Well, the captain just keeping his side in this game.
Oh, wow. The other thing is he's winning the battle with Hassan. Where's he going to go to now? Has to fetch it from outside off and can't. So that's a big miss. But, you know, if you get one out of these 2 away, let's say you get down to 23, 22. I think this ball's dead. I think there's no real appeal. Let's have a look. He's back in his crease. Yeah, to me, then he goes for an actual walk. And pretty sneaky, actually, by the keeper to try that. But hey, you do what you want to. Not quite the Johnny Bairstow. It's no, that won't be out. Maybe he was just marking the position he wanted to play his next shot from by walking out of his crease. So a couple of big dots at this stage.
Let's just have another look at this here.
I'm not sure if we got it, but the keeper attempted a throw that didn't quite go to plan. Anyway, all right, come so close. They're back down in the 20s. Last ball is smashed, but is it far enough? Fielder comes round. He's going to have to watch it. Maximo. Hey, look, that over in the end, it goes for 26. So this game is still alive, especially with Arifakash in this kind of hitting form. End of the 9th over, 122 for 5 and 23 required off the last for an unlikely victory for the Tigers.
That was really good display of hitting by the captain right at the end. And got to credit him for that. Rakib Hassan just struggled a lot today. As you can see, gave up 43 runs over the 2 overs he bowled. Iftikhar Jaman, you'd imagine, would bowl this final over. He shot 26 going the last over. If they can get 23 of this one, and they'll pull off a very unlikely victory. Of course, Shawkat Khan will be facing the first ball here. Does he try to go for a big shot himself or just get a single and then make it 22 of 5?
Tough one, isn't it? A real tough one. Well, he's actually batting above Mohammad Arifakash, the captain. So that probably tells you something that they fancy his batting. But worst result is swing and a miss. I actually think here, if you were to swing and miss it, you hold your crease, you make sure that your captain can get to the striker's end. But you have to be organised with that. Seeing it more and more. Here we go with Iftikhar Jaman to finish off. Well, he doesn't miss it. He hits it. They're certainly going to settle for a single here. And I think based on what we've seen now, I'm not taking a single here. I'm hoping, 3 6s and a 4. You have to be almost perfect. 5 balls left. You can have 1 miss. But Arifakash just basically needs to do what he did last time. He hit 4 6s out of 6 balls he faced last over. Here we go. Maximo or bust. Yeah, it's also smart. And suddenly, now you've got 2 6s, 2 4s for a tie. So I really like the way that he's taken those wides. He's not been tempted to spoil them. He's looking for a certain ball that he can lift up over deep mid-wicket. Anything on the stumps or even just outside the off stump. You have to go with a comeback. He gets a piece of this. How far is that going? Quite far. Maximo! Wow, what a cameo this is from Mohammad Arifakash, who's 31 off 8. And yeah, say what I said before. He should face every single ball from here. See if he can pull off a Cyprus miracle.
Yeah, we saw him hit 4 6 in the last innings. He just needs 2 more and a 4 to win it over here.
How's this game come back to life? You'd already given up on it. To be honest, Nish, don't blame you. 130 up now. Jaman needs to not give him any length to work with. Needs to find the Yorker and find it quickly. Doesn't. Misses. They're going to take the run. To be honest, I don't think that's a smart run to take. I would have given him 1 more chance.
And he goes with a slower ball there. Iftikhar Jaman, really smart bowling. He's just waiting for that on-pace delivery and a little bit of length to whack it over mid-wicket.
Backed away, though. He didn't give himself the best chance of hitting it. That's another one. It's probably in his zone if he can even step across a little bit. Anyway, they need to score something off this. Dot ball pretty much kills the contest. Goes for it straight. Going, and out of here. Maximo! Well, come the moment, come the man. And Shawkat Khan, he wanted that run. Says, look, I can bat 2. Let's not leave any runs out there. So it was a bold move to pull the captain off strike, but he delivers. And this game is going to the wire. That makes it 8 off 2.
Incredible shot. He makes some room on the leg side and then smashes it right over long on.
Again, got to score off this ball. They will. Do you go for 2 here? Probably not. Probably not. I think you need a 6 no matter what. And you got a Akash out there who has hit 5 6s. So it's 6th for a golden ball. I guess if you'd made it 2, then it would have been 6 to win, which is great. But you probably weren't going to make it. I mean, you probably were suicidal second. And then maybe you've got a new batter on strike. So I think tactically that was the right thing to do. But here we go. Our first day back together, Nish.
Do you go for the slower ball on this one? We've seen him miss one earlier.
I'd be trying to jam in a Yorker. There's a certain ball that he's hit for 6 every time. If we do go 6 off this, then we're looking at golden ball number, I'm going to say 63. Can't keep track these days. Anyway, here we go. 6 to tie, 6 for a golden ball. Last ball. And he hits it. And it's going, and it's golden ball. What a comeback for Kipro Tigers Limassol. And they're going to tie the game at 144, and we are back at golden ball 0. They're celebrating like they've won the game, but they probably don't realise it's a tie. So it'll be 2 to win. And Cyprus delivering again the second golden ball of the series.
Incredible. We thought they were dead and buried. We thought this side had absolutely no chance, and they step up with a huge, huge batting display these last couple of overs. 48 runs off the last 2 overs, and we're heading for our second golden ball of this European Cricket Series.
Unbelievable. There's Tyrone, and he's saying, what do you mean we haven't won? I think he probably knows. But yeah, I think you've got to go with Mohamed Arif Akash on strike. And don't forget, Nisha, this is a recent change. It's got to be one of the last 2 bowlers, and they both got smashed. So it's got to be one of the last 2 bowlers to bowl. Do you go with Iftikhar Jaman? He got hit for 3 sixes in the over. Or do you go for Rakib Hassan? He got hit for 4 sixes in the over. So good luck choosing that. I think who faces is an easy choice. I think he's just hit a 6 to win the game. He only needs 2. Drama here. And Nish, you've done it again. You're the golden ball magnet, and you've brought me into the action as well. Let's get ready for some golden ball fever.
Yeah, this to me, you've got to go with Iftikhar Jaman for this final over just because he's the more experienced bowler. He's obviously been here numerous times, was involved in a golden ball as well back in his days playing for the Nicosia Tigers. So I'd go for Iftikhar Jaman to bowl this final over. Obviously, no doubt who should face this golden ball. We could just see match referee Tyrone Peters having a word with the
First golden ball since 3rd of June. That's exactly a week ago. So maybe Monday's golden ball day here. That was when the Napa Kings got over the line. Yeah, and that was 2 extras that did it as well. You can see it's been a mixed bag this year. We've got 5 batting wins and 7 bowling wins. Could the batters get it back to 6-7 here? All time, it's slightly in favour of the bowlers. A bit more than slightly. At one stage it was 10-10. But you can see there it's a pretty even split. This is where we are as we're getting ready. It's simple rules. If you get 2 or more, you get the win as the batting team. And looks like it is Jaman that's going to bowl. That's the moment they tied the game. I think even they couldn't believe it when they needed, 48 to tie for the last 2 overs. It seemed a world away.
And he just got that little bit of length he was looking for, didn't he, the batter? And that allowed him to elevate it behind square leg for a 6. I need a much better ball here from Jaman. I think Hassan and Jaman at the end, they just kept missing those lengths. Probably provided a few hittable deliveries. Now that we've come to a golden ball, our second golden ball of this ECS.
Oh, how's the pressure? And the thing is, he was a classic Sydney or the Bush, we'd say. He was 6 or nothing, wasn't he? But now does he change his game slightly? Because I think there are probably a few 2s out there. I mean, on this field, if you hit the ball along the ground at someone, if they don't field it cleanly, you're getting 2, because also you know you're going for 2. So here we go. Golden ball 63, live from Ipsonis. Oh, it might be Monday, but we're starting the week on fire here on ECN. Tie City in the cricket world lately. And it is Jaman to bowl. It's going to be Mohamed Arif Akash, the captain. And remember, we might look at this result as one that decides who stays and who goes after the group stage. Shokat Khan's out there as the runner. Yeah, and it can affect the standings dramatically here. They brought the field in. This is crazy. They've got no outfielders. This is actual madness. They're really gambling that they're not going to get it out of the... They're probably saying if it goes to the outfield, we've probably lost. Oh, but I find that quite crazy. So they've gone for just a deep square leg and everyone else in the circle. It's a bold move. Remember, a 1 isn't good enough. It's got to be 2 or more. I don't think he can believe it. So it enticed him to go over the top. I think he is anyway.
He finds the gap here. It's going to race away for a 4. Just that one fielder, as you mentioned, out at deep square leg, outside the ring. Here we go. Golden ball.
Golden ball 62. And he's got it, and it's gotten through the field. That's going to run away for 4, and it's an unlikely win for Kipro Tigers Limassol. It was hit straight to mid-wicket, but he couldn't hold on. And a dramatic win in match 49. We get back to golden ball 0, but it's the captain who's the hero. Mohammad Arif Akash ties the game with the 6 and then gets them over the line with the boundary.
We had written them off. We had written off the Kipro Tigers, and once again they prove us wrong with another incredible win, coming off one of the biggest ECS upsets after defeating the Limassol Zalmi. They've come out here, smashed 48 runs in the last 2 overs, taken it to a golden ball, and won it in the most dramatic fashion possible. You gotta love the heart of this team. They picked up their 3rd win of this ECS after coming in largely unfancied.
Yeah, here's the thing. They gambled on all these extra infielders, saying, look, if we can keep it in the infield, we know they won't get 2. It went straight to one of those infielders. You just couldn't field it. So it's not quite Herschel Gibbs. You just dropped the World Cup. But I think you just dropped match number 49. And have a look. I cannot believe it. Ended up running all the way for 4. And he never stopped running. He gets mobbed by his teammates as Kipro Tigers Limassol become the newest members of the Golden Ball Winners Club in Golden Ball 63. You saw it here on ECN. Oh, well, how would you be feeling if you're Cyprus Knight Riders here? You were so far ahead in that game. This is match 50 coming up. I think we're on schedule to start that in about 15 minutes. But, oh, well, this is going to be a pretty entertaining package, that I can tell you. That the Tigers, they'll be chasing it in that. That's their last game. They must be feeling on fire right now, feeling on top of the world, but they don't have too much time to recover and get the right mindset to take on Encore, who are also hoping to push for a 4th win in their campaign. So match 50 coming up in about 15 minutes. And look, Nish, I always love it when we see this. We get back to Golden Ball 0 here. What a way to start the week.
Great way to start the weekend. This Kipro Tigers side, I think they're slowly going to become a fan favorite. Came into this series, I think we didn't really fancy their chances of making it to the elimination round, but now they pick up 3 wins, and they're in a really, really solid position to go on and maybe make some noise come Wednesday. We'll have a look at the highlights of what was an incredibly entertaining innings. Malik Noman started it all off with a superb display of batting. He came out there with that incredibly open batting stance, kept bashing everything through mid-wicket. He made 45 of 21. He was ably supported by Hardeep Singh at the other end. That opening partnership was worth 81 runs and really set up this Kipro Tigers side to go on and pull off this upset.
Yeah, it seems like such a long time ago as well, but I don't really know what to think of you, the Knight Riders here. There were a few missed opportunities. They didn't seem to just do enough. That was a missed opportunity. That would cost them a few more. That one got put down, and the captain, Amar Hussain, was ropeable. Absolutely ropeable. Then he got one in the back for his trouble, as it was a lot going on. Then he dropped one about 2 minutes later, and then everything went full circle as it went back to Mohamed Jawal Mia. I mean, just think about all these contributions like Mohamed Jawal Mia in the first innings that end up being all in vain now, as the Cyprus Knight Riders couldn't get across the line. But then the wickets started to fall, didn't they? And Apu went just missing a fairly straight one. Amit Kumar went first ball, so still no hat tricks. Baljita went soon after, though. And this game had taken quite the turn. But I got to say, it was a sensational effort for Shaukat Khan, and in particular, Mohammad Arif Akash, to step up. They came together with the score at 95 for 5, so they would end up putting on 49 to tie the match. And then, of course, we had the boundary off the last ball. But I think also credit to Shaukat. Remember, he took that run where he said, why would you take the run? He had confidence he could hit the 6. In the end, that run mattered because they ended up tying the game. They needed every run possible. But it was a dramatic strike, wasn't it? 6 to tie the game, and then golden ball wasn't too far away. That was one that Shaukat got up and out of the ground. And Iftikhar Jaman was under attack. We had 7 maximos in the last 2 overs. And before you knew it, we were at golden ball o'clock at high noon here in Cyprus. And yeah, they couldn't believe it. And they had the decision, who were they going to bowl? They decided to stick with Jaman. It wasn't much of a choice they had either. And the misfield essentially allows Kipro Tigers Limassol across the line in a very memorable ECS match.
Really memorable ECS match. An incredible win for a side who play with so much heart and passion. They play the right way. They have been turning up game after game. Results might not have always gone their way at the start, but they've turned things around because they just got great team spirit. They had that belief in themselves, and they pull out a win when many of us thought the game had just slipped away from them. Here's a look at the scorecard for this innings. Of course, Malik Noman with another incredible innings, 45 runs for him. He scored a century a couple of days ago against the Limassol Zalman, and he's developing into a real star in this ECS. Hardeep Singh once again accelerating right at the top of the order, 41 of 19. And when you look at that little period in between when they lost those wickets in a cluster, keep in mind over 7 and 8, they managed to score just 14 runs and they lost 4 wickets, but they turned things around right at the end.
Yeah, the thing is they bowled out Russell, they bowled out Hussain, and their only options to bowl the golden ball were Raheem Hassan, who got smashed in the 9th, and then Jaman, who got smashed in the 10th. But 2 for Russell and Hussain were pretty good in there. The other wicket to Pradhana. Jaman, probably his figures aren't that bad. It's just his last over went magical 22 to tie the game. And there you have it. Golden Ball 63 is done. And so one day, this will appear on one of our Golden Ball compilations, Volume 7. And so we're building it slowly but surely here in season 2024. Now, there is a 5-minute delay because the Golden Ball, it's been decided to put the next match back by 5 minutes. So we'll be back in 15 minutes with the next one. Until then, it's Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Nishay Butt. It's a golden start to the week. Why don't you join us after this break for more cricket action? Still 2 matches to go today in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our fourth match of the day features the keeper Tigers of Limassol and Encore. Let's head out to the middle, where match referee Tyrone Peters is alongside Amr Sohail and Arif Akash.
Marco, it's a call.
Tail.
Tails is the call. It's a heads.
We're gonna bowl first.
They're gonna bowl first.
Thank you very much for that update to match referee Tyrone Peters. Big game coming up here between the Kipro Tigers and Markhor. Both these sides have got a lot of talent, and this should be a very exciting matchup. The players to look out for the Kipro Tigers are Malik Noman. He's coming off a big 100 a couple of days ago against the Limassol Zalmi, and Hardeep Singh, their talismanic all-rounder, is always very exciting to watch. Meanwhile, for Markhor, Zishan Ahmed has been their star performer so far this series with both the bat and ball in hand, and let's see if he can make another big impact. Let's head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Thank you very much to Nish. And yeah, well, bit of a golden tinge to this field here in Ipsonis, and it's golden ball fever that struck us here on what feels like the first day of week 2 here. Of course, we start a couple of days early here in Cyprus. But this is what's coming up next with Kipro Tigers Limassol, coming off that dramatic golden ball win. Mohammad Arif Akash, deservedly the player of the match, 37 off 10 balls in regulation, then hitting golden ball 63 to the boundary to pull off an unlikely win. They pulled off 48 in their last 2 overs to make that happen. And Shortcut Khan says that he's captaining this game. I don't know, maybe he just can't handle the heat. But Markhor are a team, they have some good players in there as well, 3 and 2. They'll want to get the win here for sure. And so, yeah, looking forward to seeing this contest. And I don't know if you can believe those odds anymore, 30-70. So Kipro Tigers Limassol, big underdogs, but they've come of age, and they've come of age pretty quickly, haven't they, in this series? But it's absolutely insane finish. And Nish, I called him the golden ball magnet. I think that's probably true. But Tyrone, it just occurred to me when we went off air that he was actually also a bit of a golden ball magnet. He's known for it. And the fact that just the energy of Nish and Tyrone being here at once. And the other thing is Alex, who's pushing the buttons certain games for us here in Cyprus. He's also a bit of a golden ball magnet. I think he's had the last 3. So when you combine all of those forces, it's science. The golden ball was on the way. And what was most amazing for me is that they gambled with so many infielders, 8 infielders. Just not really trusting if the ball went to the outfield that they'd be able to stop it to. And it went pretty much straight to one of those infielders, but they couldn't stop it. It went through for 4. Bit of a worst case scenario for CKR, and I think the repercussions are still ringing out in their team meeting. And they just need to pick themselves up because they have a big run home as well. That'll be ancient history for too long. Here we go, we start off match number 50, and it's Molla. Started with a wicket last time. This time we'll start with a wide. And what do you think of that? You'll only see this kind of thing on ECN. Probably won't see a golden ball in the World Cup. Maybe it's a bit of a harsh call. Remember, the line belongs to the bowler, even if he gets a little bit of that line. That one isn't a close call. Rightly will be called. He's just popped out for a bit of lunch. Probably well deserved after the drama we just saw in match 49. Oh, well, this is a bit of a reality check for Molla, who gets punched down the ground. Maximo! And we're off to the races in match number 50. Time to raise the bat in this tournament. Still 4 full days to go after this. Last day of the Group B matches tomorrow, then Elimination Day on Wednesday, quarterfinals day on Thursday, and finals Friday. So essentially it's all knockout cricket from Wednesday. He almost deliberately tries to deflect that onto the stumps. Yeah, so you've got essentially 10 knockout matches and then the bronze final and then the final. So it's going to be a really exciting day. Slightly easier schedule as well with just the 4 games a day. Players obviously will only be playing one match in a day, not the 2 or 3 they might be playing at the moment. Gone up and over the top, not really timed, but good enough in the power play to run to the boundary. That'll be 4. Shazad Ahmed coming out and striking the ball pretty nicely so far. He waits, and that's the key, I think, with facing Mola. Goes on the pull. Does he get the gap? Not quite. Pretty well closed there by Malik Noman. Oh, I like this from Wayne, saying that Nish loves a flanny shirt. And what he means is a flannel shirt by that. He might be an honorary Aussie bogan. Well, I'll have to explain what that is to Nish. I think he'd be honoured. Yeah, you're right about that, though. It's actually about chasing. Oh, he likes this. They really like it. Umpire not convinced. They're asking anyone. I've got to admit, I wasn't convinced straight up. There might have been a little noise. Let's have a look. I mean, it's very hard to tell because we can't hear. We can only see. Oh. Well, if you had to put a gun to my head and say it looked like there might have been a little deflection off the inside edge, but the umpire has to be sure. And obviously we don't have the sound or anything like that. So yeah, maybe he's fortunate to get away with it. This time, that one is straight over the line, so it won't be a wide. And pretty eventful first over. It's 13 without loss after 1. Yeah, remember the regulations now. If the ball's on the line, it's not a wide, even if a bit's on the line. Well, these are our golden balls in 2024, and we've got a new member of the list. Cyprus Tigers, Limassol, getting over the Cyprus Knight Riders with the 4 in golden ball 63. Exactly a week since the last one. So, hey, start your week off right. Start it with a golden ball. Oh, a special appearance from Cluck Norris. Some of our fans would remember. It's pretty vocal at Khartoum earlier in the year. It's a big outswinger first up. It's in the air. It's hanging a long time. No one can reach it. This is Baljinder Singh bowling the second over. See, he doesn't get that right all. It was actually swinging viciously back towards him. Now, just kind of tapped away into a gap. One bounce to the outfielder. Still, I got to say, I know you don't have too much time to think, or maybe it's just a bit of inexperience there from the Knight Riders, but the gamble to have 8 infielders on a golden ball, I mean, in the end, it kind of went to one of them, but if they had the deep mid-wicket back, at least they would have had a prayer to run him out on a second run. I guess we'll never know, and that's kind of the beauty of the golden ball. It's a moment in time. You can't have it back. That's good areas. Not the greatest looking shot either from Shazad Ahmed. Goes walkabout. Thick edge. Nah, you can forget that one. That's run away for 4. So, Baljinder actually delivers what I think is a decent line here again. I wonder if they've thought about putting the deep third back, especially with the swings and misses. I know you can't have them everywhere. You either got to protect the actual shot or the edge. They've kind of gone for both. There's kind of like a deep backward point. Not sure how useful that is. This is hit hard. You think of the run, but in the end, well, it does enough to keep it in front of him. End of the second over, and the score is 19 without loss. So obviously, all eyes on the prize of qualification. And Kipro Tigers, with that win, they go to 9 points. I mean, otherwise, they would have been on 7. And when you consider they're running out of games as well, this is their last game. They can make a run here with a win. They can go to 12 or even 13. Also, their net run rate's not particularly good. So, it's certainly something we're watching. Limassol Army, they must be a bit nervous at the moment. They still have 3 matches to press their case. Here we go with the start of a new over, and the decision to take a run forces a fumble. And they'll get 1 run. Oh, that could be a no ball because it's hit the pitch, but it's hit the edge of the pitch. And so I actually think this will end up being a no ball and 4 byes, which I think is a travesty against the keeper. But I don't see how you can say this is kind of fully on the pitch or on the desired landing surface. It does hit the pitch, don't get me wrong. But I think the idea is that when it hits the edge of the pitch, that it'll be given a no ball. And why does it make a difference? Because it just means next ball is going to be a free hit. So, yeah. I mean, everyone can see what's happened. Yeah, it's going to be exactly what I said. No ball plus 4 byes. There's been discussion about this on a few social media posts the other day, and I agree. It was the silliest law change ever to make that go against the keeper. Anyway, free hit is hit and is fielded. So just a single, no further damage. I saw various arguments that, byes don't technically go against the keeper, but everyone knows that's nonsense. But keepers hate byes for good reason. Boulder deserves to be penalised with a 4 because they caused it. It used to be that you'd have like the minimo, no ball, plus 4 more no balls. A bit like 5 wides. They'd have 5 no balls. I think it might have been, when was it? Maybe 17 they changed that, maybe earlier. That's pretty well bowled from Islam. But I think it's classic MCC having a meeting and didn't invite the keepers. They certainly would have said something about it. Zishan struggling to get going here, 2 off 5. He punches this kind of catchable height, but he finds the gap, and then there's a proper step-over job here. Makes some more work for him. Somehow has stopped that. Well, they might as well keep running. You get at least, they should have run 4. This is a clean stop. He just looks nonplussed about it. They'll check it out, but I'm telling you that this is a clean stop. Have a look. I mean, the first one's not great. Something that you might see in the Premier League. A good old-fashioned step over. Then here, there you go. Fine. Bounce off the leg. Keep rolling that forward. You'll see. Ball runs clear. No problem. They only get 2, so that's actually poor running from the batters. They should have got 3 easily. Not often you see an easy 3, but that was it. Now they will get 1 more run. The very next ball. Last ball of the 3rd over. And it's hit high, mile high. Fielder comes in and he's going to drop it. And it's going to come off the hands. And it's going to run away for 4. So it went backwards off his fingertips. I suppose the thing with this catch that made it a bit more difficult is that he was having to take it on the run. And he tried to take it fingers up on the run, which is pretty difficult. Normally if you're on the run, maybe you're better off fingers down. See here, so it just kind of bursts through and then the ball gets away and it ends up over the boundary line. So 4 runs to finish that over, and Encore 33 without loss after 3. I'll tell you what, poor Cyprus Knight Riders, losing that golden ball probably would have been better if they were back on the field straight away, because I can still hear their team meeting ringing out around the ground. And let's just say, a few good old-fashioned hair dryers in there. Finish out of here, Mr. Maximo, and back from lunch, and hopefully calm down a bit after that golden ball. Nish Butt, welcome back, Nish.
Yeah, you got an exciting game going over here. Encore 33 for no loss at the end of this power play.
Did you have to put the earmuffs on around the Cyprus Night Riders meeting. It's pretty animated over there as we start you over the wide.
No, I certainly did, and I think one of them came to me later and said that I'm glad we at least broke your golden ball streak.
Yeah. Well, Mondays. The Mondays is the thing. Yeah. We had one last Monday. Before that, though, it was the Sunday, actually. It was the second day of the ECIs in Estonia. Estonia versus Malta.
This one just goes for that wide yorker there, Noman. Gets that one inside the tram line. And he's looking for the wide, the batter, but he's not going to get it. It's a good ball by Noman.
Bogged down at the moment, isn't he, here? Zishan.
That's up in the air. The fielder will be interested. Chance to take a catch, and he will. So Zishan Ahmed, who's had a slow start to his innings, will depart here, having made just 5 runs. Well watched by the fielder. He tracked that ball well, and he takes it. First wicket falls from Encore.
Yeah, and this is a good example of probably a more percentage way to take the ball on the run. See, with the hands down, you can still track it with your eyes more, whereas if you're going fingers up, your hands actually kind of block your eyes. And then if the ball's generally dropping in front of you, if you're having to run for it, so you haven't had time to get under it, I think that's probably a better technique. Effectively done by Hardy out there, and then the first wicket falls. It's 34 for 1. Now, lunch review. How was it? What did you have?
Oh, it was fantastic. We had a paneer and chicken, but I enjoyed even more, I think, the meal that we were brought over by one of the teams.
Encore, I think, and I'm about to tuck into it, Nish, so I'm going to leave you on your own for a while, but I know you're pretty used to that by now. As Encore will try and move forward through these middle overs. 34 for 1 at the moment.
Yeah, when I came back, I was just having a look at the chat. Well, I just comment on that after this ball. Oh, it goes for the big heave.
What did you spot
mid-wicket.
in there?
Yeah, I saw Wayne pointing out that because of my love of flanner shirts, I might be an honorary Aussie bogan.
Yes, I should have mentioned that. So do you know what a bogan is?
I had to Google it just now.
Okay. Let me
It
guess.
says unsophisticated, unrefined. That was defined.
But that doesn't. The dictionary meaning doesn't show the love that's in it, right? Okay, this is going to blast through one fielder and go around another. So 4 runs. Khalid gets off the mark. Khalid coming in at number 3. So it's worn as a badge of honor. So the most obvious comparison I would say is like a redneck, you know, like in America. Okay. As this is punched down. Nish is in shock, so I'm just going to give another.
Would it be
border a
similar
go.
to like a chav in England?
Yeah, but not quite as rough. Just kind of. I'll have to teach you how to speak different. If you want to be a bogan, that's fine. I can help you with the transition, but you need to start speaking differently. You probably need to like a rat's tail or a mullet hairstyle.
So up in the air. Oh, he's going to juggle it, but he's not going to take the catch. It slips out of his hands. Just his hands were a bit too hard. He needed to take that one nice and soft.
And then always throws away another run. But that'll be the end of the over. It's 40 for 1 after 4. Yeah, so a bogan, yeah, the dictionary definition probably describes it better than I can, but it's an identity. And they love the old flannel shirts. So you'd be wearing that to the work site. You'd be drinking a chocolate milk, like without a straw. You'd be smashing it on your break. What else? Maybe put it to the Australians.
I have
what
to
else would a
admit-
bogan do?
I have to admit, I'm really into my chocolate milk, so that might actually.
Yeah, I can see you
that's
smashing
another
a
thing.
chocolate milk in the heat. You already got the heat here. So you'd be wearing, if you weren't wearing a flannel shirt, you'd probably be wearing a singlet. That makes sense. Just the sleeveless.
Struck firmly out towards long on, and it's going to beat the fielder. It was a good effort, a leaping effort, but he's not going to be able to prevent that from going for a boundary. Leapt up, but Shahzad Ahmed smashes it away for 6.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to Marco, though. I'm going to enjoy this lunch. I'll stay till the end of the over. We'll be halfway through. It's probably a good time to hand it over to you. But I haven't really had a chance to catch up with you because I came straight on. And how's your first week been back? You've done over a week now here, back on the tour. We've been missing you.
No, it certainly was nice to come back. We had some good games as well, which has really, really helped. Good to see a few old faces. Obviously, good to see you. Good to see Rico as well after more than a year.
Big shout out to Rico, who's having a well-deserved week off. He's got another big run coming up. Because Rico's going to come to Prague for the first time. He's never done that before, so we'll be sharing that with Rico and Danny, who's kind of like our pride specialist over there as well. Danny's also a bit of a golden ball magnet. If you went on games commentated golden balls, his ratio is probably better than anyone's. You're not far behind. He's hard eat with the ball.
This one is struck out towards long. That would be actually quite interesting, I think, just to have a golden ball ratio. And I think we could include some of the spring production people in it as well. I know
Well,
Alexander was talking about him being
Yeah.
a golden ball magnet.
Yeah, and it's always, he was probably about to have his lunch, and that's put him off about another 10 minutes. But I will say, though, that at least Alex, it wasn't a super over, because I told you, and I'm pro super over in T20 cricket. I'm not saying I'm not, but I'm just saying it took 30 minutes from the end of the game till you had a winner.
Oh, that's a good bit of fielding here out in the deep. He's come across in time, Shawan Mullah. And they saved our shins as well by ensuring that one doesn't go through.
Helix says you need to be missing a tooth or a couple of teeth. Well, we can arrange that. Just get your fielding a bit off.
This is smoked away over mid-wicket for a 6. Very nicely struck by Ahmed, who of course was dropped on 17. He's making them pay for that error. Moves on to 35 of just 16 deliveries. Well, just take a look at this replay. Takes a couple of paces outside his crease, and then he smokes it away towards mid-wicket.
Yeah, and so there's another good point. The singlet, it's normally a blue singlet. It's a certain, yeah, it's like a dark blue singlet you'd be wearing, just plain. And you're drinking your beer out of a can. I don't remember you drinking too many beers. But anyway, this is lifted up out of the ground. Maximo finding his batting boots at the right time is Shazad Ahmed. Finishes the 5th with a bang. It's 60 for 1.
Yeah, very good shot here to end the over. Picks that one up nicely. It was in the slot as well, and it's been punished by the batter. Terrific shot.
And yeah, Wayne's spot on here. And your partner's name is Shazza, and she wears a white singlet. Okay. So when you go to, you've never been to Australia, right?
No, unfortunately
So, okay,
never.
when we do ECS Australia, we're going to try and get you down there. One day, that's our plan. We might be able to do it. And
hopefully I'll have made the complete transition by
yeah,
then.
yeah, we'll take you to Bogan University. You know who'd be loving this chat is Corey. I might just get him tuning into the broadcast. But yeah, the flannel fever, Nish. Keep doing what you're doing though. That's commitment to it. Must admit, I said when I was coming to Cyprus, I'm leaving the suits at home when I saw that. Oh, he's bowled him. What a great bit of bowling that from Baljinder Singh. He goes round the wicket and completely does Khalid. Rearranges the stumps, and there's the second wicket of the inning, 60 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket here, Shah Khalid. We know he's a dangerous hitter when he can get going. He can send them a mile away. Good ball here. Just, yeah, he just perfectly gets that leg stump Yorker in. And another wicket falls for Encore. Important one. This is the second wicket of this innings. Shahzad Ahmed so far hasn't really had much support from his partners.
Yeah, you're right about that. But yeah, what a perfect start to an over. This game's kind of teetering.
He's just looking to make some room to hit that square of the wicket. New batter, Umer Raja. And I wonder where that sound came from. Was there some bat just scraping the ground along the way? That's good bowling here by Baljinder Singh. He's been terrific during this spell. This one's pushed towards cover, and the fielder's just going to scamper across for a quick single. Umer Raja gets off the mark.
Yeah, probably going to need a couple of tattoos. That's true as well. The hairstyle, there's probably a few different alternatives, but we can probably work on that. And I won't mention what we call the blue singlets, but it's exactly what I was thinking. What Wayne referred to them in the chat. It's a noun. Anyway, on that note, I'll leave you with some of our viewers to just get your initiation. Yeah, keep the flannels coming though, Nish. You're probably going to have to talk slightly differently as well.
Probably very differently. This is well played there by the fielder. I think he's done a good job to prevent that getting past him. So yeah, come on, let's give me some tips of what it takes to actually become a bogan. No promises that I'll actually get there. Oh, great ball. Terrific ball by Baljinder Singh. Picks up his second wicket. And this has been a clinic in T10 bowling so far by Baljinder Singh, just hitting those Yorkers with such great consistency. Just the way Zishan Mahmood was earlier this morning. And after a good start for Encore, you have to say they've done a good job of just pulling this rate back. The Cyprus Tigers, top bit of bowling. That one just crashing onto the stumps. And maybe the batter, I think, against somebody who's bowling Yorkers with such consistency, do you just maybe take a few steps into your crease, bat deeper in the crease, and then look to hit him over mid-wicket. Trying to make it an overpitch delivery. Certainly some things you can do to just play around the crease a little bit. New batter comes in. Right, so Wayne saying I need a packet of Winnie Blues. I actually had to Google what that means. Seems like it's a packet of Winfield cigarettes. This is played out towards mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single. So the new batter, Zaman, is on strike. And Winfield Reds to be a full-on bogan. Oh, nice ball there by Noman. I think Noman, what he's done very well, he's just mixed up the pace throughout this innings. This time he balls an off-pace delivery. And that Zaman is not able to strike. He'd probably be better off just looking to open up the offside to a delivery like that. It's a big gap through cover. Yeah, some very hopeful appeals, mostly coming from around the boundary, which tells a lot. And we have to see a little bit of foot backing up here by the Cyprus Tigers to prevent overthrows. Keeper had a shot at the stumps. Goes straight to the fielder to score. That's good fielding by Riazul Islam. Batter just a little bit unlucky there. He's picked out the lone fielder either side of him, and that would have raced away for a boundary. Now Ahmed, now he's just one big blow away from bringing up his half-century. Saman just completely misses that one. I think he'd be just better off staying in his crease, staying nice and balanced, watching the ball closely. He's not in a good position to play big shots like that. Oh, and he's not been able to get that one away, so Zaman yet to get off the mark. Hasn't looked particularly convincing these first 4 deliveries he's faced. And Encore are 65 for 3. Huge dip in that run rate since we, of course, saw that double wicket over. We'll have a look at this upcoming calendar for the European Cricket Series. So, had the great pleasure of joining you here in Cyprus. We'll, of course, have our European Cricket Series through to the 14th of June. After that, got a great weekend of action over in Czechia. And just take a look at some of the scenic grounds we'll be traveling to throughout the year. Of course, do tell us in the chat if there's any series you're most looking forward to, if there's any series you've most enjoyed so far. We'd love to hear your opinion. Yeah, just coming back to the Bogan talk here in the chat, I have to admit, a lot of the stuff you're mentioning, I'm just not sure what it is. So there's going to have to be a lot of Googling done after this game to actually figure out what some of these things are. Going for a picnic at the local pool. Now that's something new. I've never heard of that before. Might need a station wagon or a panel van as well. I'll stick for. You mentioned an old Ford over here, Helix. I think I'll stick with the old Ford Fiesta hatchback, which is what I'm used to driving. Maybe I'll get an upgrade one day. Here's 3 overs left in this innings. And this is absolutely battered away by Ahmed. He brings up his half-century. Really nicely played. Gets a quick round of applause from the dugout, but no real celebration by Ahmed. He's just far too focused on the task at hand. This has been hammered away as well, but it's actually gone straight up in the air. And oh dear, that looked like it just landed off the top of his head. Oh no, oh no. Oh, let's just have a look at this. It's been skied by the batter. For a second, I was just thrown off looking at it real time, whether he'd sent that one towards the boundary. But let's just watch this. Oh no, I think it just lands right off the top of his head, right off his noggin. Ah, that's painful. Mind you, he's taken that one very bravely. Would have thought he'd be a lot more hurt. Maybe he's just too concussed to realize it. 6 more runs of it there. This is another one that's been sent straight towards the olive groves. It's in the slot, really nicely played. Batter clearing that front leg and looking to smash it over long on. Oh dear, was there some foot on that when it struck the stumps? Does he touch it? My initial inkling is that might be a little bit unlikely, but we'll have a look at this. We'll watch this really closely. Struck down the ground. Oh, it's hard to say, really hard to say with that angle. And yep, he was well inside his crease anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. Now then, Zaman, these first 4 deliveries out there, he's looked really uncomfortable. He's going to have to get a move on. Can't afford to chew too many dot balls. This run rate has just been going in the wrong direction. No, that's going to be stumped. That's going to be it. And that's the end of Zaman's innings. He's been put out of his misery, in all honesty, here by Singh. And it's probably best for Encore as well that he just gets out of the way now. And maybe a new batter tries their luck. He's just been chewing too many dot balls. That's a great delivery as well. A proper left arm slow bowler's wicket. And nothing wrong with that stumping. It's perfectly fine. 4th wicket falls for Encore. That's been a nice comeback again. They've rallied well in the second half of the innings. Keep in mind, they were 60 for 1 halfway through this innings. And it's all gone a bit quiet here in this latter stage of the innings for Encore. Just 5 runs of over 6 and 7. And this has been a very decent over so far as well. 13 runs off it. The boss, the left-hander, comes on strike. So this is a better matchup for the batting side. A left-arm spinner on a left-arm batter. It's going around the wicket here. Let's just see if he'll look to try to hit this with the spin towards that mid-wicket boundary. Keeper, bowler going around the wicket as well. No, smacked away. And it's gone the distance. So 6 runs. Abbas starts off his innings with a huge hit. And Encore are 84 for 4. Well, looks like I saw it completely wrong. He's actually right-armed. Well, let's just get back to some of the Bogan advice here in the chat. So, yeah, I need a panel van. I don't think I could say that word, Jeffrey, on commentary, so I won't repeat it.
I'm back to save you. But have you ever seen a headbutt and a stumping in the same over? Now you have. We've seen so much foot fielding, it was a matter of time until we went full football and introduced the header. The thing I was going to say on that big one from Hardeep, if he dropped it, he was going to be run out because the batter ran and he was the only one that did. But he headbutted it backwards. Oh, wow. Anyway, I'll tell you what the wagon is in a moment. Here's over number 9.
Yeah, this is struck away for a 6, a huge hit there. Well, Ahmed moves on to 63.
I'm happy that he's all right, but it was pretty sickening, the blow. It just drifted away, and it was a good point. Probably wasn't his catch. It's probably the keeper's catch. But, yeah, at least he seems okay. And end up with a decent over in the end. By decent, I mean 19 off it. Question as well about whether that was a stumping or a run out, and Terry's spot on saying it's a stumping. So it doesn't actually matter how you break the stumps, it matters kind of what the batter's doing, whether it's stumping or a run out.
Straight up in the air. There's a fielder out at mid-wicket who's interested, and it's going to go clear of his header. Actually, he's done a really good job to just bat that one down. We'll have a look at the replay.
My feeling is this is all right, because I think he jumps from inside and he bats it back in before he lands. So he never actually tries to catch it. Let's have a look. We've got to work out where he takes off from, and is he in the air when he hits it? Takes off, fine, yeah, fine. And then, where does it bounce? Yeah, that's a clean stop. Brilliant fielding, really. Yeah, that'll be completely fine. It'll be 2 runs.
Yeah, top bit of fielding out at mid-wicket. Struck really firmly, struck hard, and struck away. Another one has been sent all the way here by Ahmed, who moves on to 71. Yeah.
Oh, Kareem's comment just came through to me saying Encore gave us lunch, but his hearing is a bit off. He thought that Mark War gave us lunch and wondered what he's doing in Cyprus. Well, if you are watching, Mark, hello to you. I don't think Mark War would be buying us lunch, though. We'd have to buy him lunch.
Oh, another massive strike here by Ahmed. And you could just hear it strike the base of the camera tower. It was a huge thud as it struck the metal. 6 more runs for Ahmed.
Well, given the choice of being struck by lightning or struck by the Grizzly's probably safer. We've almost had both in the last week, by the way, but that was a good shot, just off a length there. Yeah, so what's the difference between a stumping and a run out? People say, well, it's a run out if you're running, and that is true, but that's not the whole story. I'll try and give you a better definition in a moment, as the batter just thinks it's a great time to pull a bit of chalk out from the crease. Anyway, a couple to come here in the 9th. Yeah, so if you are out of your ground, then you can be run out any time, except in the case where 2 things are true. You haven't attempted a run, and the ball has only ever been touched by the keeper, hasn't been interfered with by anybody else, in which case that's called a stumping. But, for example, there's many cases where you might not be trying to run, but you might get run out, such as if you blocked the ball to like a fielder and stood there and then they could run you out. You haven't actually tried to run, for example. So that was a stumping. This will be the end of the 9th over. Well, he turns it down the single. He says, all right, well, I'm 78, you're 6. And quick use of the which number is greater law. He says, my turn. So that's the end of the 9th over. Outside chance wishes that Ahmed to bring up his 100, I suppose. He needs 22 to do that. The score is 105 for 4 after 9. Oh. So, yeah. So, yeah, doesn't it, some people think, oh, if the keeper throws the ball onto the stumps, it can't be stumped, or they think it's something to do with how the stumps are broken. That's not actually that relevant. For example, the famous Carey Bairstow one that we were referencing earlier, that's a stumping because he wasn't trying to run, but he was out of his crease and the ball was live. So that's why it was given stumped in the end, not run out. Interesting. We've seen some strange ones, though, for example, where people, because you can walk or run. So what happens if you were both, yeah, you have to get in the batter's head what's their intention. Off the last ball of the inning, sometimes we see guys just kind of walking off because they're okay. But technically that can be stumped, even though they might be stumped by like 2/3 of the pitch and still walking. Anyway, here's Moller, bowled the first, bowled the last, and Ahmed on 78.
Oh, it's a good effort there by the fielder at fine leg. That looked destined to get past him and go away for a 4, but he's put his body on the line on this very arid surface, and he somehow managed to prevent the 4.
Amazing what happens when you use your hands, hey? But what he might have done, he might have prevented Shazad having any chance to score his 100. Still an outside chance, but they do take the 1. Wazim Abbas did hit a 6 off his first ball. Second ball was refused a single.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by that. Abbas is a more than good enough hitter. A strike rate of 250 throughout this series, so he's capable of clearing the boundary rope. And he's going to go for the big shot over here. He's not going to be able to connect, just a single. A couple of singles to start this over for Show and Molla.
Yeah, so now back in the hot seat. Needs 21, there's 4 balls left.
balls left in the
Bit
innings here.
surprised they took the one off the first ball, since they didn't take the one off the last over.
Oh, this one was a half a chance for a cotton ball. And they're going to run this. They're not going to run this first one particularly hard. They'll just take the single. But he's just got his hands on that. He's managed to slow the ball down a little bit. So it's 3 singles to start the over.
Yeah, it was a tough one. He had his head down, his follow through, tried to get up, just got fingertips on it in the end.
Is the shot going to find the boundary rope? It certainly will. Boss. And just a middle one.
Just likes this angle, doesn't he? Most left-handers do. Probably going to hit the stumps, but got a fair piece of it, sends it over the ropes.
Now then, we've seen 7 runs off this over so far. 2 balls left in the innings. Let's just see if they move that. They just move that fielder out at deep mid-wicket a little bit straighter. He's now more of a cow corner sort of position in response to that last shot. Oh, that's a wide there. It's a good thing it's just come off the edge of the pitch and it's not a no ball, but it's a direct hit here. And they look interested. This could be very interesting.
Tell you what, could be a complicating factor. I think he's out, but look how wide he's running. So I don't know if we'll actually see it, but I just think he's out. Because where is he? He's gone missing. And then normally you lose your benefit of the doubt. There he is. How long is he there for? Oh, he's just on the screen. Oh, here we go. This will be a much better camera. I should try this the first time. Here we go. Yeah, he's out. Yeah, oh, you can't hide from the side on camera. See, that one shows he's just gone. So, yeah, pretty good direct hit in the end. And so that will be a wide and run out. And look, they love it. Why wouldn't they? As unfortunately for Abbas, or for Ahmed I should say, he's batted so well, but he'll be run out for 80, trying to steal the strike back. They're still a pretty influential knock. The thing is, no one else has really got too many for themselves in this innings, have they? But that will be the 5th wicket to fall. It's 114 for 5.
It's a pretty bad outcome as well for Marco, because that means the new batter will be out in the middle facing this 5th ball. It's not an outcome they would have wanted. Not only do they, of course, lose out on the chance to get the run. The new batter, is he going to be able to strike a boundary? The very first ball he faces. We'll wait and see.
Well, 2 to come still. Remember, that was a wide.
Well, he's managed to get some bat on that. It's a really unorthodox stroke.
That was an amazing, was meant to be a big clip off the legs, but it straightened on him so much, and he just ended up somehow adjusting. He's bizarrely got that way, but he has got the run, which I think is pretty important. So, last ball coming up, and I haven't updated that one yet. So we're at 100 and yeah, we're at 114. Here's the last ball coming up.
He's going to go big here, and he's going to go long. It goes all the way, and that will bring up the 120 for Marco. They end up with a score that's slightly under par, but a very defendable total. 120 will certainly fill them with confidence heading into that second innings. Big 6 at the end, very important 6. Just slightly spoils the over for Showan Mullah. It's going great until that final ball.
I suppose if you'd say if you can chase 144 and force a golden ball, then you should be able to chase 120. But I don't think it's as simple as that. I think this is, yeah, probably slightly in favour of Kipro Tigers, Limassol, game situation-wise. But remember, Marco started favourite, so maybe it's a coin flip as we hit the second innings of this one. But I mean, lucky for that innings from Shazad Ahmed, 80 off 31 balls before he was run out late in the piece. Only Wasim Abbas reaches double figures. He finishes on 18 not out as they hit 120. Let's go back and look at the highlights. Got to say, Zishan had a bit of a torrid time early on. There was a caught behind appeal, then there was this, which, to be honest, Ryan Giggs used to do it all the time, and he was paid millions to do that, but it wasn't quite the idea. We had this one as well, where he tried to go fingers up coming in, so some indifferent fielding in there. Zishan wasn't really on, was he? As he ended up being out for 5 off 9. This one was taken. But Shazad was really the only reason that Encore get to 120 in the first innings of this one, as we saw another one pop out. It's a bit of a frustrating one to watch, wasn't it? But the hitting was clean from Shazad with 9 Maximos in his innings.
The top innings by Shazad Ahmed. He was an anchor for his side, helped him get to 120. Strike rate of 258 throughout his innings. At times he was an unyielding sentinel as wickets were falling all around him, left, right, and center. You can just see this, a superb over by Baljinder Singh. 2 wickets fell that over. Colin and Raja had to disappear. And then we saw Abbas come in later in the innings, hit a few nice-looking shots, provide some good support to Ahmed. And he certainly played a key role in getting his side to 120. This would be the end for Zaman. He never looked comfortable when he was out there. Failed to score a run in the 5 deliveries he faced. Now we're just seeing some of these shots which Abbas hit right at the end. 3 boundaries struck. 17 runs of 5 deliveries for him. That was a sensational bit of fielding. And if this game comes down to the wire, we're going to look back at little moments like that and just wonder how much they affected the outcome of this game. Here was a run out at the end to get rid of Ahmed. Great throw by Arif Akash, the skipper. And this was how they would round out the innings. Big hit by Abbas right at the end as a second 6. And in the end, Encore end up with 120 runs.
Yeah, it's kind of thereabouts kind of total, isn't it? Really, the 120. In the end, Shazad Ahmed dominates the scoring with 80. 17 not out for Wasim Abbas towards the end, and then you could see that nobody else able to crack double digits. 10 extra is not too bad actually compared to some of the innings that we've seen along the way as Encore make 120. And I will say, big thank you to them for the delicious lunch that I enjoyed for 3 overs while I watched them putting that score up on the board. Bowling wise, gotta say, Baljinder's a standard, isn't he? Just had that angle working for him. 2 for 8 of his 2 overs. 1 for 9, also very good figures for Malik Noman. And Hardeep Singh with 1 for 39. A bit more expensive than he would have liked, though he did pick up a wicket. He might have had more. Might have a bit of a bump on his head when he wakes up tomorrow morning. Vinny Sandhu here with Nishay Butt. We'll take a quick break. 121 the target for KTL on a golden day for their club. We'll be back shortly here in Cyprus with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. Encore have set a target of 121 for the Cyprus Tigers of Limassol. Well, we've seen the Cyprus Tigers pick up a win earlier today, a huge upset. And they certainly got a good chance here of making it 4 wins this European cricket series. They've been an incredible story, this Cyprus Tigers side. Went into this tournament largely unfancied. Some of us wondered if they'd even win a game at any point in this series. And their final match of this group stage, they might end up with a winning record. And if they go on to win this match, they'll be at 4-3. And that's incredible for a side who had a couple of bonus point defeats to start out their campaign. The turnaround we've seen from them these last 2 matches has truly been incredible to witness. Of course, they beat the Limassol Zalmi in a thrilling match a couple of days ago. And we saw them pick one up against the Knight Riders during our lunchtime game. Now, they've got a big chance here to knock off another one of the big boys in Encore. Can they pull it off? You expect these 2 men to play a big part in it, Noman and Singh. Here we go, first ball. That's a good ball, I gotta say, that's a terrific ball. I was a little bit surprised the Knight Riders weren't bowling like this to Noman. We know that Noman bats with a very, very open stance. You've gotta look to get that wide Yorker to him. It's always gonna be tough for him to access the offside. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. The first innings total was 120, so if they can achieve this target of 121 in 7 overs or less, they'll be leaving here with a bonus point. And if they're restricted to 85 or under, then Encore will be the ones leaving here with a bonus point. A lot on the line in this game for both these teams. Encore currently sitting at 11 points, which is 7 points behind what Sher Punjab are, or in the top 2. This is just played away behind square leg. The fielder won't get there in time, so it's 4 runs. Nice way for Noman to get off the mark. Just straying onto the pads there, the bowler. And with that stance, it's always going to be really easy for him to strike those kind of deliveries away. Hits that away behind square leg. And yeah, it's really, really odd batting stance, you have to say. One of the most open batting stances I've seen during this European cricket series. That's a single, so Hardeep Singh will be on strike. It's wide over there by Rahman. Now we know Rahman, he is prone to bowling a few too many extras at times. I think it's the one weakness he has, but the reason he's so useful for Encore is he's an incredible wicket-taking bowler. It's up in the air, and this is going to clear the fielder very comfortably, so a great 6 here. Hit over cover, you don't often see that. It's a lovely shot, full face of the bat. Met the ball perfectly, timed to perfection, and it's gone the distance for a 6. Lovely straight bat shot there by Singh. Very similar to some of the stroke play we saw yesterday from Salman Khan when he made that great 100 for the Limassol Zalmi. Nice looking for the wide here. Does he have a case? I think that's it. Right decision there by the umpire. A good wide Yorker to end the over. And the Rahman gives up 13 runs in the first over. And the keeper of Tigers won't be too disappointed with that start. I think 13 runs and over, just about par, as we can tell. So 0 matches, of course, since we last had a golden ball. We reset the golden ball counter in the last match, and I gotta say 120 is a golden ball total. Are we gonna be spoiled by having back-to-back golden balls? That would really be something special if we're privileged enough to get that. I just had the director say no thanks to me in my ear. I mean, I do sympathize with you for that, but I mean, this is a golden ball total. I mean, a target of 121. It's just slightly under par, but it's the sort of total that you feel would be competitive enough for the keeper of Tigers. There we go. Then a boss ball in the second over. Starts out with a fuller delivery. Struck straight towards a mid-on. So they're just bringing Long off into the ring, and they've sent Long on out. Yeah, good bowling here. It's a nice ball by Abbas. Yeah, the key really here to Norman has to be to bowl it nice and wide to him. Should go a little wider in all honesty. I think that wide Yorker, which is what Rahman was trying to bowl, is the way to go. Oh, really nicely played. That is beautifully played by Norman. It's an attempted Yorker by Abbas. Doesn't miss it by much, really, but it's just a superbly played by Norman. He's got such fast hands. And he digs that one out terrifically. You can just see, turns the bat a little bit in his hands as well. And he's managed to whip that one away for a boundary. Top shot. This ball was in the slot. It was slightly overpitched. I think he's missed out on one, but he's not going to miss out, and it's actually going to go away for four. I thought the fielder at mid-wicket might come across to prevent that from going for a boundary. I think Amr Sohail will be a little bit disappointed with his fielding effort. He should have got to it. He really should have. He was just a bit slow on the blocks, and in the end, it does go underneath him. So if he'd anticipated it a little bit faster, I think he would have managed to get there in time and prevent that from going for a boundary. So we just had some lovely ice creams brought for us. Yeah, we've been quite well treated here by the CCA, getting our daily ice creams in just to help us cool off. Just gonna get a new ball over here. It seems that the previous ball has just crept underneath the fence, and they have been able to locate it. SJ Putt alongside you, and with me is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu in the commentary box.
Yeah, good to be back. Watch this one. I don't think this is wide. Remember, the whole ball has to be outside the line. That, for me, is not getting a bit of the line on the way through. Anyway, that's, as long as they're consistent, that's probably what you look for. Yeah, I've brought you the ice cream, so Nish, enjoy it, all right? You've gone for the, looks like the honeycomb one. I got you covered here. Abbas, it's played away, and this is going into the gap, and that is going to race away for 4 runs. This chaser could go either way, really. And the result will be a boundary. Oh, look, I thought I'd given mine away, but now I will eat my ice cream as well. I've got to say, I was going to claim the ice creams. It was the CCA. It was all them. Last ball of the second over coming up. It's one that does swing a bit and take off. He's gone. Look at his foot still out. Well, no point going upstairs for this. He spots an opportunity, and it's just a clear out. But, yeah, this isn't a case where he kind of went back in his crease and then kind of moved to, like, I don't know, because it's the end of the over or something. He holds his shot, and he just doesn't have the awareness. He thinks that's foot's in. And the keeper almost can't believe his eyes. He says, hey, I don't think he's going to move that back in. Hits the stumps, has a look around. And there's a bit of discussion. Meanwhile, he just starts walking off. Malik Noman, he's hoping for a reprieve, but he's not going to get one. Maybe he wants an early ice cream. He's going to get one. It's 26 for 1 after 2. And it's probably a ball that deserved to take a wicket. It's just funny how it transpired for Wasim Abbas. Just, yeah, when they say take a picture, it lasts longer. It wasn't our camera freezing. That was just him freezing in the boiling heat. What a way to get out. You've got to know where your crease is, and if you're not sure, put your bat in and have a little look. This is driven away nicely. So that's going to be for Hardeep. They do say if you look behind yourself, it's a guilty kind of tick as a batter, but he's taking it to scary new places. Had no idea that he was about to be stumped. Or was he Mapas? A wicket with the stumping. All right, in the air, but makes pretty good contact. Going, gone. Maximo carries by about 6 or 7 feet. Hardy carries on. That's actually a pretty good shot. We're in the power play, don't forget. Power play just melting away. A bit like my ice cream is, but luckily Nish looks like he's finished, so he'll be back to relieve me. It's yeah, a bit of a flashpoint there. Raja with the opportunistic stumping. Had some strange dismissals today. We had the run out off the bowler's hand, was smashed back. We've had the back stumping there, batter asleep at the wheel. Had the back header, which wasn't out.
This one's a wide Yorker. Yeah, it's been certainly seen a lot of funny dismissals today, haven't we? Hope I've made it back in time before that ice cream melts. Yeah. Well, just have a look at what's the state of the ice cream as you open the package right now. But yeah, certainly we've seen some funny dismissals today, and that's a really costly error though, because we know how important Oman is to this keeper of Tiger side. Leading run getter for this team, and terrific ball.
How's that missed? That's a good example of a ball. That hit him on the pad, you'd swear that was going to hit the stumps, but just the bounce in the pitch takes it over. Have a look at it. From there, you'd say, surely that's hitting, but ends up going over the top. So I thought this was honeycomb. It's actually double caramel. You've had one of these. What was your out of 10?
I'd give it a solid 8 out of 10.
All right. Well, I'll be on the chase then.
And this is played out towards cover. And yeah, just going back to that delivery, I mean, incredible bounce. It's bowled really, really full. You'd expect it to probably go on and hit the stumps, but it sailed well over them in the end. And really, I mean, this pitch has been a true fast bowler's paradise so far with the bounce and carry they're getting on it. I think the batter's just going to have some of his straps tightened by the wicketkeeper. Apu's come in to bat at number 3. Starts off with a dot ball over here, Apu. Power play comes to an end. The keeper of Tigers are 37 for 1. So yeah, I was a little bit puzzled by the fact that Jahidul Apu was sent to open the batting. I would have thought the captain, Arif Akash, would come out at number 3, considering he played one of the finest innings we have seen in this ECS, making 37 of 10 in a situation where his side was under some real pressure, and of course managed to guide them to that unlikely and unexpected golden ball victory. But he's gone back to Apu, who struggled mightily throughout the series, has hardly made any runs. He's barely been able to get out of the single digits throughout the ECS, but he's going for him again in the 7th match, hoping that he can finally get a big score the 7th time of trying. Out towards long off. Just going to be a single for Singh. They're going along at the required right now, the keeper of Tigers, just about. This is, so far, this has been very similar to the innings they played, the match-winning innings against the Nicosia Tigers, where they were hovering around that required for much of the initial stage of the innings, and I can just see the umpire saying down the leg side, maybe even height, the way that this pitch has been behaving. I think the big factor here is that certainly going down the leg side, yeah, height is a huge factor there. You can just see that ball take off, and look where it struck him in the end. Saman coming in to bowl this over, of course, struggled a lot with the bat in the first innings, made A duck. Off comes out to meet it on the half volley, and he has sent this one well clear of the boundary rope. Great shot there by Apu. And he sends them on all the way back. Takes a couple of paces outside his crease, and he has absolutely smoked this one. And I think we're going to need some new balls because good luck locating that one. Yeah, just a couple of boundaries every over, of course, and this will continue to be a very interesting match. That's basically what the keeper Tigers need from here on out. Couple of boundaries every over. Oh, this time he goes a bit too straight. And the fielder at fine leg will come across to field that one. If he gets a little bit more bat on it up, you feel that would go away for a boundary.
I've come back with my ice cream review. I'm with you with the 8.5. It was more caramelly than I thought. Kind of a gooey layer, which I wasn't expecting. This will get away from the infield. Takes a pretty friendly hop, and it keeps hopping. That's quite an incredible shot. Amisa Hale, the captain, didn't have too much ground to make up. But this outfit is so fast. That'll be another 4 to the Tigers.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why we've had so many runs scored throughout this series. Obviously, it's very hot, very sunny. The ground has been baked in as well, and everything's just traveling away so quickly. This field's even less lush than it usually is. I mean, during the springtime, at least you'd see a bit of grass covering, but...
We started the season here, of course. Don't forget, in January. So and the weather was actually pretty good for the most part. Dragon Lions dominated and started a winning streak that carried all the way through, I think, to 15 in a row before they finally had that streak snapped in the Group A stage here.
He's going to play tuck this one away for a single. Yeah, they're batting very well here, you've got to say, the keeper of Tigers. They get a couple boundaries that overrun between the wickets well. They're doing exactly what they need to, going at just above 12 and over. So good batting by this Tigers side, are looking to pick up their 4th win of this ECS.
Into the over, 51 for 4, so they're on track at the moment. We know things can change very quickly. One thing we've never had on ECN is back-to-back golden balls. We've had 2 in 3, and that actually happened in Gibraltar at the start of, I'm going to say, 2022 or 2022, I think it was. So we've never had back-to-back. This is right in the Goldilocks zone as well for me at the moment, kind of hovering around that 12 and over or so. That's the going rate. Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast that 121 is it's a very good golden ball target, and I don't think our director, Alexander, was too happy to hear he could have back-to-back golden balls.
I think that's history. If we have a golden ball, it's around once in every 85 games, right? Actually, I can tell you exactly.
Another one that's been skied. Amir Sohail's covered lots and lots of ground. But unfortunately for him, the fact he's actually attempted the catch just means that he's helped it over the boundary rope. But boy, he was on it in a flash.
Yeah, definitely had to go for it. Had to go for it. He could reach it. He was really sprinting. Look, you can't really criticize the effort here. It's always fading away from him. Like a golf shot. Just have a look at him come. He gets 2 hands to it. Had to be perfect. It wasn't quite in the middle of the hands. Runs away for 4. Yeah, so golden balls happen on average. Ready? I've got this here somewhere. I think it's 1 in every, let's say 1 in 86 games. That's what our average is at the moment, okay? So if you say that the average is 1 every 86, that means the odds of, if you started a day or start a particular game, what are the odds the next 2 games will be golden ball? Both be golden balls, about 1 in 7,400. Okay, so that's pretty rare. But we are up to like kind of 5,000 games plus now. I think we're up to like 5,400 or something like that. And the day will come, we'll get back-to-back golden balls. Could it be now?
Certainly could be. I mean, as we mentioned, this is a very golden ball. It's time to have a look at
it's a golden ball wind as well, I think.
We'll be playing that. That's of course, the Bay of Akrotiri. We'll be playing our matches over the weekend.
Well, the funny thing about this is I made a slight field change, and now Ralph Saman's there. I don't think would have gotten to it, but we'll never know. He pulled the shoot pretty early there. I was happy just to take the one.
Oh, he's trying to.
Oh, he's stumped. He's hit his own wickets. He's hit wicket. I was waiting for this because, you know, we'd had so many bizarre dismissals. I was going to say at the start we haven't had a hit wicket. But he gets so far back here, he's pushed back onto his own stumps in the follow-through. I think he's probably went to the boundary, so it's going to cost him a boundary too. Look, bit of the old Inzamam Mulhaq about that. Couldn't quite get the leg over.
He's batting so deep inside his crease as well. Let's just have a look at this as it comes down. Yep, just right there, he makes contact with the stumps, and it's a hit wicket. And we've seen all sorts of strange dismissals today. You can add this one to the list as well.
Let's see what happened to the ball, because I stopped watching the ball because I was just surely he's going to fall on his own stumps. So it went for, I think, 4. It's, yes, 4 signal, but then Kamar says, what do you mean he's out? But he is out, and it goes to the bowler, and the reason it goes to the bowler, he gets credit for pushing him all the way back onto his stumps. So there you go, Shaka gets in the wicket takers column.
Yeah, this time it's a shorter delivery, goes away for a 4, takes the top edge of Kumar. Yeah, I was looking at the ball, thought I was going to go away for a boundary, but then, lo and behold, he's out for a hit wicket. That was a very strange, but I think that's only the second hit wicket I've seen in an ECS.
I've only seen about 30. But, so what are we down to? Hit the ball twice. We've had one of those on the network. Obstructing the field, I think we've had about 7 or 8. Now, handle the ball comes under obstructing the field as well. We've had it timed out. I really can't think of any others. I think we've collected the whole lot.
Yeah, I think we have I think we have had an obstructing the field.
I was looking at one the other day. It was Zayn Ahmed actually playing for France against Romania in Italy in the ECIs there, where I think it was a good call. I was using it as an example of what I thought was good umpiring. I'll try and explain to you in a second.
Has beaten the fielder at covers once again. This time around, he's going to try to get across really quickly there. We saw he was a little bit slow, Ralph Zaman, when he attempted to take the catch. Covered a lot of ground, but just couldn't do the appropriate foot fielding.
Yeah, and just was hoping the ball would hold up a bit. It didn't. And so it runs away and takes us to the end of the 5th over as well. It's 64 for 2. Mujahid Alapu ends up stepping on his own stumps for 7 in that over. This is the ECC groups, and yeah, we're really excited about this, of course. First time we've ever had 2 divisions, so Cyprus will be taking part in Group 2 in the Challenger Division. Look, they'll be hoping if they can make it into the top 2 teams in their group, they play in the playoffs, which is the top 4 teams across the whole of the division. And then the winner gets the Challenger Division trophy. And the top 2 in the Challenger Division, so the finalists, if you like, in that tournament within a tournament, they'll go up to the ECC Premier Division in 2025. So plenty to look forward to. Lifted up in the air, and it's going to be tapped over for 6. He never looked very comfortable there, did he? Junaid Rahman, this game's got more twists and turns than the length of old rope at the moment, as that one disappears for half a dozen.
You can see just a beautiful shot, full face of the bat, and Rahman just trying to bat it down like a volleyball player. He's unable to pat that one down, and it's another 6. The keeper of Tigers now, they need to go with just 10.5 and over from here on out. This game is well within their reach as well. That one has just missed the stumps by a whisker. It was awfully close.
Good comeback there from Ralph Saman. Yeah, what I was going to say as well is that Estonia are in Group 1 in the same division, but not in the same group as Cyprus. So they both potentially could meet in the playoffs if they can both finish in the top 2 of their group.
Beautifully played. This is a gorgeous shot. He's played that one nice and late, Singh. Just runs it down towards third man, gets 4 runs, uses the pace of the ball so well. Very nice and crafty shot.
I had a question as well. Some people thinking, well, does he get the 4 runs for that ball, even though he stepped on his stumps? But no, it's a bit like getting bowled. If if you got bowled and the ball goes to the boundary, you don't get any runs for that. So, yeah, no runs can be scored on a ball where the batter hits his own wickets over. It's just hit wicket.
That's a push towards cover. They'll get a single over here. Couple balls left in this over.
It's a famous case of this. I want to say, was it Roy Fredericks in the 1975 World Cup final, first ever World Cup, men's World Cup, I should say.
Oh, it's up in the air, and this one's going to clear the rope comfortably. What an incredible shot by Kumar. Brilliant use of the bottom hand. He got underneath the ball and got it the elevation he needed to go for 6.
Yeah, that was a good shot. That did disappear in the box seat here, aren't they? KTL, what a golden afternoon for them. Back to live action here.
He's going to smack this one towards mid-wicket.
But, yeah, Fredericks hooked Dennis Lilly for 6, but he fell on his own stumps and he didn't wait for anyone to appeal. He walked off. Very sporting. And the West Indies would end up winning that game and win the 75 and then 79 World Cup. Hard to believe they didn't even qualify for the last 50 over World Cup. 82 for 2 here after 6, so requiring 39 off the last 4 overs. They're certainly in a position to do that, especially when you consider some of the heroics of Muhammad Arif Akash, who, to be honest, he's got to come in next now, I think, in this situation. He came in, I think it was number 7 last time, but yeah, sometimes just got to go with a hot player. Remember, he tied the game with a 6 and hit the golden ball to the boundary, golden ball 63. All of our golden balls, well, not all of them, but we're working on it. We've put them in lots of 10 in the golden ball compilation. So now there's volume 1, which is 1 to 10, has the last ball of the actual game and then the golden ball and the kind of dramatic bit in between. So it's also a bit of a walk down memory lane.
Well, if just the fielder at long on is interested and he's going to take the catch, that's going to be the end for Kumar. And a much-needed wicket here for Marquardt. Abbas does the trick coming in to the second over his innings. And are we going to see the captain step out over here? We saw Arif Akash bat beautifully in the last innings. We'd love to see him come out here and see if he can do it again for his side.
I'd be mad if he didn't come out now. I'd be pushing him out if I was one of his teammates. I'm happy to lift him up before. But yeah, nicely taken there. Fairly regulation catch by Raf Zaman. Wasim Abbas breaks through for a second wicket. 82 for 3. But yeah, okay, no, they're going to stick with the listed order and they're going to go to Baljinder. Got to say, not that he's not capable, but I'm a bit surprised. Baljinder went for 1 off 3 in the last game, batting 5, so they've decided to kind of keep the order the same. I suppose as long as he doesn't muck around, he can work out. I would have been pretty desperate to get Muhammad Arif Akash out there. I'll say hello to Monica Ramos Acosta, who's watching from Colombia. Buenas tardes. Oh. Buenos días. Yo supongo si tú estás en Colombia. Be a wide down on the leg side. Yeah, Monica's following on. I know she loves watching cricket from all around Europe. I know she particularly likes Italy, and we'll be back in Italy in August. Chance to see one of your favourite players, Bilal Khan, I think, during that ECS there. So yeah, Monica, great to have you with us. Probably morning time there, I'd imagine.
This is going to go straight towards the fielder at long off, and he's got a chance to take this. He's put that one down. Shehzad Ahmed lets a really, really important catch slip away from him. Baljinder Singh survives. He could have been gone for a duck.
Yeah, you're right. I said as long as he doesn't muck around, well, he doesn't. Tries to go downtown, first ball, but it just fades a bit, doesn't it? Again, on the run. Had to be perfect there, Shehzad Ahmed. He batted so well. He's the reason they've got this many to defend, I think. I'll be disappointed he couldn't quite pull that one off.
Yeah, but he's not going to hit too many boundaries striking it that way. He was just kind of pushing at it with his hands. And he presented a fairly simple catch to Shehzad Ahmed, who fails to take it. This man, though, Hardeep Singh, is still out there. And as long as he's still there, I feel the keeper of the Tigers are firmly in the driver's seat. Getting rid of him is going to be so important for Marquardt.
Abbas round the wicket. Left arm over. Kind of like right arm round the wicket, but knocked down for a single. This game's just hanging in there. Let's see if Baljinder can make the most of that missed opportunity.
Encore started off this European Cricket Series by winning a couple of very close games in the last over, so they made it a bit of a habit to win these tight finishes. Are they going to pull off another one here? Down the leg side, it's going for a wide. Abbas just struggling a little bit with his radar. He's been a bit wayward with his line. That's the second wide he's bowled this over.
You know, South America is one place that we're looking maybe to do a series at some point. Just with the time zone. If we want to do kind of more night zone crickets, but cricket tournaments.
And there's the fielder at cover. He's going to take it in the end. He just bobbled it a little bit, and you wondered if he was going to hold on to it, but he does. And Baljinder Singh, much like in the previous match, makes just one run, and I would be shocked if Arif Akash doesn't walk out to bat now.
It's funny you say that, but last time Shortcut did bat ahead of him in this exact situation. Shortcut was there with him till the end, but in that partnership, Shortcut scored 9 off 5. Muhammad Arif Akash scored 37 off 10. And yeah, decisions to be made at the moment. Nicely taken, you're right about the bobble. But yeah, out there now. Well, sticking with the order, Shortcut can't, so not changing the winning strategy.
Alexa, it's a wide, so far this over, just one run has actually come off the bat. Beg your pardon, just 2 runs have actually come off the bat. 3 of them off wides.
I am quite surprised, though. I just think you might be saying, okay, we'll just keep the order the same. Obviously, maybe they don't know all the numbers we know. They just probably think, okay, Shortcut and the skipper, Akash, took them to victory.
Oh, this time he's going to try to get this one over the fielder at long off, and he won't. It's another duck. And Shawkat Khan will depart for a golden duck. And, well, this is very similar to what we saw in the previous game. And this has been a sensational over so far by Abbas. Just 5 runs off at the 3rd wicket falls.
Yeah, well, they won't be having a match-winning partnership this time because Shortcut's gone very first ball. And sure what's going on here. It looks like it might be a subfielder situation, but yeah, you better hustle out here. The thing is, they are making a substitute in the field, so maybe he's hustling to try and get there in the 60 seconds, though, the new batter. It's his obligation, I think, regardless. Anyway, what do we think? He's still getting his helmet adjusted. I think he might have burnt 5 runs here. I don't see how he has it. Oh, had to be pushing the clock in the end. Maybe there's the complication of the subfield happening at the same time. Anyway, good to go. And explain this to me. It's Mubaswir Rahman coming out to bat at number 7.
I just wonder if Arif Akash is a little bit intimidated by this situation. Surely not. After guiding his side to an incredible victory in the last match, Rahman originally listed at number 11.
Unless he's puffed out from celebrating, I have no idea what's going on here. Oh, he cops one in the Jack's Crackers first ball. Thanks for coming. Well, maybe Akash knew that one was on the way.
And a great bit of bowling here by Abbas. We'll take a look at this very painful replay. I'm going to let you describe this one. Oh, well. Oh, it's caught him. He's on the floor right now. Oh, dear.
Yeah, I think he got the old delayed reaction there. He might have gone for a little bit of the old manual inspection and didn't like what he saw or felt. Nasty. Abbas, by the way, is 4 for 18 off his 2 overs in the end. Pretty good figures. But I tell you what, if you're not going to bring the captain out now after he's just been floored by a blow to the groin, when are you going to bring him out? Need 34 off the last 3 overs. So he should retire very hurt, in my opinion. And you got to get the captain in there. I know you want to give some guys a go. I get that. But it could be your tournament. Right? It could be more matches down the stretch. I'm floored that the player of the match, and who is the captain, by the way? Well, actually, he was the captain. He wasn't listed as captain this game. For some reason, Shawkat Khan is listed as captain this game. I'm not sure what the thinking is there. Maybe they're rotating it, but I mean, yeah, he's coming off. That's probably for the best. He can still bat, whether he'll want to or not. I'm not so sure, but it'll be a retirement. It's not really a golden Derek, but it could be like a knocked out Derek. It's his 0 not out. 87 for 5 after 7.
Yeah, we might have to get creative with Derek here. 34 runs needed now of the last 3 overs. We're in for another exciting finish involving the Kipro Tigers. Keep in mind they made 48 runs of the last 2 overs of the previous match. To take it, is just going to be.
If you ever want to see, it looks like he's walking on eggshells there for good reason. Anyway, it will be the start of the 8th over. Hardeep is going to face up. And yeah, that is Muhammad Arif Akash. Well, the ball's watchman only faces 1 ball. And now we get into the last 3.
Yes, you'd expect him to bowl this over and the final over. It's the 5th bowler to be introduced into the attack. This one played away by Hardeep Singh towards square leg. It's just going to be a single, so there he is, the hero of the last match, Arif Akash, coming off a terrific 34 of 10. Can he do it again for his side?
I still just can't believe he didn't come out to bat. Maybe he just wasn't ready. You could see that Mobaswe looked in a bit of a rush, almost gave up 5 runs on a time penalty, and then got KO'd. All right, well, here's the last match hero, Muhammad Arif Akash.
Good ball here, and he just stumbles a little bit. Could have been another hit wicket if he had fallen backwards and landed on the stumps.
Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward start, wasn't it? 33 off 16. Another game in the balance. I got the feeling, I got back-to-back tingles here. Why not? They did it before. Remember last time they got 48 off the last 2. Right now they need 33 off 2.4.
And he's trying to get this one over mid-wicket. Shot Khalid is underneath it, and he's going to take a comfortable catch. Arif Akash follows up one of the most remarkable innings while going out for a duck the very next innings. And there'll be no heroics from Arif Akash this time around. Hardeep Singh at the other end is a little bit stunned. And another wicket falls here for the Kipro Tigers. Derek's going to come waddling out. And we're experiencing a huge collapse. They've lost 4 wickets in the last 9 deliveries.
Yeah, and that doesn't even count the knockout. That's really 5 that have been turned over. 88 for 6.5. Rezul Islam comes out. What a day this has been for KTL. Here we go.
Oh, this is a great bit of fielding, a cover. For a second from our angle, it just looked like he might have used a little bit more than his hands to stop that from going away.
Yeah,
or boundary.
Might have been like a little wrister. Look at this, he just throws the hand out there and bounces up. Made a strange sound, but I guess that's good.
Now than Hardeep Singh, you feel he holds the key here for his side. I think the player out at cover is still a little bit hurt. And he doesn't want any magic spray. He's just going to soldier on here and deal with the pain. A full toss. Surely this will get punished. It's going to go away for a 4. And they're really annoyed with him here. Shahzad Ahmed is absolutely going at the bowler for that delivery.
It's high-ish. Oh, actually, he's not that tall, is he? That could be a no ball. I think it is. Oh, is it coming down quick enough? Hits it from above. I think that's a no ball. This will be a very interesting call. See what they decide. And he's a fraction out of his crease, but only a fraction, and it's above his waist when he hits it. And they've decided that they're just going to give it 6. Oh no, they're going to give it a no ball. So it's going to be no ball plus 6. Did that go for 6? Guess it did. Yeah, it did. 7 up time. What a sense of timing as Hardeep moves to 47 with a free hit to boot. 25 off 14.
He's not going to be able to capitalize, is he? It's just going to be the 1 run here, so Singh moving on to 48. Islam gets on strike.
Yeah, it was an upstairs ball, wasn't it? Kind of hits it from about head high. Able to get a bottom edge on it, so that'll be the 1 for the over. Won't be able to bowl another bouncer now.
Yeah, no singles on this ball for sure. If you're the keeper of Tigers, you need to treat this as a free hit. And Islam will go big, but he hasn't gone long enough. The catch has been put down. They're surely going to have to come back for a second run here. Oh, and they will make it back for the second run. They'll make it back for the second run. You just wonder if the throw should have gone to the keeper's end. They would have at least been able to save the run. Of course, they're trying to run out the dangerous Hardeep Singh.
He's filthy. Keeper's filthy. His gloves off. Michael Jackson style, one glove only. Felt, well, number one, it was a proper Hadouken that he throws back towards the infield, allows the two. And this game is completely on right now. 99 for 6, 22 required off the last 12 balls. They're ahead by a nose, but it's only a little nose. And it's all going to happen in the ninth to set up a big last over finish again, I think, Nish.
Yeah, they just clawed their way back into this game the last couple of overs, Encore. They've given up just 12 runs and obviously picked up a huge bunch of wickets. 4 wickets and, of course, the knockout. So they're pretty much 99 for 7. Obviously, one of the players retired hurt. And we're into the penultimate over now. It all happens in the ninth on the European Cricket Network. And Shah Khalid, his first over, went for 13 runs. Is going to bowl this penultimate over.
All right, what happens in the ninth? 4 minutes to bowl it, give or take. Maybe still 4 minutes. We've seen things go wrong in the ninth. For example, okay, 4 minutes is plenty to bowl it. That's your allocation. But if you bowl 2 or 3 wide deliveries or no balls, and suddenly that clock can disappear, you can give up 5 runs. Khalid. Exactly say he's rushing at the moment. Hardeep's on 48 at the other end. Another grandstand finish on the cards here.
Yeah, that was the 9th wide they've bowled so far this inning, so that's another 1.5 overs they've had to bowl unnecessarily. That one could have been a wide as well if Hardeep Singh had stepped inside, but he's going to nudge it away for a single. Not too bad an outcome here. Riaz Al-Islam gets back on strike. The dangerous Hardeep Singh is at the non-strikers end. And if you're the fielding side here, would you just bring everyone into the ring here and just try to stop the one?
Yeah, I'd probably have a bit of a mixture. It's a good point you make, Nish. You do want to kind of keep Hardik out the way.
Stick with the same field, and it's another wide.
It's that clock. 3 minutes now. Again, should do it. 3 minutes to bowl 5 balls. Got to sort it out. Remember, we can bring Mobaswar Rahman back. So even though Riaz Islam's batting number 9, it's only 6 out.
Oh, it's another wide here. This could have been 4 consecutive wides to start the over, because keep in mind, Singh spoiled a wide in the lone legal delivery we've seen so far this over.
Worth changing approach maybe over the wicket, I don't know. But things are getting real for Encore right now. This is huge. I think I've put the old commentator's kiss on. That's 4 wides out of 5, you're right. The other one could have been a wide too. And, well, a little bit of free advice coming from all angles there. Let me translate that for you. Straighten it up.
I think free advice is a very, very kind way of putting it. It's more like they're chewing his ear off right now. He finally gets a legal delivery. It's going to be a single.
2 minutes to bowl 4 balls. Again, you should do that. 30 seconds a ball. If you don't bowl any wides, you should do that.
Hardeep Singh now gets back on strike. And you can sense there's just some frustration
Field
amongst
change,
this.
probably not a great time for that. Move a bit to your right.
Oh, this one's hit straight down the ground, but Hardeep Singh, he's also lost his timing a little bit. These last couple of overs, he will bring up the half century. Don't think there's going to be too much of a celebration here. His side still have a big task at hand. Just raises the bat to acknowledge some of the applause from his dugout. But it's back to the game now. 15 needed of 9. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up here. This is going to the non-strikers' end.
I don't think that's out. I would say, let's check it out. Because I don't think he hits the stumps with his hand as the ball's coming in, but I don't think he's holding the ball. And so, check it out here. He actually kicks him over. He actually kicks him before the ball comes in, so that's certainly not going to be out. So again, just gets himself in a bit of a muddle. Need to get behind the stumps. He's beside them. So yeah, then he probably hits him with his hands. And even then, I don't think he had the ball. So about here. So yeah, it won't be out. I was kind of grunting because I thought that was almost going to be another wide down the leg side. Oh, this game's on a nice edge right now.
I just think how frustrated some of his teammates have been with him. How will they feel after they look at that? He kicks the stumps over. Should have been a simple run out, and he would have saved his side a run. 14 needed of 8. Oh, once again, they're going to go for the throw, but the throw was on at the non-striker's end. He's gone to the wrong end here, the fielder, and it's an absolute calamity in this over for Encore. They're doing everything they possibly can to lose this game. I think a direct hit, he might have been in a little bit of trouble, but there was a much easier run out on at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, true. I suppose we still maybe would have had to be direct. Was the bowler in position? I don't know. Well, the clock looks like it's disappeared. Did it expire? Oh, well, it probably will now. I'd take my mind off the clock thinking it's probably going to be fine. Okay, we had that run-out situation, but I probably don't add anything on for that. I think they're going to get 5 pens here.
They could be in huge trouble here. That's another wide, and if he keeps bowling this way.
It's a nightmare over. I don't know. I've lost count. I'm going to tell you how many wides there are in it, but just be sitting down. That's the 6th wide in the over. So we've had 6 wides, 5 singles in it, and I think it's going to cost an extra 5. That'll be the end of the over. So it's going to be 110 for 6 after 9.
Oh, so 11 runs needed at the final over to win it now. Are they going to do this again in the final over, the Kipro Tigers? Here's a look at the golden ball graphic. Are we going to be treated to back-to-back golden balls for the first time on the European Cricket Network?
Maybe. All right, so yeah, you didn't have to wait too long if it is back-to-back. Now let's have a look at the umpire here. I think we're going to see it. There we go. There's the signal. Yeah, 5 runs. There you go. There's the signal. So they ran out of time, and in the end, they ran out of time by 2 or 3 balls. So that 11 now becomes 6 to win off 6.
Yeah, so all they have to do is go ahead and run a ball in this final over, and there could have been a lot more wides in that penultimate over. They actually spoiled a number of wides in the end, the Kipro Tigers.
It's all unraveled. And Kipro Tigers, Limassol, they'll tell you they're the smartest team in the country right now. They're saying, what do you mean? But the thing is, the clock runs out. And the clock runs out by, it's not really a judgment call. There's a clock running, and if it runs out, then you run out. And Tyrone, he's just basically explaining that in quite a loud voice. But that's the rules, and it's you try and make it as objective as possible. Only had himself to blame. That over being a 12-ball over. And the one before that, by the way, had a bunch of wides in it as well. They kind of fell off the pace completely. But still, could be on here. Need a couple of dot balls. Got Hardeep on strike, though. He can win the game with one swing of the bat. And it's going to be Arslan Ahmed to bowl. Another last over thriller potentially on the cards. Can Marco hang in there?
I could just sense there's so much frustration right now amongst these Encore players. They're absolutely going at each other. And I think they're all beginning to lose their cool over here. I think everyone's a little bit frustrated with some of the cricket that was played in the final over. It's a full toss. That's a no ball. See ya later. That's gone for a 6. They pick up another win. Kipro Tigers of Limassol make it 3 consecutive wins to round out this group. What a special moment for this team. A side nobody fancied, and it looks like they're going to the elimination round. We're going to see them again on Wednesday. What a team. How can you not feel good for these guys? They play the game the right way.
Well, the Tigers go from Tiger Cubs to Tiger Kings here, don't they, on day 10. And I talk about losing the plot. I mean, they completely kind of lost their bottle there, Encore, towards the end. So many extra deliveries. It wasn't just that, though. It's just the fielding at times as well. But I think you got to give credit to Kipro Tigers Limassol in the end. I mean, there's some curious decisions in there. I couldn't believe they batted Mohamed Arif Akash so low. He'd make a duck anyway. But Hardeep is the hero in the end, as he will go 7 up to finish this one. They'll win with 6 balls to spare with the help of some pens. I don't think it would have mattered in the end, though, when you consider that they still would have only needed 3 off the last 5 balls. At the final score, 122 off 9 overs for KTL. Encore 120, and KTL finish their group campaign in style.
Great win for the keeper of Tigers. We'll certainly be seeing them during the elimination round. Going back to that penultimate over, though, what a shocking over that was. 11 runs off it, all the wides. And the interesting thing was, we didn't even see any wides down the offside. He just kept bowling down the leg side. He never even overcompensated, so it was rather odd. Just watching him repeat the same thing again and again and again for the rest of the over. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our final match of the day. Telgo 11, who are winless, will come back here to play against Encore, who are now 3-3. Can Telgo 11 pick up their first win of this ECS? We'll wait and find out.
Bit of news as well, just running a little bit behind as well, so we're going to have an extra 5 minutes before that game. So it'll start at 3:05 Central European time, or 6:35 in India. That's in around about 18 minutes time. Well, let's roll the videotape. And it was a kind of chase. You mentioned it. It was very similar to that 144 chase that they were able to force a golden ball in the previous match. They kind of always just kind of stayed around the rate required, didn't they? I had some problems with wickets falling, and then it was Marquardt. They had plenty of problems late in that piece as they couldn't defend that total of 120.
They certainly couldn't. Just take a look at some of these highlights. Malik Noman opened the batting alongside Hardeep Singh. The two of them got their side off to a good start, as they so often do. Hardeep Singh, of course, the star performer, making 57 runs off the 25 deliveries he faced. That was one of the strangest stumpings we'll see. Malik Noman, well, he simply never got back into his crease, and that would be the end for him. His innings would be cut short very prematurely. Great stroke there by Amit Kumar. One of the nicest shots we saw. Beautifully played with the full face of the bat. That was Amar Sohail making a big attempt to try to get to that ball. And this one was the hit wicket. We really got every kind of dismissal today.
Really did. But okay, didn't hurt them too much. And it was the same kind of an innings, really, to the first innings, that one player dominated with the bat. And that player this time was Hardeep Singh. Probably had a bit more help than Shahzad Ahmed did in the first half. But yeah, a lot of it was on him, wasn't it? But yeah, when it came down to it, they made a few interesting choices. I was so surprised they didn't go to Mohammad Arif Akash earlier. But we saw Baljinder get dropped, but then very next ball he gave another chance anyway. That one was taken with a bit of a bobble. And then we saw Mubaswir Rahman come in, and he got more than he bargained for. But then, yeah, I think the wheels just really fell off Marquardt towards the end. I mean, they got themselves in what looked like a competitive position in the game, but then a 12-ball ninth meant the clock ran out, time's up. And, yeah, geez, it was all happening over there, wasn't it? As we saw Hardeep bring up his 50. There weren't a lot of celebrations there. Bowler kicked the stumps over. Don't forget that happened as well. They found himself out of position. And then we went to the last, but we didn't get a legal ball. As a very refreshing 7-up sends the Kipro Tigers Limassol through to the knockout stages with back-to-back wins. They'll get 3 points for that one, and they'll finish on 12. So, yeah, after that, they're probably not quite above Marquardt on net run rate. Marquardt still have one more game, but certainly pretty interesting scenarios taking shape at the moment in Group B. Let's go and have a look at the scorecard. Hardeep Singh dominates it with 57 off his bat. A couple of handy little contributions there from Malik Noman and Amit Kumar. And then it was the old Australian emergency number 000. Mubaswir Rahman was probably the most painful of those to watch. 20 extras as well, including the 5 pens. Kind of does Marquardt in the end, and they go down with 6 balls to spare.
Yeah, Marquardt will be very disappointed with the way that match transpired in the end. Let's have a look at the bowling figures for Marquardt. Pick of the bowlers has to be Wasim Abbas with figures of 4 for 18. In the end, he had a chance to get that 5 for. He had one ball right at the end to get the 5-wicket haul. Would have been the first 5-wicket haul of this ECS. But shot call it at the end. Everyone's going to talk about that over. An absolute disaster. Both 6 wides. Ended up pulling 2 overs for 1. And Marquardt, well, there'll be a lot of moments they'll look back at, and they'll wonder how they let this game slip away from them.
Yeah, I mean, 6 wides, 5 singles. So he didn't go to the boundary, but he added the 5 penny runs at 16 off that over. Yeah, Wasim, you mentioned he took 4 wickets and had 1 ball at it. Well, he probably wasn't the only one. We'll take a break, and we'll be back in around about 12 minutes time, and we'll finish the day. And hopefully in style Telugu 11, wanting to make an impression against Encore. Can they pick themselves up off the canvas? Find out when we return for the last game of day 10. Also maybe some random questions and some foos chat with Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo and Nish Shepard. We'll see you in a short break for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Our final match of the day is between Encore and the Telugu 11. Let's head over to the coin toss where match referee Tyrone Peters is alongside both the captains.
Telugu 11 to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Oi, it's tails.
We will bowl first.
They are going to have a bowl first.
Thank you very much for that update to match referee Tyrone Peters. This should be a very exciting match. Telugu 11, unfortunately for them, are still winless throughout this series, so they'll come out with a lot of desperation. I'm looking at some of their old veterans to step up, the likes of Hitesh Thadani and Vimal Kanduri. Let's see if they can get the job done for this side. Meanwhile, for Encore, we know they're blessed with so much talent. They've got some great hitting in there. Zishan Ahmed holds the key for them, and we'll see if he has another big performance. Let's head back to the commentary box where you're going to be joined by the voice of European cricket, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu.
Thanks very much, Nish. He's still rocking the flannel, doesn't matter how late in the day it gets. And it's been great to have Nish here. He's earned a day off tomorrow, but he'll be back joining me for Elimination Day on Wednesday. There's a great aerial view of this Ipsonus ground. Watch out for the olive groves there in the foreground. That's the straight hit. You can actually see there that the straight boundaries are very short at this ground, just the nature of it. Square boundaries a little bit wider. That's some great aerial shots thanks to our crew at Spring Media. So we're getting ready for this clash between Encore back on the field straight away. Telugu 11 are playing for the first time today. Now, they're without a win, although they have had some decent performances, haven't been able to string one together just yet. And Encore, we just saw them go down, kind of shoot themselves in the foot as they weren't able to defend 120. It's not a great score, 120, but they were in a winning position at one point. In the end, Kipro Tigers Limassol had a dream day and end up galloping away with 2 wins. Telugu, though, they'll think this is a great opportunity to maybe get on top of a team that they're probably a little bit fatigued after that last game. Didn't really go the way they would have wanted. 51 matches so far. Well, this is match number 51. Marcor, big favourites. You'd imagine that based on their performances so far. Let me just do a quick table analysis. So Marcor did get 1 point out of that, so they still hang on to 4th. You've got Kipro Tigers Limassol, who are also 12 points, but on net run rate, they're in 5th. Now, Marcor, if they were to lose this with a 4-pointer, it's looking like it's possible they could even drop down a spot. For Telugu, it's all about just trying to get something going in their last 3 games, because at the moment they're 0-4 with just 2 points out of their campaign, and they'll want to grab a win here. They could leapfrog Limassol's army, but when you look at the fact that 6th at the moment is 9 points, and that's Cyprus Knight Riders, who still have 3 to play. They're probably going to need to win all 3. Even then, that's no guarantee that they're going to make the finals. But it does might seem far-fetched, but you never really know in ECN cricket. Big warm welcome to everyone in the chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. Hello to Kroom, hello to Dave B, who's in there as well. Helix enjoyed the last chase, might have just popped off now for the evening. I know early starts, early finishes here in Cyprus. Partly that's the time zone, partly it's when the sun comes up here. Beautiful island nations, and really different kind of influences in the culture here as well. Something I always enjoy every time I'm back. Haven't got to see too much of it yet because I've come straight to the ground this morning, but I'll certainly be enjoying my Monday night in the part of the city that we normally stay. Always a few fantastic places there. Just realised the Ocean Basket's not too far away. That's always a good shout. Only really seem to have that in Malta and Cyprus. But, we haven't been to Malta yet this year. We'll be there a little bit later in the year. Anyway, to the matter at hand. Telugu being asked to bat first. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. Marcor, at least they know what they need to do here. And they will do. In 10 overs, here we go. With Aslan Ahmed opening up. And he just bowled the shortest last over ever. Exactly 0 legal balls. Now he's bowled the first over. He's going to get turned around first ball for 4. Well, that's a nice start, isn't it? Chaitas Shah could definitely use a few runs. Yeah, Telugu, like I said, they did post 150 in one game, but just couldn't defend it against rampaging KTL. I like this, just getting bat on ball, letting the field do the work. So 4-1 gets this one started. Now it is the last game of the day, so I'm calling for random questions. Stephen Salwery wants to know where he can watch the ICC World Cup qualifiers, normally on ICT.tv. We've been keeping an eye on those as well. Oh, that's a good ball, good area first up. Kanduri misses out. Testing region there. That's short, and he picked out the fielder and he spilled it. Well, things weren't really going to plan. This hasn't helped, has it? That's Ishan Ahmed out there. And look, now there's such thing as easy catches out here. I don't know, but he doesn't really have the sun as an excuse. Sets himself and just gets hurried a bit. Now this could be a no ball. In fact, lucky it hits the edge of the pitch. It ended up going to the fielder. See what the umpire calls here. He's going to ask for some help. Hey, now they're going to get a sneaky extra one. Now he's fallen over. We're going to have a run out. Well, you can't make this stuff up. Oh, it's going to be a no ball plus a bye plus out. I want to see where it bounces first. That's going to be a no ball hitting the edge of the pitch. Now, as luck would have it, you think it's lucky because it's gone to the fielder. Then you get really lucky. And they decide, okay, look, the bowler's not watching go. But then they run into each other. Oh, unbelievable. So it'll be a no ball plus a bye plus a run out. And in the end, I mean, the bowler senses what's happened. The batters run into each other. This is chaos in the first degree. This is ECN cricket. Count them up. It's going to be 7, make that 8 for 1 after 4 balls. Bizarre. That's all I'll say about that. Well, I'm not really sure I'd put it down as HL Software Player of the Day, but unless they decided not to appeal, that's all I can think. Is that what's happened here? No, I don't think so. No ball plus bye plus out. No, that's definitely Siva Patti who's out there. So, free hit coming up. Okay. And always gets bowled. So, already had a bit of everything, haven't we, in this one? Sharp misses out on the opportunity. A little chip. This could be another run-out opportunity. Oh, if that had hit, almost takes the bowler's head off. It's a dangerous game. Chaitas Shah, we have seen a little bit playing for Amdocs CC. Yeah, I know Nish was mentioning the other day, there's a bit of an Amdocs flavour about this Telugu 11 as well. The bowler might be calling for a helmet next. That'll be the end of a pretty amazing over. It's going to be 9 for 1 after 1. These are some of the events on the calendar coming up. And we have Czechia starting this week, actually. I'll be there Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the lead up to the ECS with the CE Cup, T20 IW. And Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, 2 weeks apiece. There's a bit of a weekend, like a summer weekend away in Croatia as well before we hit Rome for not only the ECS but the first ever Meltle Shield. This is sliced up in the air. Fielder goes back, won't be able to get it. That's going to hop away, I think. And it does win the race to the boundary, 4 runs. Yeah, so the Meltle Shield is the women's version of the Western Shield. British and Irish Roses versus Team Europe. Now here's a Rose that's still in pretty good shape despite being baked in the heat for a week and a bit. It's Nish Butt coming back into the commentary box. Well, Nish, what do you think about that run out in the first over?
That was extremely comical, and I think whenever the Telugu 11 play, I think one thing is for sure, they're guaranteed entertainment on a push towards point for a single. Putty will face his first ball of his innings.
I remember thinking, because once that happened when I was keeping and the batters ran into each other and I ran them out, one of them, and they were saying, hey, that's not down, is it? But I'm like, the batters run into each other. I think, oh, this is going to be a chop on, so it's going to be a worst case scenario for Pathy. He'll go for a golden duck. How's your duck noise coming along, by the way? Need some work?
Don't think it'll work. I think it's best for the sake of our viewers that I don't try to quack on broadcast.
Don't worry, my duck sounds a bit sick, so it doesn't come out very often. 14 for 2 then, Telugu 11. And it will be a golden Derek that comes out to play and send Siva Pathy on his way. Yeah, I think if the batters run into each other, it's different if they run into a fielder, then it becomes quite circumstantial. But yeah, it has happened even at highest levels of the game. I remember Mark Waugh and Matthew Elliott in the late 90s getting involved in quite a nasty collision that actually put Matthew Elliott, Australian Test cricketer, out of the game for quite a while. Rahman sprays one down leg side. That'll have to be bowled again.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of these Telugu 11 players played for the MDocs Cricket Club. MDocs went 3-5 back in January, eventually losing to the British forces in the elimination round. But so far for the Telugu 11, they've failed to pick up a win. You know, they're obviously underdogs, but I think even they would have expected to do a little bit better this series. Main thing is, though, they've yet to even play a close game. I mean, most of their defeats have been by a pretty heavy margin.
Yeah, you're right. But we saw just glimpses of what they're capable of. I just think it's an opportunity for them to come in, play one game, at least be fresh. Against Marco, they've kind of gone through the ringer a little bit here. This is a fraction short, pounces on it. Good batting by Alavala, who gets off the mark with 4 runs.
Good shot there by the skipper. Just swivels on the spot, and he finds that boundary behind square leg. Picks out the vacant boundary. Safe shot, good shot, gets 4 runs.
Good footwork there. Gets into a good position to put that away behind square leg. Rahman just need to draw Alavala forward, I think. Oh, that one seemed to jump up a bit, but it looks like he got a little bottom edge on that. No run there. A few people keeping their eyes on the World Cup qualifiers today as well. Romania and Portugal locking horns, as well as France and Italy. Quite a few names and faces we know there. Keeper might have copped that one, but he seems okay to continue. Another short one. This one is in the air, and it's going to be caught. And I think that will be the one for the over. Well, that's fine because it's the last ball of the over. So Alavala is going to go for 4. Skipper has to walk back now. The score 20 for 3.
They needed a big innings from Alavala here. They needed the captain to step up. Hits a nice looking boundary, but a couple balls later, he's decided to send this one towards mid-wicket. If he leaves that alone, it's probably a wide. He's had to leap up to try to even get to that ball, and he ends up presenting a catch. Yeah, I think he might just have reached out at one unnecessarily. Look at a replay and confirm. Here's a look at the standings for Group B. The Telugu 11 are undefeated so far this series with Encore. They've gone 3-3.
So you have it just ahead of KTL on net run rate, because before that they had a 2-point lead. And because they lost to Kipro Tigers, they're now level, but their net run rate's a lot better. Encore. And 2 overs in, 20 for 3. 99 expected. That looks a bit thin on the ground, but anything's possible here on day 10. It's going to start with a pull straight to the fielder with no run.
Yeah, Shailesh Shah, we know he's a talented cricketer. We saw him make quite a few runs back when he used to don the MDocs blue rather than the Telugu 11 blue. Hasn't been available for every game so far for the Telugu 11. He's a good batter. He has a couple of ECS 50s to his name. A good shot here, and it just shows some of his class. Beats the fielder at mid-off, and it goes away for a boundary.
Yeah, really firmly struck down there. Proper blast, wasn't it? That's going to find its way to, well, I think, maybe the blue sheet right next to us.
Yeah, so 24 for 3 here, the Telugu 11. And a spotted ball, they're inside the power play. It's become a familiar story for them to get off to these really difficult starts. Once again, they'll have to dig their way out of this hole. I think a lot of their margins of defeat have been huge as well. Bare minimum, they need to look to at least play a closer game. Just try to at least be involved in the competitive match. All 4 of their games so far have been very one-sided. Can they at least get something respectable here, which they can defend in that second innings? This is just pushed away towards point. They'll scamper across for the single. Thadani will get set to face his first ball of the innings. An experienced campaigner, Hitesh Thadani, even captained the Amdocs Career Club once upon a time. But so far this series, he's had a bit of a mixed bag. Hasn't quite clicked for him with the bat in hand. And he's had some decent bowling performances. Got a big gust of wind right now going across this ground. So bringing up a lot of dust along with it as well. Oh, it's a beautiful ball, beautiful ball. Just seams away ever so slightly. It's got a nice open batting stance as well, Hitesh Thadani. In the end, he's just pushing at that with his hands, no real foot movement. And you always got a chance of drawing an edge when you're playing a stroke like that.
Exactly right. Almost tried to nick it, didn't he? Now he's going to hook, and he should get enough of it to at least get the 4 runs. That's the result. So Thadani off the mark with a boundary.
He gets off the mark with a nice shot over here. He's very strong on the leg side, Hitesh Thadani. That's where he likes to score most of his runs. Loves to play it behind square leg as well. And every now and then he'll also bring out the ramp shot. Likes to get it a little bit innovative. Last ball of the power play coming up.
Or not. That'll be bowled again. Thadani, can he be the one to turn things around? Telugu, a new side, but with a few faces that are pretty familiar to us here. So far with the bat, they've made 105, 82, 117 and 151. Scary thing is that 151, even that one last time out in match 38, they couldn't defend it. Yeah, nice looking drive, but fielder's back there. Should handle it without a fuss, and that will be the end of the 3-over power play. The score is 31 for 3.
Yeah, it's a pretty good power play from Marcor's point of view. I don't think they'll be too displeased that they've restricted Telugu 11 to about 10 and over, but more importantly, get those 3 wickets, 3 important top order batters. We'll have a look at the bar chart for this inning so far. As you can see, there's no real big over in the power play, which is something which you're usually looking to do. You'd like to get off to a flying start. And instead, Telugu 11 have left themselves a bit of a mountain to climb in this next stage of the innings.
Almost holding true to their name. 9, 11, 11. A couple of extra runs in the first over. Could have been Telugu 11, 11, 11, 11. Anyway, keeping an eye on those World Cup qualifiers as well. I know that Romania taking on Portugal. And Jalpesh Vijay of Hornchurch, actually, with a Portuguese passport. He's playing his first games for Portugal at the moment. And for Romania, there's a name, Adrian Lascu, a guy I played a lot of indoor cricket against. Played for Queensland and Australia in indoor cricket. Very good cricketer. He's playing for Romania, qualifies on his Romanian passport. Anyway, here's Sahel. Beats him with a bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, good start here for Amir Sohail. That's just a ball. that the captain would have hoped to deliver to start off his over.
Last time I saw Jalpesh VJ, he was getting ready to play day 4 for Hornchurch. He's just going out to bat and got rained out. Didn't get a hit. That's punched pretty well, but should be cut off. Is cut off in the outfield. It is random question time as well, so please, you can get a bit random with us. Enjoying watching this game as well. From the Roma Cricket Ground that you know very well. Nish, we were there last year together, and in fact, we were just talking about Golden Ball. I think it's Golden Ball 37 we had from there. This is a full toss, which drops a bit, but he does flick it away, and it's gaining speed. And foot fielding does the job in the end. He'll come back for a pretty comfortable 2.
Yeah, it looks even more gorgeous than what I remember it. It's a beautiful ground, beautiful part of the place, world to play in as well. Eternal City, a lot of history around that ground as well. I believe they weren't allowed to expand their members' house because there was some there was a bit of excavation over there.
Ancient city underneath. You talk about Lords having a lot of history, but they have a thousands of years old kind of relic underneath as a sandstorm comes across the ground. Here's Sahale. Fraction short, pulled away, but there's coverage out there. Most of the ground fielding's been okay so far. Just need to find a way to pick up those kind of 2 boundaries and over.
Yeah, at the moment this over, yet to get one away to the boundary. We've seen just 5 boundaries so far this innings, and no Maximos. So can they clear the rope as well? Hitesh Tadani certainly has the power to do that. We haven't seen it much throughout this series.
A few people asking how come we're not covering those, but the truth is with these qualifiers, I think the contracts are given up years in advance, so the ICC kind of already have broadcasters in mind. But yeah, I'm sure that we'd love the opportunity to do them. A lot of people, just people tell me all the time they'd like to see us doing them. I think with a standard of production that we've been now providing, having done so many matches. And so it's 37 for 3 after 4. And of course, it was about, not even that long ago. Geez, it feels long ago. I think it was 3 weeks ago or so, I was doing the Dutch Tri-Series, Netherlands as well as Scotland and Ireland, 3 teams that are now at the World Cup. They also said they were pretty impressed with what we were able to provide. So, yeah, watch this space, I guess. Might be doing, USA and Canada having a good start to their World Cup. We might be doing Netherlands, USA, Canada later in the year as well.
Yeah, it would certainly be a very exciting series, and it'll be a joy to watch that on the European Cricket Network. And obviously having been here since the very beginning, I remember how it was back in 2020. It's just incredible that every time I come to a series, it's great to see that the production quality gets better and better each time. So, yeah, just great working with our friends over at Spring Productions.
Might have to check your schedule, Nish, if there's USA series. A lot of people say you've got that twang. Anyway.
Yeah, they think I'd be an away broadcaster for the United
honestly,
States.
Your accent, I know we say it all the time, but you have such a unique cricket accent. Your English accent is probably kind of neutral in the world, but in the world of cricket, it's not. That's why I think it's great. Well, that's absolutely hammered, and it wasn't ever even that high off the ground, but it's gone next door. Time to knock on the door. Maximo Shah opens his wings and gets 6.
A very good shot there by Cheite Shah. They just need him to start accelerating. They've been a little bit too quiet to start off. The Telugu 11 clears the front leg, goes over mid-wicket, a really good shot. Yeah, I mean, cricket is certainly becoming an international game, as we've seen. It's gone outside of just the old Test nations where it was first established. This is struck out towards mid-wicket, of course. And when I opened the India-Pakistan broadcast yesterday, I heard John Boy commentating the match. And
Jimmy O'Brien.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of him, by the way. As far as giving him a gig in the World Cup, mixed feelings.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment.
But I like the guy. Time to hustle. Gets there. Some thoughts of both. I think that everyone thought the umpire was a fielder there because they were very similarly dressed, but it wasn't. So he'll be able to get off his haunches and get up and get a run in the end. Well, you've seen a quick single. This is the opposite.
Yeah, it's a slow single. I think everyone was thrown off by that, including the fielding side.
Now that one will change the strike, and yeah, nice pick up and throw there. Not just going to single down the ground. So, yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of John Boy. I will say that. And probably there's a role for him at that World Cup as well, because he's a big cricket buff now. Just fell in love with the game a couple of years ago. Wow, that looks highish, and it's going to be home run out of here. It's going to be called a no ball on the field as well. So Maximo Tadani, well, time for him to circle the bases, because that one's out of here, and a free hit to come. It also brings up the 50 for Telugu 11.
Yeah, this is a baseball strike. It's a cross-batted slog out towards long on, and the umpire will signal that one a no ball. Really good strike by Hitesh Tadani. We know he's got the power to clear the boundary up. Haven't always seen that in this ECS. And now he gets to face a free hit here. So Shah Khalid, he's had a very, very difficult day so far. Of course, in that previous match, he bowled 6 wides in that penultimate over, which ended up costing his side. And he's been very expensive to start off this over as well. Is he the bowler that Telugu 11 can really, really cash in on his overs?
This one drilled down the ground, just a single. But yeah, have you seen much of John Boy's stuff with his breakdowns?
I certainly have. I remember seeing him years ago, back when he wasn't even all that famous. This is played out towards mid-wicket.
This is going to a bit of a random thread, which is fitting because it is random question time. My favorite was the Will Smith, Chris Rock slap breakdown video. Have you seen that one?
Oh, no.
That's a very good one.
I remember back when I used to watch him years ago when he used to mostly do lip reading, and he used to lip read coaches and referees.
Oh, yeah,
and
he still does that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a huge fan of baseball, especially the way they argue. Anyway, it's 56 for 3 at the end of 5. Shows you a sport can still have sportsmanship, but still lots of cool arguments. Baseball's a good example of that. Yeah, so John Boy got one of the slots. And I'm not going to mention any names. Andrew Leonard, that are probably on the bubble there, that just missed out in a spot. Spent 300 years traipsing the associate circuit and not quite getting a gig, which has made Napoli fans had a bit of a riot, even though Andrew is over there. I think he's doing a bit of commentary for the BBC radio, he was telling me. Of course, Lenny was with us for the Dutch series. He pops in from time to time. He's a huge ECN fan. And also, he had his 40th birthday while we were there. How long before you have your 40th birthday, Nish? How many games have you done by then?
15 years.
Another 15 years? We'll get you on a good series that week. We'll celebrate much the same way. So we had a lovely night out in The Hague. Luckily only 1 game a day. Not too bad. Now, what have we got going on here? Is this a keeper change? Again? Let's work out what's happening here. Just looks like it is. Information incoming. So yeah, any round of questions, throw them in. Yeah, so I'm happy for John Boy. Actually, I've met him once. I love. Also, he does warehouse games. You ever seen that?
Yes, I believe I did.
Cricket and baseball kind of hybrid. I might have to ask him, put my hand up for that if I can get a couple of weeks off ECN, because that looks pretty fun. Plus, it's inside.
I believe he had Darren Sammy commentating one of the games along with him.
He's had Mel Farrell over there as well. He's had Toby and Jack from Cricket District, who we know really well, playing actually. Anyway, good to continue. And yeah, so Wasim Abbas is taking the gloves because of that injury to Umaraja. It hasn't been a good innings to try taking overthrows, has it? So Wasim just got another string to his bow now. Low full toss. Again, not going to settle for the 1 here. Some thoughts of 2. Pushing for it. Hello to Dave B as well. Yeah, so some of my favourite breakdowns. Any of the base ones are good, but even there's strange ending things, or people celebrating too early. Really puts a bit of time into them. Could probably have a field day if you had that. We don't have enough time to do that stuff because we're spending so much time broadcasting cricket. But there'd be some pretty good ones. I remember that Jared Kimber did like an 8-minute breakdown of one of their, it was an all-run 4 off a drop catch in Sweden in 2020. And one of our first kind of viral moments. 8.5 minutes is a long time to spend on one ball, but let's just say it was pretty thorough. Anyway, it's more work for the outfield, a bit of a teaser. Now they are going to take the 2. I think that's pretty smart running. If you're not picking up the boundaries as often as you'd like, at least test out the fielders. They do have 7 wickets in hand, 4.5 overs left. DeLuca 11, just battling, looking for about 100 at the moment. They'd like a few more than that, I'm sure.
They gave themselves a chance because they ran that first run really hard. How many sides just run that first run really slowly and don't even give themselves a chance to get the second? Really well struck here by Chete Shah. Terrific shot through cover. Just got a little bit of width, and he managed just to strike that away towards the boundary.
Yeah, pretty good shot in the end, wasn't it? Chetas just showing he can play through the offside. I mean, he's a guy that does have a 50 on ECN, playing for Amdocs. High score of 57 in 2021. And that was a real classy shot.
Yeah, it's just a cross-bat swipe out towards cover. Certainly a T10 shot. I think we've seen so many players just start to develop all these horizontal bat strokes. Oh, great ball there. Nice ball by Amerso. Jams in the Yorker after providing the batter a bit too much width on the previous delivery. That's a good comeback. And I think he'll also be just limping a little bit here, Amir Sohail. Walking back very gingerly to the spot.
Hey, I've got a random question for you, Nish. And you've got your day off tomorrow. You've earned it. I know you had one, I think, last Tuesday as well, right? As we'll wait for Sohail to finish his over here. Again, deflection is handled. Nightmare throw for the keeper, does well to grab it. End of the 6th over at 65 for 3. So what are you planning on your day off? I know you've had a few administrative things to take care of, right? You still got to do
I believe most of them were done last week. I think,
that's good. So you're organised?
Yeah, pretty organised. So I think tomorrow's just going to be a day of just relaxing at home. I can't see myself doing too much other than that. Sleep in.
And you do, typically you stay with us because it's a bit far away from your home. But how far is it to get to your house from here?
Oh, about 70 to 80 minutes, I'd say.
70, 80 minutes.
70 to 80 minutes, yeah, somewhere around that range.
Yeah, people don't realise. I mean, even for the airport, it's probably not quite an hour, but pretty close to this morning. So it's a pretty big country for an island. There are some, like Gibraltar, for example, I think is 3 miles long or 5 kilometres, something like that, and 3/4 mile wide. Well, that's pretty well struck up and over the top. Maximo over the fence and far away. That one is, no ball. Oh, dead ball's called. Well, this is strange because what's going on? The keeper wasn't ready, didn't have his gloves on. Oh, geez. You know, that's a weird one because the batter didn't know, the bowler didn't know, and I feel it's a bit of an injustice because he's saying, well, the guy chose to bowl. Is that my problem? Now, if he'd missed it and the keeper had missed it, then that might have been different. But it's kind of, with this, it's situational. So I don't know. I guess they're going to stick calling it a dead ball. But the batter's going, hey, well, I smashed a 6.
Yeah, especially for a side who've been struggling to get it away for a boundary. This would really hurt if it's signaled a dead ball.
They're going to give it 6. I think that's common sense.
Yeah,
I mean, if the guy had got out, if he got bowled, I think equally you'd let the result stand because the people involved in the play were ready. Anyway, Wazim Abbas, substitute keeper, having trouble getting the helmet over the melon. So, look, I think that feels right. I don't think the bowler can really complain. He delivered the ball in good faith. The batter received it in good faith. You really do see everything on ECN, don't you? Now, next one is going to get pulled away, but they'll only get a single.
He goes a bit too short over there, Ahmed, and he's actually gotten away with that ball. Shah will feel a little bit disappointed. He's picked out the lone fielder on that square leg boundary. There's tons of space from deep mid wicket all the way towards fine leg.
Pretty good length here, turn around the corner. They'll get a single. Okay, so tell me, what's your relaxing day off? What is it? Is it just sleeping? Is it watching TV? Is it getting outdoors a bit? Is it playing computer games?
I'm not a big gamer, to be perfectly honest with you. I think The thing, though, is that my brother has exams as well, so I'm pretty sure I'll be helping him out revise as well. So,
Oh, you're a good brother. This one's jammed into the ground, well handled. Okay, so nothing set, just...
yeah, I'll just be at home, I think, most of the day.
I had my day off yesterday, actually, and it was pretty good. I was in Prague in advance, just taking all my stuff there in advance of going back later in the week. And I was able to spend a bit of time. It was the wind-up day at the Chris Pearce Cricket Academy there. He runs an academy. It's principally Czech-born, native Czech kids. They go around schools, and enough players now. They must have had 40, 50, 60 kids there yesterday. It was kind of their wind-up. They had a couple of games and then a presentation. I love the enthusiasm there. Well, that one is going to be edged. Somehow it doesn't come off the middle. It was a 4 or 6 begging to be hit, but Tadani mistimes it horribly. He does get one, gets the strike. It's the end of the 7th over, and the score 75 for 3. Which one gets this wrong? Gundy ball, really. He wraps his bat around it.
Yeah, just comes off the back of the bat. And he's honestly gotten away with a pretty poor delivery there. Ahmed can be a really useful player down the stretch just because he's a sort of bowler who can bowl numerous different deliveries, has quite a few variations. I think Jared was talking quite a bit about him during yesterday's match involving Encore. Here's a look at the action we have coming up tomorrow. It's the last day of group play here in Cyprus, so we start off with the Telgo 11 against the Cyprus Knight Riders. Of course, the Knight Riders coming off a tough loss, so those 3 matches they have tomorrow will be so important for them if they want to make it to the elimination round. There's Limassol Zalmi as well. They've got a lot to do after starting off the series 0-3, just a 1 win for them so far. So there'll be a couple of teams tomorrow who'll be playing catch-up to make it to the elimination round. So Tuesday should be a really exciting day.
Watch this. Did this? No, they don't take a run. Actually, thought at the edge of the pitch, hit the keeper, bounced away, but they don't take an overthrow. Yeah, so I'll be taking through all the action tomorrow. Nish, I hope you have a great day off. And I know you'll be back with me first thing for Elimination Day on Wednesday. Back to the action here. And this one kind of ties him up. I'll sneak through for a quick single. Yeah, so you know what I love about the Czech Cricket Academy is that a lot of people talk about doing these things and they'll do that at a bit of a level and everything helps, right? But Chris, he's actually gone, he's got the certification, level 3 coach, and just, this is coming from someone, I mean, obviously cricket's my livelihood as well, but he is so intelligent with the drills that he's running for these kids that are varying ages, so everything from probably 6 to 18 there, and the way he engages them, and yeah, it takes it not just playing for fun, but actually get him playing it at quite a good level. When you see these teams coming through now, they're starting to play it in the 3rd division. They have a team, and they're actually challenging some of these men's teams now, which I think is really great. And actually, the women's national team that we'll see on Friday, there's a fair bit of young talent there from the academy as well. So I really enjoy getting down there. And you know what I loved the best? When I got there quite late because I only just got back, is that they had a parents' game. So bearing in mind, these parents, most of them, the Czech parents, they had no idea about cricket. They take the kids all the time, right? So they had a game, just kind of plastic bats, plastic balls, but with the kids and all the parents, and then the parents, and Chris was saying, it's important that the parents realise why the kids love it and what the appeal is. So the parents, honestly, they were pretty good. Some of the mums are absolutely cracking them. Might get a game this week. Anyway, this is cracked all the way back to the fence. Oh, it's a great effort, but he won't be able to keep it in the ballpark. Maximo, and that'll bring up a 50 for Chaitas Shah, his 2nd on ECN and his 1st in 2 years. And so it looks like that 100 plus is on, and a lot of it is thanks to Chaitas, who brings up his 50 with a Maximo.
Plays a really nice shot to bring up his century. Targets that square-leg boundary, and the fielder isn't able to prevent that from going for a 6. Alistair had a pretty similar story as well. So he came over here and also did quite a bit of coaching. And initially I thought that, well, he probably went out to some of the British schools we have here in Cyprus or the private schools. It was actually quite the opposite. He went to a lot of the municipal schools, the Greek schools. And these were kids who, many of whom probably don't even speak that good English. English certainly not their first language. And, they translated all the terms into Greek. And that's how they were playing cricket.
Honestly, every country is different, and Greece isn't too far away. They've got quite a healthy culture of youngsters coming through as well into the national team, and quite a bit of native engagement. But yeah, that was a really nice way. Spent spent about an hour there and checked it out. It was good to see Chris again. I know they just recently took the Czech under-15s team to Germany. I think they had at one point the Czech women's, men's and a juniors team playing all at once, which was a first. Anyway, this is high in the air. Well, good luck. Keeper wants it. Is he going to get there? Almost. Great effort, actually. I think he was the only one that was remotely going to reach, and he had the benefit of the gloves. The umpire was actually in the best position to catch that, but he had nobody else near him. It went so high, they'll get back for 2.
Yeah, this one's been skied. Hasn't been played at all well by the batter, and there was certainly presented an opportunity. In the end, no one's able to get to it, and he lives to fight another day.
Well, that turns into a filthy full toss. Good footwork from the batter, and it's adios. Has that gone all the way? No, it's going to go for 4. So it just shows you the fielder was on the right line there. I think they want to check the height here. I think this is dropping because it was slow. Let's have a look at it. Yes, I mean, that's going to be fine if you judge it at the crease. But then this ball disappears, and yeah, does bounce just inside. So, 4 carreras. Now, this one could be a no ball, you know. And it's going to go back to the wall. This is going to be 6 runs. So, Maximo. This one, I don't know, just seemed a bit higher to me. And the batter's saying, hey, what about this? You got to look at the comet here. Is it coming down quick enough? What do you think, Nish?
No, I think he could be in some trouble here. I really think he could be.
Because he's a slow bowler, he might get away with it because you can see the gradient of the ball, but it was a 50-50 really. Might get away with this though. Big wide down the leg side. These Telugu 11 are rallying here, aren't they?
Yeah, this has been a very healthy partnership between Shah and Thadani. Just to help them rebuild after they lost those 3 wickets early. So far, it's worth 79 runs.
Now he's going to throw the kitchen sink at this, and once again, it's going to go the distance. Maximo shot at 71 with 8 balls left in this innings. Putting on a bit of a show here in the last game of the day.
Yeah, but he's also been helped by the bowler here. That's a half tracker. It sits up nicely, especially on this pitch. It's always going to be very easy to hit. Slogged away and sent a long way. And this is going straight down the ground. It's going to go to the left of our commentary position. It's consecutive 6s here for Chete Shah.
Yeah, this is a good shot as well. I like that he backs himself to take on that short, straight boundary. Ends up in the back of the net. Walking stick 77. Now by some distance, his highest score on the network.
Yeah, that's not 4 consecutive boundaries. Of course, they were split up by that wide in the middle. He's putting on a show here. This is easily the biggest over so far this innings. 25 off it.
Now, that's really good footwork once again. And he sends it high and handsome over the fence. Maximo! Here's 5 boundaries on the spin. The 9th goes supersonic. 31 come off it. More trouble at the end of the innings here for Encore. They haven't had a good 9th over this afternoon. That one ends up costing a bunch. That's coming off overs of 11 before that, 10 before that. So it all blows out of hand. 117 for 3 after 9.
Now Macedo over. They look to target Ahmed, who unfortunately is not able to bowl as economically as he did yesterday. I think Jared was on commentary yesterday. He was talking about how he can be a real weapon right at the end of the innings just because he's a bowler. He's got a few googlies. He can vary the ball a ton. But didn't really see that on display in this spell that Ahmed bowled. After bowling superbly yesterday, it's been extremely expensive during the overs he's bowled today. Rahman coming in to bowl the final over.
Yeah, probably a smart batting by Tadani. Hey, nothing fancy. Even here, I wouldn't bother. Wouldn't bother going an extra run because Shah's got the hot hand. This is always I think it's a funny rule. You can be out hit wicket, except in this case where you're not hitting your own wicket. I used to think, why isn't that out? Because, you know, he's hit his own wicket, but that's not how it works. Anyway, hey, 83 for Shah. Well, make that 83. I don't think you can really get that out. Zidane, it's one of the best balls he's hit. But it'll go down as a dot. So he needs 17 off, 4 to bring up his first ECN 100.
Yeah, good bowling there by Rahman. Shah was looking to make some room to hit through the offside, and the bowler just followed him.
Want 2 here if there's any sort of fumble. be thinking about it. Yeah, why not? Take it on. Throw's not a good one. He gets back for 2. Now's the time. Might as well gamble. You got 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, I thought they'd be in a little bit of trouble when they had that hesitation in the middle of the pitch, but the poor throw helped them out massively, and they come back for the second run.
Needs a boundary here to keep the 100 on. Doesn't get it. Still, it's been a very good knock. Giving his team a shot. They're going to have to bowl and field really well. Encore, don't forget, the last game, they were able to score 120. That was in the first innings. But most of those runs were scored by Shahzad Ahmed, who scored 80. No one else really contributing much to note. Drags this. Probably wants 2 again here, or maybe enough's enough. Happy with the single and give Tadani the last ball. That's another one, though. I know it's hot, but probably the play there is to hustle, try and sneak the extra run. And Tadani, okay, he's been all right. But if it was a new batter, it probably wouldn't make a huge difference. Hits this through cover. Now you might as well go for 2. See if they can count. Well, looks like he's running backwards. There's a, it's a relay throw. So they will allow the 2. Probably wasn't the greatest bit of fielding ever. Tadani will hustle back for the double. Sharp will remain not out, 86 on the Maxwell Smart. And Telugu make 123 off their 10 overs.
Terrific final over by Junaid Rahman, just 6 runs coming off it. He was just kept hitting that Yorker with great consistency, bowled terrific lines and lengths. Anytime Shah looked to make some room to hit it through that cover boundary, just followed him really nicely. So top death over bowling by the gun quick bowler for this Encore side. In the end, Telugu 11 do get to 123, certainly a very respectable total, slightly below par from what we've seen so far in Cyprus, probably 10 runs below par. But it certainly should give us a good match here in the second innings as Encore, well, it's not going to be an easy task against this Telugu 11 side who have some bowlers who can keep it nice and tight. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings, and keep in mind that Telugu 11 were off to a really poor start. They were 20 for 3 at the end of the second over and really thought they were in dire straits and would even struggle to get to triple digits. But thanks to a big partnership between Chetesh Shah and Hitesh Tadani, a partnership worth 103 runs, they were able to get to a very respectable total. You can just see there the dismissal of Shiva Patti. He was gone for a golden duck. Top bit of bowling there by Junaid Rahman to get rid of him. Olavala, the skipper, will hit one good boundary, but then he'd reach out of the ball. He probably could have left and would have gone for a wide. And he popped up a catch for Shah Khalid. Well taken by Shah Khalid. And then Tadani will come out and ably support Chetesh Shah. Okay, he probably didn't go at the strike rate he needed to, 135. The main thing was he didn't chew up too many dot balls, and he allowed that man right in the center of your screen, Chetesh Shah, to go on and play a really, really special innings, one of the best innings we have seen from a Telugu 11 batter.
And the funny thing is, this innings had quite a lot in common with that Encore innings in the last game, where we saw Shahzad Ahmed score 80 out of 120. Well, here, Chetesh Shah scores 86 not out of 123. So it's not too different. If anything, it's got a higher proportion. Now, this was a little bit of chaos. There was plenty of it towards the end, but I mean, looked like they were going to struggle to get to the 100 at one point. In the end, the ninth goes for plenty, 31 coming off that, but then that last over, only going for 6, and they couldn't find the boundary in the last. So it's all said and done, 123. Yeah, maybe a handful less than par, but still, I think a very good chance to defend, especially with Encore late in the day. They've had a long day as well, haven't they? So, yeah, I think we're in for a bit of a doozy to finish the day. You can see there that the 86 not out from Chetesh Shah, his highest ever score in ECN. 39 balls, so he dominated the strike as well. 7 at Maximo's 5 4s in there. Hitesh Tadani was involved in that partnership late in the piece. 23 not out. In fact, they put on a partnership of 103, but only 23 off the stick of Tadani. Not too bad with the extras. With 6 wides, 2 no balls. I feel 10 combined is about par in this competition. You can see the top 3 bowlers all keeping it reasonably tight, winning the battle with 20. Junaid Rahman with the 2 wickets, 2 for 17. But Amir Sohail, the tightest of the bowlers, with none for 15 of his 2 overs. We'll take a break then, back in just a few minutes, and we'll see if Encore can pull something out of the fire. Their last chance to accumulate some points in this group stage. They'll need 124 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with me, Shea. We'll have a quick break. They're back to take you home at the end of day 10 in this European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company as we roll through the day 10 action here in Cyprus. And we got another really good game on our hands here. It's match number 51 on the calendar. Encore trying to take something away from their day. They're chasing 124 for victory after Telugu 11 scored at 123 for 3 off their 10 overs. Obviously, the 4 points up for grabs. 7 over chaser do it, and I suppose with some of the scoring we've seen in this series, it might be possible. The 70% mark is kind of around that 86. So if the Telugu 11 can keep them 86 or less, and they'll take all 4 points. To be honest, they could probably use them. Encore just seemed in a bit of disarray after their last performance. We saw them crash out to Kipro Tigers Limassol, losing with an over to spare. Here we go with Harish Kakita to get us going. He's going to get launched first ball, going, and out of here. Maximo! And the perfect start for Encore. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, taking you home on day 10. And joining me for his last innings before he has a well-deserved day off is Nishay Butt.
Yeah, very good start here for Encore. Harish Kakita, interestingly, going over the wicket over here. We've seen him generally go around the wicket for much of this series. I wonder if getting struck for a 6 will cause him to change the angle, but no, he's going to stick with going over the wicket.
Angled away nicely, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, it's going to be a real test here for Telugu 11. Obviously, they're yet to pick up a win, and their batting side has put an okay total on the board here. Certainly defendable.
That's much better ball and much worse shot that time. But how good was Shazad Ahmed earlier? But he goes the full 360 degrees of motion, then admonishes himself for the indiscipline. We're chasing 224, chasing 124, not 224. Kamar out there as Shazad Ahmed's opening partner this time around. Now, yeah, just times this more. He's able to get it on the full. It's pretty good footwork to get a good stride in. So 6 and 4 other runs on the board in the first over so far.
Beautiful shot. Absolutely gorgeous. There's no protection out at cover. He doesn't look to overhit it. Just gets enough bat on it, times it nicely, and then races away for a boundary. Good start for Ahmed.
That ball really does travel along the grass here. So even though it went past the boundary, it still goes another 50 metres or so, has to be retrieved. Hello to Adore, always good to see you. Dave P saying he's not sure that Will Smith actually slapped Chris Rock. I'm pretty sure he did. I think it's hard to fake a swollen face, which is kind of what it looked like from Chris Rock. That was on that breakdown video that I showed earlier.
Couple of half centuries for Ahmed so far this calendar year in T10 cricket. He's batting with a great strike rate of 190 as well this year. It's his first year playing on the European Cricket Network, and he's made a very solid impression.
Well, that's perfectly hit on the up, or is it? No, maybe not. Right back to the line. It is 6. Maximal. That was pretty good contact, but it was more of an up and under. And with that straight, short boundary, it's good enough to get the 6, but it was a bit dicey in the end. Kakita goes for 16 in the first, and that's the score. 16 without loss.
Yeah, just to start, Encore needed. That'll settle the nerves nicely. Kakita was a little bit expensive that over. Decided to go over the wicket. As I mentioned, generally bowls around the wicket and tries to angle it into the right-hander. But for whatever reason, he decides to go over the wicket. Doesn't quite work out for him. And I like this, though. I like the fact that they're opening with Kamar and Ahmed. So a good right hand, left hand opening partnership. It can always be a challenge for the bowlers, and of course, throws off the fielders as well.
Alavala, skipper, to bowl over number 2. Just drags it a bit too wide.
Yeah, look how far outside his off stump he's batting. He's taking guard around 4th stump.
Yeah, so it just shows you that's what he's looking for, that leg side. And that line is fixed on the offside now, but does have risks, that strategy, because a straight ball, he's a big LBW candidate. That's not straight. In fact, that looks like a no ball, and it's going to disappear. That's going to, I think, go for 6, but this to me looks way too high. Yeah, it's miles too high. Look at that. Look where he hits it. That's an easy call. So that's going to be a 7-up time and a free hit to come. So Telugu 11. They're a team last time out. They got themselves in winning position. Unfortunately, weren't able to get their first ECN win. And this is looking like a rough start now. 24 off 6 legal balls bowled. This one might have been a wide as well. But off the end of the bat, it'll be a dot. First small bit of mercy for Telugu.
Gets away with that one. The Telugu 11 skipper Olavala, certainly a wide. And he spoiled one there, Kamar.
Goes after this, but hanging a long time. It'll be some catch if he can hold it. Well, he overruns it in the end. It blows away from him. That's Kakita out there. It would have been a miracle catch, really. Doesn't stick, and they get a single.
Yeah, as you mentioned, in the end, he does end up overrunning it. He's looking for those big leg side strokes. Hasn't quite been able to get hold of that previous ball. Pops one up, and fortunately enough for him, it will land safely.
That's hit pretty well, but fielder in the way, puts it down. You see he's beside himself there. That's Sivapati, who isn't having the best game because he was out first ball, remember. But yeah, he got a good piece of it. I will say that. It does fly. That's slow motion, remember. So at least Patti keeps it in front of him, saves a Maximo, saves 5 runs, but puts down Kamar.
And they also don't run over there, so it's a dot ball, but yeah, you got to feel for Olavala because he set the trap, he put the fielder out at cover, pitched in the right area, and he's just failed to take the catch.
Yes, actually it was Ahmed that gets dropped on 16. 99 off 50. Olavala hasn't gone for too many here considering. Kind of squeezes this into him, bounces a long way off the pad. So far, in fact, they won't run.
Last ball, the second over coming up now. How's Olavala going to close this over out? He's created a half chance and one genuine chance.
Now, thick edge, that's going to fly. How far? I think it's going to be 4, yeah. Bounces just inside and into the back of the net. So that'll be the end of the second over. Marker off to a bit of a flyer, 29 without loss after 2.
Yeah, you got to feel, I think the bowler's very unlucky that over. He could easily have had a wicket or 2, and in the end, he'll end up going for 13 runs. So, can be a cruel game to bowlers sometimes. Let's have a look at the standings for Group B. So, the Telugu 11 have been winless so far this European Cricket Series, and you feel that it's near impossible for them now to make it into the elimination round, but they'll still want to get some wins before they close out their series. Meanwhile, for Encore, they're currently sitting in 4th place on 12 points. It's their last group stage match, and they'll want to pick up 3 to 4 points here just to get it themselves a good seeding heading into the elimination round. Here comes Tadani, player once upon a time captain MDocs, now donning the Telugu 11 orange and blue.
Very India-like colours, I'm sure no coincidence. This first one keeps down a bit. Probably a run there if they'd run straight away. Ahmed not particularly interested.
Starts off with a good slower ball there, Hitesh Tadani. Nice off-base delivery. That's the thing with Tadani, though. He's the sort of bowler who will bowl a number of variations, mixes his pace up well. Oh, is there something there? There was a sound. It might. Yes, it is the edge. I was just about to say if that sound came off the bat brushing the ground, but it's a late call by the umpire, and there is an edge involved, and Kamar departs having made just 7 runs.
It felt like a good call. I don't think he hits the ground. If you look at where the swing of the bat is, I don't think it's hitting the ground. See, it's above the ground, so then it kind of reduces the chance of something else. Pretty instantaneous appeal behind the wicket. The fielder and from the keeper. There's a ceremonial bat swap. But Kamar is going to have to go for a not-so-lucky 7. Nicking off behind. Well taken as well by Chilukuri. And the score is 29 for 1 in the 3rd over. clear conditions. A bit of wind this afternoon as well, so definitely not as hot as I think some of the days you've had to endure so far. The breeze kicking up a bit now.
Yeah, certainly it's been the coolest day we've had so far this ECS.
Tadani, a successful bowler. As Sahel comes out. Looks a little bit encumbered with that leg injury, but gets through for a single.
I wouldn't mind the bowler going over the wicket instead of around the wicket. Just eliminate the chances of an LBW. We're still early in this innings. You've got to be looking to take wickets.
Yeah, I agree completely. It just brings more dismissal types into play. That's okay. Oh, I've been very harsh on these. Again, this is where probably have a look at the videotape. This is an example of one. Remember, the ball would have to be completely outside. And for me, at the moment that it passes the popping crease, it's not. But I mean, what I will say is they've been pretty consistent on those. As long as the players know what to expect. Now this is up and flying away, and he's almost going to pull it in, but not quite. It's going to be 4 runs. You never quite know what it's going to do off this surface. And yeah, Chaitas batted so well. Unfortunately, gives a couple back there. Thought for a second it was going to join us, but yeah, couldn't quite slow it down enough.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate because he ended up overrunning it slightly in the end. Put in a good effort, covered some ground very quickly, anticipated it early too.
In the air and dropped. Oh, he had it a couple of times, didn't he there? That's Kanduri. He couldn't avoid it really. It was slicing towards him. Had it for a second, but it spilled out. See it here, great camera work thanks to our crew. Just gets away from him.
He's been really lucky early in his innings, Ahmed. Dropped a couple of times, dropped once on 16 and now again on 24.
That'll be the end of the over. It's 36 for once. They're going at that 12 and over. I still think this is anybody's game. Encore given 78%, maybe just because of, I suppose, the individual matchups in their side. But hey, Telugu 11, certainly still a realistic shout in this contest.
Yeah, but will those drop catches come back to bite them? Drop a player of Shehzad Ahmed's quality a couple of times. And so those little errors that often end up costing you matches. Telugu 11, they've had a lot of issues with their fielding throughout this ECS. It's one of the reasons why they're sitting at 0-4. Now it's Kanduri.
Yeah, bowling and fielding has hurt them, hasn't it? When they score 151, that's a game you expect to win. They ended up not being able to defend that.
And they ended up winning quite comfortably that match as well, Keeper of Tigers. I think they actually slowed down a little bit at the end and started to bat a bit more cautiously once they saw that the victory was within sight. So
8 balls to spare. They chased down that 152. Okay, time for Kanduri to come on with the ball. Sneaks the first one past. Not exactly held cleanly by the keeper. Good enough. Dot ball.
Yeah, Kanduri, he tends not to turn the ball too much. Usually looks to fire it in.
Yeah, fires that one down leg side. Yeah, table's looking pretty interesting, isn't it? I mean, if Telugu could win this, I mean, they'd love a 4-pointer, but they'll settle for 3. Telugu, I think, just for them, if they win their last 3 games, they've got a shot. All right, in the air. Can anyone reach this again? It's just popping away from the fielders. Slice of luck there for Shehzad Ahmed. Yeah, Telugu, the problem is as well, they've had 2 4-point against them, or 2 0-point losses. So they're 2 points off their 4 games, which makes it even tougher. But I mean, if they could go win, get to 11 points, that may be enough. It's just so hard to say with all the matches tomorrow. I can tell you, Sri Punjab on top of the table right now. Al Fateh will look primed to overtake them tomorrow. And then the question is, can some other team try and get up in the top 2? Not looking like it at the moment. Depends really on what Encore are able to do in this game as well, because they're one of the teams that possibly could, but they're not playing like it at the moment.
Not the best shot there by Amir Sohail. Kanduri had pushed that one down the leg side and he's ended up spoiling a wide. Oh, there's another opportunity, and Kunduri had a chance to make amends for his earlier drop, but he can't take a catch off his own bowling.
This was smashed, though. I will say that. I'm quite amazed that he got such a good piece of it, got 2 hands to it. But we needed a minor miracle for that to stick. It's the end of the 4th, though. Telugu fighting on. Encore slightly behind at the moment, but ahead in the percentages. It's 40 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, they're hanging in there really well. You've got to say, this Telugu 11 side. We'll just have a look at this graph. You can just see Marcor's run rate starting to trend downwards after that second over. That wicket has certainly had an impact on their run rate. These last couple of overs producing just 11 runs. Could have had some more wickets, really. But unfortunately for Telugu 11, they put down a few chances.
Okay, so here's Tadani. He's going to bowl out to 1 for 7 off his first. Not bad first up, although kind of get hit into a hole there. Pretty well fielded out there by Naluri. Keeps it to a long single.
I like this move, though, to keep Hitesh Tadani on after a good first over. No need to hold him back.
Yeah, I agree. Strike while the iron's hot. They don't make life too easy for him by throwing it over his head. The wind playing up, blowing one of the bales off as well, so he's certainly getting pretty gusty. Right, it's going to go, and he's going to go over the rope. Maximo! That's a good cricket shot by Sahel, who's been kept pretty quiet early in his innings. He just takes on the outfielder and wins straight over long off's head.
It targets that shorter boundary and just about managed to get it over the fielder at long off. Smart cricket by Sohail.
Oh, geez, that's not going to get stopped, is it? No, well, that was incredibly well struck down the ground mid-on. Mid-off back on the rope. Weren't actually too far away from each other. But they have to watch it as this game changes again. And the 50 comes up for Encore.
Yeah, both these balls going straight towards Kunduri, the fielder who's dropped both these batters who are batting right now. This will certainly be hurting him as he's chasing every single ball.
And Kroom saying he's just realising he might be able to do some work tonight. Yeah, of course. In the UK, it's only about 3:15, so it'll be all done by about, say, 3:45 UK time. He's going to test the outfielder again. Does well to stop it. Kanduri. Yeah, I suppose the last 4 weeks or so, we've had night matches, and Kroom, I know he plays on the weekend, so he's probably realised, well, hold on a second. I'm not going to have ECN cricket to watch. Oh, we'll work on it for you, Kroom. Don't worry about that. Slow ball, but picks it, hits it straight to the fielder, takes a brilliant catch. Well, that's a huge moment. Shazad Ahmed coming off 80. He gets a hanging full toss. It almost looked like it came gift-wrapped with a bow on the top, and he does hit it, but he drills it straight to the fielder, and he is gone. It's definitely not a no ball for height, so it is going to be OUT out. Shazad goes for 28, it's 52 for 2.
Yeah, he's going to be very disappointed with himself. Shazad dropped on 16, dropped on 24, and then he gets out on the full toss. He had plenty of opportunities to go on and play a big innings, and he'll be kicking himself on the way to the dugout. Marcor, 52 for 2.
It's actually a very good catch as well out there by the captain, Subareddy Alavala. And it made it look easy. It wasn't. Actually saved 6 runs as well. Marcor still ahead, but only just 52% at the moment. Zishan Ahmed comes out. So he's more than capable, we know that. But yeah, plenty still to be done. Bit behind the 8 ball here at the 5 over mark. Marcor 53 for 2 after 5. Well, we had a golden ball in the middle match of the day, didn't we? And we went pretty close in the 4th match of the day. Will we have a golden finish? I'm trying to think about times. I don't think we've ever had 2 golden balls in one day of play. So when we had the 2 and 3, it was across 2 different nights actually in Gibraltar. And we had consecutive days, I think 22nd and 23rd of April this year. But could we have our first ever double golden ball day? Can have a golden finish to the year with 2 trophies to hand out at the 2nd edition of the ECCW. It's the Euros of Women's Cricket, and we'll have 5 countries in each division, Challenger Division and Premier. England 11 defending their trophy. But newcomers, Ireland 11, Scotland 11 are in there. Newcomers to ECCW cricket in the Challenger are Austria, Germany, as well as Jersey and Czechia. So, yeah, it's a great opportunity to see more women's cricket, and yeah, we're hopeful that can expand even further in the future. Anyway, here's over number 6. Kanduri comes on, gets it bang on target.
Yeah, but I have to add, of course, what a proud moment for Italian cricket that they're up there in the Premier Division alongside some real heavyweights in international cricket, of course. I had the pleasure of meeting a few members of the Italian women's cricket team back when we did the series in Rome. And
yeah, of course. And this is placed, and it's going to be caught. Well, go Gadget Arms. What a great catch. And Telugu 11 needs something to spark them. And Sahale, a bit like his predecessor, cannot believe that this was caught. But it was. And if you don't believe it, we'll show it to you again. 54 for 3.
What an incredible catch. Top catch. Outstanding bit of work. It's a full toss on the pads. You think it's going away for a boundary. Sticks out a hand, and he juggles it a little bit and takes the catch. And what an outstanding moment. One of the most special moments we have seen on this fine Monday of cricket. And they've Telugu 11. Well, they pulled the rabbit out of the hat over there.
Yeah, Gopal Reddy Rai has just stuck out that left hand and somehow dragged it out from the top shelf. You mentioned their fielding's been a bit of a sticking point, but a couple of good catches have been taken. 3 catches in total taken so far in this innings. And Telugu find themselves in the driver's seat. Raja comes out to bat, and he's going to start by blasting a 6. Going, gone. Maximo! Just when you think it's going one way, the game will make your head spin. And this is a perfect start, isn't it, for Umu Raja? We saw kind of giving up the gloves in that first innings, that slight injury. No such problems with the bat.
Yeah, the new batter takes absolutely no time whatsoever to settle into his innings. Smashes the first one a long way. Oh, this could be another chance. It's just going to go over Kanduri's head. He's had a couple of opportunities at getting a cotton bowled during his spell, and that's been a terrific bit of bowling. Him and Thadani really just turned the momentum around in this game.
That's just pure luck that doesn't end up popping back to the bowler. Wasn't in control of this at all. They scamper through for a signal. Now goes after it, leg side, but straight to the fielder and takes the catch. So now that's another wicket. Zishan Ahmed goes for 2. Encore, for me now, they're a long way behind in this game. Running out of time, running out of recognised bats. 61 for 4, double strike for Kanduri.
A big strike for Kanduri. We know he was very disappointed when he put down a couple of catches earlier, but he gets 2 big wickets in this over. It's sent straight out to the fielder at long on. It's that man, Chetan Shah, coming off a brilliant half-century in the first innings. And Telugu 11 have Encore on the ropes.
Yeah, Kroom said he had a good win on Saturday. 4 needed in the last over. 2 off the first ball, 5 dots with the last ball and a run out, so they defended it. It sounds pretty exciting. There's been a few close games going around the cricket universe at all levels. Here's Kanduri. This, I think, goes off the back pad past the keeper. End of the 6th over. And look at that rate creep out now. It's out towards 16 and over required. Encore 61 for 4 with 4 overs remaining.
Yeah, this is a great bit of bowling by the Telugu 11. You've got to say they've kept things pretty tight. They've kept errors to a minimum. And finally, these last couple of overs, they've been rewarded by the fielders as well, who have held on to a few catches. As you can see, Thadani and Kanduri, this little 4-over spell between the two of them has put their side in a commanding position.
Well, in that first innings, there was that supersonic 9th, remember? And that's kind of what Encore need right now. Just one big over to put them back to at least kind of level pegging. But yeah, at this stage, Telugu were 65 for 3. So not that different. So, yeah, Alavala comes on. I like this experienced campaigner. The captain comes on. I mean, you bowl 4 decent overs here, or just kind of average overs, you win, and you win easily. But you know, they say winning's a habit, but losing's a habit as well. And Telugu can really use this win to boost their confidence. Big swing and a miss. Not handled by the keeper, but they won't get a run.
Level, he's got a chance here to just put a few dot balls in as these two new batters look to settle in, just to make sure he doesn't give them anything easy or loose. Oh, isn't it?
Yeah, nicked and dropped. No, it's okay. You got excited too. You heard the little edge. It was a tough one. I think it's an inside edge. It's low and it's to his left. But you see, it doesn't start that low. So, and when he has to go down, it's a difficult take. Chilukuri puts it down. Just remember that. Aslan Ahmed was dropped. Won't get a boundary here, or he shouldn't. Down the ground. Proper Tortuga. But handled. You certainly have to watch the ball to the very end here, don't you? Well, they need a 6. They're going to get a 6. It's a handsome shot from Raja, who advances and keeps a straight bat. Launches it up and into the olive trees. Maximal 6 runs.
Great shot there by Umer Raja. Straight batted shot. Hits it with the full face of the bat. Love how he comes out of his crease. And he's played that beautifully.
Still, not a disaster for Alavala, who's bowled a pretty good over, just 8 off it. Asking rate's gone up to 17 now. And it does pretty well, actually, almost pulls off a run out. I think the non-striker was aware of it. But what that does do, it keeps Raja on strike when it should have been none. It turns out being 1. And at the end of 7 overs, it's 70 for 4.
Now that proves to be a costly gamble, but you can't fault him for going for it. The batter would have been inside his crease. And yeah, the bigger issue here for Telugu 11 is it just make sure the danger man Raza is still on strike. 54 runs needed after the last 3 overs. Going to be a big challenge for Encore, but the quality they have, it's certainly unattainable.
Yeah, need a big finish, right, they, Encore. This is what's coming up tomorrow. I'll be taking you through the last day of group action. So we'll settle on our qualifiers for Elimination Day Wednesday. And it all kicks off with Telugu 11 versus the Cyprus Night Riders. Starting tomorrow, 5 a.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in Central Europe, and 10:30 a.m. in India. And then it'll be a bit of a homecoming with Nish back the next day, and Rico will be back the next day after that. So stay tuned. 28 matches per group, so match 56 is the end of the second group stage, Group B. Anyway, there's a lot to do. It's up to 3 a ball required now. 54 required in 18 balls. Raja has been on a bit of a heater, though. He started well. Siva Prasad gets the ball. Lovely looking shot and goes with the foot. Won't be able to do anything about it. That's 4 runs. The over starts well for Encore.
Very aesthetically pleasing stroke there by Raja. It doesn't overhit the ball. He just times it really nicely. And the fielder is unable to cut that one out. And it's a good start to the over. Prasad, we haven't seen him bowl much this ECS. And he's been put in a real pressure situation. Maybe he's the bowler that Encore looked to target, because this could be the bowler that might give them the magical over they look for.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be now or never, really, doesn't it? Hello to Dr. DeSoto. He likes the lovely clean striking by Raja. We'll need a few more of those watching from Australia. Let us know where you're watching from, Dr. DeSoto. You can be specific with me, because I used to live down under. All right, they almost had 6 outfielders here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think they had 4 in the circle, but Dadani just being sure. Fine for time, it looks like, as well. Telugu. This one's going to be wide. Bounces off the keeper, that fielder. That'll be bowled again.
Yeah, Shiva Prasad bowling for the first time in his ECS career, and you're just seeing some of the nerves get to him.
Yeah, interesting that they've gone to him as the 5th bowler. Much better ball. Drilled along the carpet. Well handled out there by Siva. Again, Siva's had a bit of a game to forget, but he can still contribute. Obviously makes an important stop there. And winning form's good form. If your team can get over the line, that's the main thing. And they're in a winning position here. 80% favourites from here, Telugu. Another wide. So, I mean, I like that he's got this off-stump attack, so he doesn't want to stray on the legs, but well, as we've seen before, the extras, if they continue to be bold can get you into a fair bit of trouble.
Obviously, we saw a classic example of that with Shah Khalid
Yeah.
in the previous match.
This is hit into the hole. That's going to be 6. Maximo! Pretty good shot that from Arslan. It just goes slightly inside out. Now, if the field is on this line, maybe he's got a shot at trying to catch this, but it was in the gap and it's 6 runs.
Yeah, this is the big challenge they face, having bowled out Vimal Kunduri, Hitesh Thadani, and of course the captain himself, Alavala. Where are they going to find someone who can bowl the rest of these overs economically? Prashad just thrown into this tough situation.
It's not the worst ball though. I mean, I kind of stick with it and hope for a good outcome. Maybe if you can get jammed in the block hole, it's probably better. Goes short. This is going to be a wide as well. Just misses the line. Oh, this has got shades of the earlier game at the moment, doesn't it?
Breeze is just really picked up right now on the ground.
Yeah.
Probably the windiest it has been at any point in this ECS.
14 off his first half over. That's well bowled right off the end of the bat. Throw comes in. That could be out, you know. That looks very, very close to me. I actually think he's out. Let's have a look at the replay. But it was a brilliant gather by Prasad in his follow-through. He finds himself in front of the stumps. Kind of couldn't get in a good position. But look, here we go. Oh, I think he might just be in. Let's have a look. It's so close. I think he's just in. There. See, he's just grounded his bat. So it's actually brilliant work by the fielders, but Raja makes it. Lightning work, though, from Prasad. Raja back on strike then on 20. Another wide. Now they're going to take it on. There's going to be a disagreement. Almost a replay of the previous delivery. It'll just be 1 wide. Will be rebowled again. Oh.
Yeah, not bad idea by Raja to try to keep the strike here anyway. He would have been running to the danger end, and losing Raja would have been catastrophic for Encore.
All right, it's going to be a no. Can it be stopped? Yes. So I guess that's better than it going to the boundary, but still, it's going to be a free hit coming up. Called it square leg, so no doubt about it. And so this has a lot in common with what we saw earlier on.
Yeah, it's been very wayward bowling by Prashad in his first ever ECS over.
Now hit straight and hit true. That one's gone a long, long way. Maximo! Arslan bats on. This over heads into magical territory. 22 have come off it. Now here's the thing. Okay, you've got a bowler to go back to in the next over because you've got Kakita who bowled the first over. But then who are you bowling in the 10th? Do you go back to Prasad or do you try another option? You're probably looking around for another option right now. This game is a 50-50 coin toss right now.
Yeah, the Telugu 11, they decide to roll the dice by giving Prashad this 8th over. We said that Encore might look to target him, and it certainly worked really, really well for them. One more ball to come in this over. Can he limit the damage?
Miss hit. Otherwise, that one could have gone supersonic in the end. Arslan will retain the strike, and at the end of 8 overs, scores 95 for 4. Another cliffhanger. All the close ones have come from here at once, haven't they, since I arrived in the country? 29 required off the last 2 overs of the day.
Yeah, so you'd expect Kakita to bowl this penultimate over. And then the big decision for the captain is who bowls the final over. We'll wait and see. Marquardt. Well, it's not too difficult an ask for them from here. 29 runs needed off the last 2 overs. They managed to get 25 in the end of that Shiva Prasad over.
Yeah, so that certainly didn't go to plan. Thing is, if you do bring on another bowler, well, I mean, whether it's Prasad or whether it's someone that hasn't bowled yet, then it's going to be stressful. They do bring back Kakita. As a computer once again can't make up its mind, locked at 50-50. This is why you stay right to the last ball on ECN. Say it all happens in the 9th. It's the most important over of this game so far. Kakita's going to bowl it. Big left armour. It's going to be a wide first up. Just misses the mark. He's got that good slingy action, doesn't he? You don't get too much of a look at the ball when you face up to Harish Kakita.
We've seen 5 wides and a no ball. He's slashed over. It's really turned the game on its head.
Rolling cutter and goes leg side, gets plenty of it. Maximo attempted the catch, but he was miles back over the line. It's not an easy shot to play because he actually rolls his fingers down the left-hand side of the ball and it makes it basically spin, like fast spin, away from the right-hander, but he got every piece of that. Hassan Ahmed joins Imaraja on 21, 22 off 11 required. Telugu, they've come so far. Can they find their first win here?
He's going to go around the wicket now. This is the tactic he normally employs when he bowls. Let's see if it works for him.
Oh, well, that was there to hit, but batter just got a bit excited. Moved himself around a bit too much, so good comeback, good result from Kakita.
Needs to bowl a lot fuller here. Needs to look to get a Yorker.
Another big swing and a miss. Short ball, caught a wide this time. Well, I wonder what this is a wide for. Is it that short? No, it's not. It's not over the shoulder, so it must have been caught on width.
Come on.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that's completely outside. Harsh call on Kakita. That comes back well. Wasn't going to give the umpire the opportunity that time by running straight in front of him. Anyway, 21 off 9. Well, if you've been watching ECN all day, have a look down at your fingernails and see if you've got any left, because this has been intense.
But he's bowling so much better now that he's gone back around the wicket. Didn't quite understand why he was bowling over the wicket for much of this day.
I thought he was only going to get away with those for so long. And this time it's swatted away over the fence on the leg side. Maximo Aslan pulls into the lead on 27 and gets his team 6 closer. Encore, a huge match for them really, as far as their group placement.
Yeah, with his pace, he should be bowling a lot fuller, shouldn't he, Kakita? The shorter ones just sit up nicely for the batter.
From this angle. Angle and cutaway, he does. It's going to get called. Nish, I think this hits the line. You tell me. Remember, if it hits the line, it's not meant to be a wide. If it gets any piece of the line, I think it gets on the line.
I think it just goes back to what you were saying earlier, that they've been pretty consistently calling those wide throughout this series.
That's true. Anyway, this is up in the air. Will it stay in the field? They're looking at each other. They're going to catch it. It's a team catch, a rebound catch. Unintentional but special as it goes off female Kanduri and ends up basically lodging in Chaitas Shah. That's classic play of the day stuff, isn't it? Has Telugu somehow pull off the rebound catch, 110 for 5.
An incredible team catch here. You can give Vimal Kanduri the assist on this one. He bats that one away to Chaitas Shah, who takes the catch in the end. What an incredible reaction by Shah. He's been top-notch in the field throughout this innings, of course, coming off that brilliant 86 in the first innings. And he certainly made his impact with his catching as well.
That was crazy. You almost wanted to tackle him because he saw you got the ball and said, hey, stay there. He wanted to tackle him, almost kind of cuddle it in. Anyway, last ball of the night, and it's going to be launched, going, gone. Maximo, what a shot. Well, no good deed goes unpunished because the new batter comes out and absolutely slam balls that one out of the ground. Check it out on the replay. Thanks to our crew at Spring Media. Shah Khalid goes large, and we got another last over thriller. 116 for 5 after 9. 7 to tie, 8 to win. But the million-dollar question, who's going to bowl this over?
Yeah, this is going to be a huge dilemma here for Telugu 11. They're going to have to find someone to bowl this over. It's going to be tough to go back to Shiva Prasad after he went for 22 runs. Is it going to be Putty? He's the one who's currently...
He is going to bowl, I think. I thought he might be a placeholder. Now he's just trying to wander away. Only 7 to defend. Telugu. Same old story, isn't it, really? Got themselves into a winning position right now. They're behind. And they are going to go Siva Patti. Can he be a hero for Telugu and defend this 7 or 8? Get them to their first ever ECN win. Here we go with the last over. Mirage on strike. Doesn't start well. Starts with a wide. Oh, just run out of bowling, haven't they, towards the end here. Having said that, hey, boundaries don't hit themselves. Especially if you get Raja, get a new batter out there. Anything's possible. Wide, well left as well. Think about it. Double fumble's going to allow the extra run. So just eking the runs at the moment. Not a ball hit in the 10th, but 3 runs scored.
Yeah, very disappointing from Telugu 11's point of view, and now Markor can win it with one big shot. Markor returning the favor of what happened to them against the Kipro Tigers to the Telugu 11. They conceded 48 runs at the end of that match, 46 runs of the last 2 overs.
Well, whipped away. They may look for 2 here. Clean pickup won't allow it. Hello to Sadhu Ratnaka. Always great to see you. He said another last over thriller. You've been treated to some of them today, Sadhu. If you score for every ball from here, you can't lose. So this is where I'm like, okay, I'm not looking to hit a boundary. I will hit one if one's in my zone, but I just want to make sure I'm not swinging and missing. He walks at it. Does this get in the gap? Got to stop it. That's game over. He overruns it, and Raja wins the game for Markor, who turned the tables. Another last over thriller on day 10. But it's Markor that are able to get the win, and they chase down this target with 4 balls to spare.
What a win here for Markor. They pick this one up against the Telugu 11. They get back to winning ways after a shock defeat at the hands of the Kipro Tigers. They were in a spot of bother in this match, but they came out at the end. They were clinical in those last couple of overs. They managed to make more than 55 runs in the last 2.3 overs, and they take this one top batting. And Markor showing why they're a side teams will really fear heading into the elimination round.
Yeah, just couldn't get it together in the end. You know what I said, winning's a habit, losing's a habit, and they couldn't find a way to get across the line in the end. Ran out of bowling, didn't really have a 5th bowler, improvised in those 8th and 10th overs and conceded a bunch of runs. And Markor, well, probably not a bad thing. They got straight back out there and they were able to get another win, even though it was anything but easy. And they do get there in the end. But Telugu, I mean, they can hold their heads high. I do think it's going to be really tough for them to qualify now. But you never know. As we saw in Group A, absolutely anything's possible. So they just need to kind of keep going. They've got 2 more matches tomorrow. They'll play CKR in the first match of the day. They'll play Limassol Zalmi in the 3rd match of the day. Big day for Zalmi with 3 matches to go for them. Same with the Knight Riders. Halfate will be looking to finish off their group stage with a couple of wins and lock down that top spot. I'll be here for that one, 5 a.m. GMT, which is 7 o'clock in Central Europe, 10:30 in India. I know you'll be lurking along, Nish. I hope you enjoy your day off, but yeah, certainly a pretty interesting group, this Group B.
It's a very interesting Group B. I think I mentioned it as a group of death before we started off this series, and tomorrow promises to be a very exciting conclusion to an entertaining group.
So it's a bit strange we won't be going to a night series, but we will go to the highlights and let's have a look at them. And for Markor, obviously Shazad Ahmed was a bit of a key out there, wasn't he? They had Kamar as his opening partner, but he wasn't able to manage a boundary in his short time at the crease. As for Amir Sahel, he would have managed 13. I mean, Shazad, a lot was on him. And look, the fielding is a bit of the good, bad, and the ugly, wasn't it, from Telugu, who looked for a long time to be able to defend this. At one point, they're up to about the 80% win expectation. But expectation doesn't become reality. And in the end, they go down with 4 balls to spare.
Yeah, 54 runs of those last 2.2 overs. That's ultimately what they're going to look back at and hurt them. Shiva Prasad's over went for 25 runs, and it really opened the floodgates for Markor. They would go on to take it from there. There are obviously a number of catches they dropped. Shazad Ahmed was dropped a couple of times, and he would make them pay for that, of course, making a few crucial runs at the top of the order in a game that was decided by very fine margins. Those little errors turned out to be the difference between the 2 teams. We did see them take some catches in that second half of the inning, some good catches out of the boundary. But the one thing, though, you have to credit Markor for was most of their batters didn't waste too many balls. They did get out. They normally hit a boundary and then get out shortly after that. No one chewed up too many dot balls.
It's good observation, but in the end, they kind of just had to play the waiting game to an extent, didn't they? And And that's what they were able to do. And then there was some just drama at the end, wasn't there? The old team catch, Kanduri did pretty good play at being player of the match for his 86 in a losing cause. I think he's the one that makes it a contest. That was the winning runs. That's a disappointing one, but it's one that Telugu will have to swallow. Encore, well, they get 2 wins out of 3 and go perilously close in the third. That was the story on day 10. But yeah, pretty entertaining way for Encore to finish their group stage. They'll finish with a 4-3 record and 15 points. Now, where they'll finish, anyone's guess. We'll have to wait till tomorrow to see. 3 batters reached the 20s, but nobody could get more than that. 28 for Shazad Ahmed opening up. Hassan Ahmed with 27, and a pretty important partnership which set up the win. Umar Raja with 25 off just 9 bowled. Extras 15, kind of inflated in the last couple of overs, and I think it gave Marco a bit of an easier run to the victory.
We'll have a look at the bowling card here for the Telugu 11. That 4-over spell between Hitesh Tadani and Vimal Kanduri really turned this game on its head. As you can see, the two of them gave up 34 runs over those 4 overs, but they picked up 4 crucial wickets, and that put Telugu 11 in the driver's seat, set them up well for those final overs. But unfortunately, the rest of the bowling attack just wasn't able to continue their good work. 54 runs off the last 2.2 overs. That's what Marquardt managed to get, and that's how they took this victory. In the end, Marquardt beat the Telugu 11 by 5 wickets. They return to winning ways, and the Telugu 11, well, they're still seeking their first victory of this ECS.
Yes, they are, but you got to feel for them. So close yet so far. They do have that kind of Amrock spirit about them, don't they? And look, they gave it a red-hot go, didn't they? And we'll get to see if they can improve on their record tomorrow. I want to say big hello to Jacob. He is in the chat. Hello to you. He's watching from Estonia. Hello to Dave B and to Kroom as well. Thanks so much for sticking with us. I know it's been another great long day. Weather was a little bit kinder to us today here in Cyprus, I think. About low 30s, but a nice balmy afternoon with a bit of a cooling breeze late on. And Nish, well, I hope you enjoy your day off tomorrow.
Oh, thank you very much. Certainly we'll be following along the action as well. And then it'll be great to come back on Wednesday when we should have some cracking elimination matches.
Yeah, well, I am going to just have a nice little lie down after a pretty early morning, getting here in the first place. But I want to say big thank you once again to everyone. If you are watching on YouTube, make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. And finally, EuropeanCricket.com is the home of European Cricket. You can check out all the upcoming fixtures as well, including the internationals, T10 and T20 internationals starting on Saturday, I should say, here in Cyprus. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Max on behalf of ECN and Nishay Butt. I hope you have a wonderful, safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on ECN. You've been watching the European Cricket Series. Hasta mañana.